Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. Bioluminescence is light produced by living organisms. It's one of those phenomena that sounds almost magical when you first hear about it. Living things that glow, but it's actually grounded in straightforward chemistry and biology. When we talk about bioluminescence, we're talking about organisms that create their own light through chemical reactions happening inside their bodies. This is different from things that simply reflect light, like a mirror or a white surface. The organism itself is the source of the glow, generating photons through biological processes that have evolved over millions of years. What makes this particularly interesting is that bioluminescent light comes from within. Many bioluminescent organisms produce their glow through a chemical reaction that takes place inside their cells or in specialized organs designed specifically for making light. The reaction typically involves a light-producing molecule called luciferin. The name comes from the Latin word for light-bearing, which gives you a sense of how central this molecule is to the whole process. Luciferin isn't just one specific chemical, it's actually a term that covers several different molecules that serve similar purposes in different organisms. Each type of luciferin has its own particular structure, but they all share the ability to produce light when they undergo the right kind of chemical reaction. Along with luciferin, these reactions usually involve an enzyme called luciferase. Enzymes are biological catalysts, which means they help chemical reactions happen more quickly or efficiently without being consumed in the process. Luciferase takes luciferin and helps it react in a way that releases energy in the form of light rather than heat. This partnership between luciferin and luciferase is fundamental to most bioluminescence we observe in nature. The enzyme essentially guides the reaction, making sure that when luciferin breaks down or combines with other molecules, the energy gets released as visible light. Oxygen plays an important role in many of these light-producing reactions as well. In the most common pathway, luciferin combines with oxygen in a reaction facilitated by luciferase, and this combination releases energy. Some of that energy comes out as light. The exact details vary depending on the organism and the specific type of luciferin involved, but oxygen is frequently a key ingredient in the mix. Without it, many organisms simply wouldn't be able to glow. One of the most fascinating aspects of bioluminescent light is that it's often called cold light. This term refers to the fact that bioluminescence produces very little heat compared to the light it generates. When you think about traditional light sources like incandescent bulbs, a huge amount of the energy they use gets converted into heat rather than visible light. That's why those bulbs get so hot to the touch. Bioluminescence, on the other hand, is remarkably efficient. The chemical reactions that produce the glow convert most of their energy directly into light, with minimal heat as a byproduct. This efficiency is part of what makes bioluminescence so special from both a biological and a practical standpoint. The glow itself can take different forms. Some bioluminescent organisms produce a steady, continuous glow that stays relatively constant over time. Others flash or pulse, creating rhythmic patterns of light and darkness. These pulses can be quick, like the rapid blinking of certain fireflies, or slow and gentle, like the soft undulations of light you might see in some jellyfish. The pattern depends on how the organism controls the chemical reaction, whether it can start and stop it quickly, or whether the glow builds and fades more gradually. What's particularly remarkable is that bioluminescence appears in many different groups of life, spread across the tree of life in ways that suggest it evolved independently multiple times. It's not limited to one family or one branch of organisms. You find bioluminescence in bacteria, in fungi, in various types of plankton, in jellyfish and other cnidarians, in certain squid and fish, in some beetles like fireflies, and even in a few worms and other creatures. This wide distribution tells us that the ability to produce light has been useful enough that evolution arrived at it over and over again through different pathways. You can think of bioluminescence as nature's version of quiet lanterns, small lights created through simple chemistry but deployed in sophisticated ways. There's something calming about that image. Organisms carrying their own gentle illumination through dark environments, using basic molecular tools to create something as ethereal as light. It's a reminder that even the most enchanting natural phenomena often come down to chemistry and biology, working in elegant, efficient ways. The evolution of bioluminescence is itself a fascinating story, one that involves countless small steps and adaptations across vast stretches of time. When we consider how something as specific as light production could evolve, we have to think about the incremental advantages that even dim or inefficient glowing might provide. Perhaps the earliest forms of bioluminescence were accidental, waste products of certain metabolic reactions that happened to emit a few photons. If those photons provided even a slight advantage, maybe startling a predator just enough to create a moment's hesitation, then organisms with that trait might survive slightly better than those without it. Over generations, natural selection would favour improvements to this system. Mutations that made the light brighter, or that allowed better control over when the light appeared, or that changed the colour of the light to something more useful in a particular environment. These would spread through populations. Eventually, what started as a barely noticeable glow could become a sophisticated, signalling system or an effective form of camouflage. The fact that bioluminescence evolved independently in so many different lineages tells us something important about the nature of evolution itself. When similar environmental pressures exist, darkness, the need to communicate, the challenge of finding food or mates, evolution often finds similar solutions, even starting from completely different genetic and biochemical starting points. This is called convergent evolution, and bioluminescence is one of the clearest examples of it. Now that we've established what bioluminescence is at its most basic level, it's worth exploring where this living light is most commonly found, and why certain environments seem to favour these glowing organisms. The ocean, particularly the deeper parts of it, is where bioluminescence truly flourishes. The prevalence of light-producing organisms in marine environments isn't random. It's deeply connected to the physics of light and water and to the challenges of living in a place where sunlight becomes increasingly scarce. Bioluminescence is extremely common in the ocean, especially as you descend into deeper waters. Near the surface, where sunlight penetrates easily, bioluminescence exists but isn't as essential. As you go deeper though, sunlight fades quickly. Water absorbs and scatters light, and different wavelengths of light penetrate to different depths. Red light, with its longer wavelength, gets absorbed first, disappearing within just a few meters of the surface. Orange and yellow follow, then green. Blue light, with its shorter wavelength, can penetrate the deepest, but even that eventually fades as you descend. In the open ocean, many animals live in what's known as the twilight zone, a region that typically starts around 200 meters down and extends to about 1,000 meters. In this zone, there's still some faint light filtering down from above, but it's dim and almost entirely blue. The environment has a perpetual twilight quality, not dark enough to be completely black, but nowhere near bright enough for the kind of vision we're used to. In this strange half-lit world, small points of light stand out dramatically. A tiny bioluminescent flash can be visible from a considerable distance, making it useful for communication, for finding mates, or for startling potential predators. The twilight zone is home to an enormous biomass of organisms, many of them bioluminescent. Schools of small fish, clouds of krill and other crustaceans, jellyfish drifting on currents, all of these move through the dim blue light, many of them carrying their own light-producing capabilities. During the day, many of these organisms remain at depth, but as night falls, they often migrate upward toward more food-rich surface waters. This daily vertical migration is one of the largest movements of biomass on the planet, and bioluminescence plays a role in it, helping organisms communicate and navigate during their journeys. Deeper still, below the twilight zone, the ocean becomes almost completely dark. This is the midnight zone and below, where sunlight essentially doesn't reach at all. Here, bioluminescence becomes even more prevalent. Estimates suggest that a significant majority of organisms living in the deep ocean have some capacity for bioluminescence. In this perpetual darkness, light becomes a valuable tool. It can serve as a form of communication between members of the same species, helping them find each other in the vast emptiness. It can act as a lure, attracting prey toward a predator. It can serve as camouflage through counter-illumination, which we'll explore more later. The point is that in an environment without sunlight, the ability to produce your own light becomes remarkably useful. Many bioluminescent creatures in the ocean are small, tiny plankton, small fish, diminutive squid, but their light can still be quite noticeable in the darkness. Some of these glows, appear as tiny sparkles, like underwater stars scattered through the water column. If you could somehow observe a cross-section of the deep ocean in the dark, you might see countless small points of light drifting, flashing, or glowing steadily, creating a sort of inverted night sky. Each point of light represents an organism going about its business, whether that's hunting, communicating, or simply existing in its dark habitat. The distribution of bioluminescent organisms isn't uniform throughout the ocean. In some areas, particularly where ocean currents bring nutrients together or where underwater features like seamounts create special conditions, concentrations of bioluminescent life can be especially high. These areas become hotspots of glowing activity, with more frequent flashes and glows as organisms interact, hunt, and communicate. Other organisms produce light that appears as soft glowing patches or lines along their bodies. Some fish have rows of photophores, specialized, light-producing organs, arranged along their sides or bellies. Some squid have scattered photophores that can create complex patterns. The distribution of these light organs isn't random, it's shaped by evolution to serve specific purposes, whether that's species recognition, camouflage, or something else entirely. Not all marine bioluminescence happens in the deep sea though. Many bioluminescent organisms are active at night near the surface as well. Certain types of plankton, for instance, live in the upper layers of the ocean but produce light primarily at night, when the risk of being seen by visual predators is lower. This creates interesting dynamics where organisms migrate vertically through the water column on a daily cycle, rising toward the surface at night and descending during the day. Even near shore in relatively shallow water, you can sometimes see glowing waves caused by tiny organisms. When conditions are right, usually warm water and high concentrations of certain types of bioluminescent plankton, the mechanical disturbance of waves breaking or water being stirred can trigger millions of microscopic organisms to flash simultaneously. This creates a glow that ripples through the water, visible from shore. It's a gentle phenomenon, a soft blue-green glow that appears and fades, and it's one of the most accessible forms of bioluminescence for people who don't have access to deep-sea submersibles. The prevalence of bioluminescence in marine environments compared to terrestrial ones is striking. While we do have fireflies and glowing fungi on land, the percentage of species that are bioluminescent is much higher in the ocean. This makes sense when you consider the environments. On land, there's usually at least some ambient light from the moon and stars, even on the darkest nights. In many terrestrial environments, there are also places to hide, under leaves, in burrows, behind rocks. In the open ocean, especially at depth, there's nowhere to hide and often no ambient light at all. Bioluminescence fills a niche that exists more urgently in the ocean than on land. With this understanding of where bioluminescence is most common, especially in the ocean's quiet darkness, we can now turn our attention to the question of why organisms glow. What purposes does living light serve? The answers are practical and grounded in the day-to-day challenges of survival, but they're no less interesting for being pragmatic. One of the most straightforward reasons for bioluminescence is communication between members of the same species. In a dark environment, visual signals have to produce their own light to be seen. If you're a bioluminescent organism looking for others of your kind, a recognizable pattern of light can serve as a beacon. This is particularly important for reproduction. Many bioluminescent organisms use light to attract mates, producing specific patterns that members of their own species can recognize. These patterns function like visual mating calls, allowing individuals to find each other even when scattered across large distances in the dark ocean. The specificity of these patterns is important. In any given area of ocean, there might be dozens or even hundreds of different species living in proximity. If they all produce the same pattern of light, the signal would become useless. Too much noise, not enough clear information. So evolution has favoured the development of species-specific patterns. One species might produce 3 quick flashes followed by a pause, another might produce a steady glow that pulses in intensity. A third might create a complex pattern of flashes from different photophores on its body in sequence. These different patterns allow organisms to recognize their own species reliably. Some organisms use light to startle or confuse predators, giving themselves a crucial moment to escape. Imagine you're a predator hunting in the dark using whatever limited vision you have. Suddenly, the creature you're approaching produces a bright flash of light. The unexpected stimulus might cause you to hesitate or recoil, and that split second of confusion could be all the prey needs to dart away. Some squid and shrimp employ this strategy, producing sudden bursts of light or even releasing clouds of glowing fluid that create visual chaos while the animal escapes into the darkness. The effectiveness of this strategy depends partly on the element of surprise. If a predator encountered glowing prey all the time, it might become desensitized to the flashes. But because most organisms conserve their bioluminescence and only use it when necessary, each flash retains its capacity to startle. The predator doesn't know exactly when the flash will come, which maintains the defensive value of the light. Conversely, some organisms use light to lure prey closer. The most famous example is probably the anglerfish, with its bioluminescent lure dangling in front of its mouth. The lure acts like a small beacon in the dark, attracting smaller fish or invertebrates that are drawn to the light. When prey comes close enough to investigate, the anglerfish can strike. This strategy turns the prey's own attraction to light into a vulnerability. The anglerfish lure is a modified fin spine that has evolved into a fishing rod of sorts, complete with a glowing tip. The glow comes from bioluminescent bacteria living in a specialized bulb at the end of the lure. The anglerfish can control the lure's position, waving it enticingly to mimic the movement of small prey organisms. In the absolute darkness of the deep sea, this small glowing object might be the only visible thing for meters in any direction, making it incredibly attractive to potential prey that are accustomed to following light signals. Different species of anglerfish have evolved different lure shapes and behaviors, presumably to attract different types of prey or to fish in different ways. Some lures are simple bulbs, others have elaborate appendages or complex shapes. The diversity of lures reflects the diversity of deep-sea environments and the different ecological niches these fish occupy. Then there's the fascinating phenomenon of counter-illumination, which is a form of camouflage that uses light in a counterintuitive way. If you're a fish or squid living in the twilight zone, there's a faint blue glow coming from above due to the filtered sunlight. If you're seen from below against this faint background, you appear as a dark silhouette. Predators hunting from below can use this silhouette to locate prey. Counter-illumination solves this problem by producing light on the underside of the body that matches the intensity and colour of the faint light from above. This effectively erases the silhouette, making the organism much harder to detect from below. It's camouflage through matching the ambient light, rather than through matching the surrounding visual texture. The precision required for effective counter-illumination is remarkable. The organism needs to produce light that matches not just the colour of the downwelling light, but also its intensity, and that intensity changes depending on depth, time of day, and weather conditions at the surface. Many organisms that use counter-illumination have sophisticated control systems that allow them to adjust their ventral light output continuously. Some have light-sensing organs on their backs that measure the downwelling light, and neural circuits that adjust the ventral photophores to match. This creates a sort of active camouflage system, constantly updating to maintain invisibility. It's energetically expensive. The organism has to produce light continuously while in the twilight zone. But the survival advantage of being invisible to predators below is apparently worth the cost. Some bioluminescent displays may serve as warnings to predators. Certain organisms that are toxic, unpalatable, or difficult to eat produce light that could signal their unsuitability as prey. This is similar to how some brightly coloured land animals use their appearance to advertise that they're not worth eating. The bioluminescence becomes a warning sign in an environment where colour as we usually think of it isn't visible. This type of warning coloration, called a persematism, is common on land but less well documented in the deep sea, partly because it's harder to study. However, there's evidence that some glowing organisms are indeed avoided by predators that have learned to associate certain light patterns with bad experiences. Some bioluminescent jellyfish, for instance, have stinging cells that make them unpleasant to eat, and their glow may help predators learn to avoid them. Other uses of bioluminescence involve creating confusion through multiple moving points of light. Some organisms can release glowing material into the water, creating a cloud of light that obscures their actual position. While the predator is distracted by or focused on this glowing cloud, the organism can escape. It's a decoy strategy that uses light as misdirection. Certain deep-sea squid are particularly adept at this. They can eject glowing mucus or ink from specialized glands, creating a luminous cloud roughly the same size and shape as the squid itself. The cloud hangs in the water, glowing while the squid jets away in a different direction. A predator, seeing this glowing blob, might attack it, only to discover it's inedible mucus rather than squid. In some cases, bioluminescence may help organisms illuminate their immediate surroundings slightly, though this use is more debated. The light levels produced by most bioluminescent organisms are quite faint and wouldn't provide much in the way of useful illumination for seeing objects. However, for organisms with extremely sensitive eyes adapted to near total darkness, even a faint glow might provide some useful information about the environment. Some deep-sea fish have photophores near their eyes, positioned in ways that could potentially illuminate objects directly in front of the fish. Whether this actually helps them see better is uncertain. The light levels are very low, but it's a hypothesis that researchers continue to investigate. It's also possible that these near-eye photophores serve some other function, like signaling or species recognition, rather than illumination. What's striking about all these uses is how subtle they tend to be. Bioluminescence in nature is rarely about creating massive amounts of light or illuminating large areas. It's more about precise, targeted use of small amounts of light for specific purposes. The light serves as a whisper rather than a shout, a gentle signal in the darkness that conveys information efficiently and economically. Each flash, each glow, each pattern represents energy spent for a purpose, and evolution has shaped these displays to be as effective as possible with minimal waste. The energy economy of bioluminescence is worth considering in more detail. Producing light requires resources. The organism has to synthesize luciferin, which involves metabolic pathways that consume energy and raw materials. It has to produce and maintain luciferous enzymes. It has to build and maintain specialized light organs if it has them. All of this represents an investment that has to pay off in survival or reproductive benefits. For organisms living in food-poor environments like the deep sea, every calorie matters. They can't afford to waste energy on unnecessary displays. This is why bioluminescence in the deep sea tends to be brief and purposeful. An organism might flash for a fraction of a second to startle a predator, or glow for a few seconds while searching for a mate, but it won't maintain a continuous bright glow unless that serves a specific function like counter-illumination. The efficiency of the light-producing reaction helps with this energy economy. Because bioluminescence produces light with minimal heat waste, the organism gets more light output per calorie invested compared to what would be possible with a less efficient reaction. This efficiency makes bioluminescence viable as a strategy even in energy-poor environments. Now let's return to the chemistry itself and explore in a bit more detail how the glow actually happens inside these organisms. We've mentioned luciferin and luciferase, but there's more to the story, including how organisms control their light and why different creatures glow in different colours. The luciferin-luciferase reaction is the most common mechanism for bioluminescence, but the specifics can vary quite a bit from one organism to another. Different species have evolved different types of luciferin molecules. These molecules might look quite different chemically, but they share the common property of being able to release light when they react. In fireflies, for example, the luciferin is a specific compound called firefly luciferin, which has a particular chemical structure unique to beetles. In certain marine organisms, the luciferin might be a compound called calentrazine, which is widespread among jellyfish, some squid, some fish, and various other creatures. There are other types as well, each evolved independently, and each with its own chemical properties. Calentrazine is particularly interesting because it's so widespread among marine organisms, appearing in animals from different phyla that aren't closely related. This suggests that either calentrazine-based bioluminescence evolved very early and was inherited by many descendant groups, or that different lineages independently evolved the ability to use this particular molecule. The molecule itself can be synthesized by some organisms, while others obtain it through their diet, eating prey that contain calentrazine and then using it for their own bioluminescence. The reaction mechanism for calentrazine-based bioluminescence is well understood. The molecule reacts with oxygen in the presence of a luciferase enzyme, forming an unstable intermediate compound. This intermediate breaks down, releasing carbon dioxide and a photon of light. The specific wavelength of that photon, which determines its colour, depends on the detailed structure of the luciferase enzyme and the environment around the reaction. Firefly luciferin works through a similar but chemically distinct pathway. In the presence of ATP, the cell's energy currency, magnesium ions, oxygen, and firefly luciferase, firefly luciferin undergoes a series of reactions that ultimately produce light. The efficiency of this reaction is extraordinary. In laboratory conditions, firefly luciferase can convert chemical energy to light with quantum efficiency approaching 90%, meaning that nearly every luciferin molecule that reacts produces a photon. This is far more efficient than any artificial light source humans have developed. The colour of the light an organism produces depends on several factors, including the specific chemistry of the light-producing reaction and the structure of the proteins and molecules involved. When luciferin reacts and releases energy, that energy comes out as photons, particles of light. The wavelength of those photons, which determines what colour we perceive, depends on the amount of energy in each photon. Higher energy photons appear more blue or violet. Lower energy photons appear more red or orange. The structure of the luciferase enzyme and the environment around the luciferin can affect how much energy each photon carries, which in turn affects the colour of the light. Many marine organisms produce blue or blue-green light, and this isn't random. Blue light happens to travel through seawater much better than other colours. Remember how red light gets absorbed quickly near the surface? That same principle applies to bioluminescent light. If you're producing light to communicate or to be seen, blue-green is the most efficient colour to use in water because it will travel the farthest before being absorbed or scattered. The absorption properties of seawater create a selective pressure favouring blue-green bioluminescence. An organism that produced red light in the deep ocean would be at a disadvantage because its signals wouldn't travel far. Over evolutionary time, natural selection has favoured blue-green light production in marine environments, which is why the vast majority of marine bioluminescence falls in this part of the spectrum. Some organisms produce green light, and some can even produce yellow or red light under certain conditions, though red is quite rare in marine environments. There are a few deep-sea fish that produce red light, and they use it in interesting ways. Because most deep-sea organisms have eyes adapted to detect blue light and can't see red at all, a red light becomes like a private flashlight. The fish can illuminate its surroundings or illuminate potential prey without the prey knowing it's being observed. It's a clever adaptation that exploits the sensory limitations of other organisms. On land, fireflies often produce yellow-green or yellow light, which is visible in air and doesn't need to travel through water. The colour is optimised for their specific environment and their specific needs. Different species of fireflies produce slightly different colours, ranging from yellow to orange to green, depending on small variations in their luciferase enzymes. These colour differences can contribute to species recognition. A female firefly is more likely to respond to the precise colour and flash pattern of her own species. Producing light requires energy, just like any other biological process. The organism has to synthesize luciferin, maintain the luciferase enzyme, and provide the conditions for the reaction to occur. Because of this energy cost, organisms have evolved ways to control when they glow. It wouldn't make sense to glow continuously if you don't need to. That would waste resources that could be used for growth, reproduction, or other vital functions. Some organisms can switch their light on and off very quickly. Fireflies are masters of this, able to produce rapid, precisely timed flashes. The control mechanism in fireflies involves nerve signals that trigger the light organ to produce the chemical conditions necessary for the reaction. When the signal arrives, the cells in the light organ emit oxygen, which combines with luciferin in the presence of luciferase, and light is produced. When the signal stops, the oxygen supply is restricted and the light goes out. This allows for the rapid flashing patterns that make fireflies so distinctive. The light organ in a firefly is a complex structure with multiple cell types working together. There are photocytes, which are the cells that actually produce the light. These are surrounded by reflector cells that contain uric acid crystals, which help direct the light outward rather than letting it scatter in all directions. The whole organ is connected to the tracheal system, the network of tubes that fireflies use to breathe, and neural control of the tracheal endings regulates oxygen delivery to the photocytes. It's an elegant system that allows precise on-off control. In some marine organisms, the control is mediated by neural signals as well. Certain squid, for instance, can control their photophores with remarkable precision, turning individual light organs on and off to create complex patterns. The neural control is similar in principle to how we might control our muscles. A nerve impulse triggers a change in the organ that leads to light production. Some squid have dozens or even hundreds of individual photophores scattered across their bodies, each one potentially under independent neural control. This allows them to create complex moving patterns of light, like animated displays. The purpose of these elaborate patterns isn't always clear, but they likely serve in communication, perhaps helping squid recognize each other or coordinate behavior in groups. In other organisms, the glow may be more constant or slow changing. Some jellyfish, for example, produce a glow that pulses slowly, fading in and out over seconds rather than flashing rapidly. The control mechanism here might be less about nerve signals and more about the gradual accumulation and depletion of the chemicals needed for the reaction, or about slower changes in the chemical environment inside the light-producing cells. In jellyfish that produce light in response to physical disturbance, the trigger is often mechanical. Specialized cells detect pressure or vibration, and this mechanical stimulus initiates a cascade of events that leads to light production. The system is self-limiting. After producing a flash, the cells need time to reset before they can flash again. This creates the characteristic pulsing pattern you see when you disturb bioluminescent jellyfish. This ability to control light is like having a tiny dimmer switch or on-off switch built into the organism's biology. It allows for sophisticated use of light as a tool, enabling organisms to send signals, create patterns, or save energy when light isn't needed. The precision of this control is a testament to how evolution can fine-tune even something as seemingly simple as a chemical reaction to serve complex purposes. The cellular machinery that enables this control is itself fascinating. Inside a photocyte or other light-producing cell, there are mechanisms to store luciferin and luciferase separately until needed, prevent premature reactions, trigger the reaction on demand, and then clear away the products so the cell can produce light again. All of this happens at a microscopic scale, coordinated by the cell's internal systems. Some organisms store luciferin and luciferase in separate cellular compartments, only allowing them to mix when light production is needed. Others keep them together but control the availability of oxygen or other cofactors that are necessary for the reaction. The specific mechanism varies, but the principle is the same: maintain tight control over when and how the light-producing reaction occurs. With the chemistry explained in a bit more depth, it's nice to shift focus to some familiar examples of bioluminescence that many of us have encountered, or at least heard about. Fireflies are perhaps the most widely recognized bioluminescent organisms, particularly in regions where they're common during warm months. Their soft blinking lights on summer evenings have a nostalgic, almost magical quality, and they provide a perfect example of bioluminescence used for communication. Fireflies are actually beetles, members of the family Lampyridae. Despite their name, they're not flies at all. During their adult stage, many species produce light from a specialized organ located in their abdomen. The organ consists of layers of cells that contain luciferin, luciferase, and the other components needed for the light-producing reaction. The outer layers of the organ allow the light to shine through clearly, while the inner layers may contain reflective materials that help direct the light outward rather than letting it dissipate into the body. For most firefly species, the primary purpose of the glow is communication related to mating. Male fireflies typically fly around producing flashes in species-specific patterns. Female fireflies, often waiting on vegetation or on the ground, observe these patterns. When a female sees a pattern that matches her species, she may respond with her own flash. This back-and-forth exchange of light signals allows males and females to find each other in the dark. The pattern is key. The timing between flashes, the duration of each flash, and the number of flashes in a sequence all contribute to species recognition. The specificity of these patterns is remarkable. In one study of fireflies in the Great Smoky Mountains, researchers documented multiple species active in the same areas on the same nights, each with its own distinct flash pattern. One species might flash once every several seconds while flying in a straight line. Another might fly in a J-shaped pattern, flashing at the bottom of each J. A third might produce pairs of flashes separated by a characteristic interval. These differences allow each species to maintain reproductive isolation even while sharing the same habitat. Different firefly species have evolved distinctly different flash patterns. Some produce single flashes spaced several seconds apart. Others produce rapid bursts of multiple flashes. Some fly in J-shaped patterns while flashing, creating a visual signature in the air. This diversity of patterns allows multiple species of fireflies to coexist in the same area without confusion, because each species has its own recognizable signal. The evolution of these diverse patterns is an example of what's called character displacement. When related species live in the same area, natural selection favors individuals whose signals are most distinct from other species, reducing the chances of mistaken identity and wasted mating effort. Over time, this leads to increasingly divergent signal patterns, allowing even closely related species to coexist without confusion. In some remarkable cases, fireflies can synchronize their flashes in groups. This behavior has been observed in several species, most famously in certain fireflies in Southeast Asia, and in the species Photinus carolinus in the eastern United States. During peak mating season, thousands of male fireflies may gather in an area and begin flashing in unison, creating waves of light that sweep through the landscape. The synchronization appears to involve each firefly adjusting its flash timing slightly, in response to the flashes it sees around it, leading to spontaneous coordination across the group. The exact advantage of this behavior is still debated, but it may help individual fireflies stand out, or it may make the group display more noticeable to females. The synchronization of fireflies is a beautiful example of emergence, a complex pattern arising from simple individual rules. Each firefly is essentially following a rule like, when I see a flash, advance my own flash cycle slightly. And when thousands of fireflies follow this rule simultaneously, the result is spontaneous synchronization. It's similar to how audiences sometimes spontaneously synchronize their clapping at concerts, or how certain heart cells synchronize their firing patterns. The efficiency of firefly light is remarkable. Fireflies can convert a very high percentage of the energy in their light-producing reaction directly into light, with very little wasted as heat. This efficiency is one of the things that makes bioluminescence so fascinating from a technological perspective. If we could create artificial lights that were as efficient as firefly lanterns, we could save enormous amounts of energy. Scientists have studied firefly luciferase extensively, trying to understand what makes it so efficient. The enzyme structure appears to position the reactants in exactly the right configuration to favor light production over heat production. Researchers have even created artificial versions of firefly luciferase, with modifications that change the color of the light produced, or that make the enzyme more stable at different temperatures. These engineered luciferases are used in research applications around the world. Fireflies don't begin their lives as glowing adults. They start as eggs, which hatch into larvae. The larvae look quite different from the adults. They're elongated, segmented, and somewhat worm-like. Interestingly, many firefly larvae can also produce light. These larval fireflies often live on or near the ground in moist habitats like meadows, forests, or near streams. They're predatory, feeding on snails, slugs, and other soft-bodied invertebrates. The glow in larvae may serve as a warning to predators that they're unpalatable, as many firefly larvae contain defensive chemicals. The larval stage can last a year or even 2 years for some species, during which time the larvae feed and grow through several molts. When they've accumulated enough energy and reach the appropriate size, they enter a pupal stage. During pupation, the larval body is reorganized into the adult form, complete with wings, adult light organs, and reproductive structures. The adult stage is relatively short for many species, just a few weeks during which the primary goal is reproduction. After mating and laying eggs, the adults die and the cycle begins again. Some adult fireflies don't eat at all, relying entirely on energy stored during their larval stage. Their sole purpose as adults is to find mates and reproduce. Other species do feed as adults, consuming nectar or pollen to fuel their mating flights and egg production. The diversity of firefly life histories reflects their adaptation to different environments and ecological niches. Watching fireflies drift through a warm summer evening has a deeply calming quality. Their lights appear and disappear in gentle rhythms, creating patterns against the darkening sky and landscape. It's easy to stand and watch them without any particular goal, just observing the quiet conversation of a light happening around you, the slow pace, the soft glow, the peaceful setting. It all combines to create an experience that feels restorative. It's a reminder that nature often communicates in gentle ways, and that even when it produces something as eye-catching as light, it can do so softly without harshness or glare. There's something meditative about watching fireflies. Your eyes naturally follow individual lights as they appear, trace their paths through the air and then watch them blink out. Then, another catches your attention, and another, creating a gentle exercise in focused yet relaxed attention. It's not unlike meditation practices that involve watching candles or other gentle visual stimuli. The experience slows down your thoughts and brings you into the present moment. In many cultures, fireflies have symbolic significance, often representing transience, beauty, or the presence of spirits or souls. In Japan, firefly viewing is a traditional summer activity, and certain rivers and parks are famous for their firefly displays. The insects are celebrated in poetry, art, and literature, often evoking themes of summer, love, and the fleeting nature of beauty. Now let's drift back toward the water and explore another context where bioluminescence creates beautiful displays, glowing waves and bioluminescent bays, where the simple disturbance of water can trigger millions of tiny organisms to flash, creating what looks like liquid light. Some of the most enchanting, bioluminescent displays occur when ocean waves appear to glow, sparkling with blue-green light as they roll and break. This phenomenon is caused by microscopic organisms called dinoflagellates, which are a type of plankton. Dinoflagellates are single-celled organisms that drift in the water, and while there are many species of dinoflagellates, several are capable of producing light when mechanically disturbed. The dinoflagellates responsible for glowing waves often belong to species like Noctiluca scintillans or Lingulodynium polyedrum. These organisms are quite small, typically less than a millimetre in diameter, but when present in high concentrations their collective glow can be spectacular. During the day you might not notice them at all, or you might see the water take on a slightly reddish or brownish tint if their population is particularly dense. At night though, when the water is disturbed they flash. Noctiluca scintillans is particularly interesting. Its name means nightlight and sparkling, which is wonderfully descriptive. Unlike some other bioluminescent dinoflagellates, Noctiluca is relatively large for a single-celled organism. Visible to the naked eye if you look closely at disturbed water during a bloom, the cell is roughly spherical with a trailing tentacle that it uses to capture food particles. Inside the cell are scintillans, tiny organelles that produce the flash when stimulated. The flash itself is a defense mechanism, or at least that's the leading hypothesis. When a dinoflagellate is jostled or disturbed, by a wave, by a swimming fish, by a passing boat, or even by your hand moving through the water, it produces a brief flash of light. This flash may serve to startle small predators that are trying to eat the dinoflagellate, giving it a momentary advantage. Alternatively, or additionally, the flash might attract the attention of larger predators that could eat whatever disturbed the dinoflagellate, essentially calling in help. This burglar alarm hypothesis suggests that the dinoflagellate uses light to draw attention to its attacker. Research on this burglar alarm hypothesis has shown that copepods, small crustaceans that eat dinoflagellates, do sometimes get eaten by larger predators when they trigger bioluminescent flashes. Fish hunting in the dark can see the flashes and home in on them, catching the copepods rather than the dinoflagellates. This provides evidence that the flashing does indeed help the dinoflagellates survive, though probably not every time. Regardless of the evolutionary reason, the effect is beautiful. When waves roll towards shore during a bioluminescent bloom, each breaking wave illuminates from within, outlining the curl and splash with blue-green light. Walking along the beach during such an event, every footstep in the wet sand can trigger tiny sparkles. If you wade into the water and move your hand through it, trails of light follow your movements. Swimming or kayaking through bioluminescent water creates an otherworldly experience, where every stroke leaves glowing swirls behind. The glow produced by dinoflagellates appears blue because that wavelength travels well through water, and because it's the colour produced by their particular light-generating chemistry. The specific molecules and structures involved create photons in the blue-green range of the spectrum. The light is relatively bright for a single-celled organism, but still quite faint overall. It's most visible in very dark conditions, away from artificial lights. The duration of each flash is very brief, typically lasting only a fraction of a second. The scintillons inside the dinoflagellate cell respond to mechanical disturbance by rapidly releasing their light-producing chemicals, creating a quick flash, and then the cell needs time to reset before it can flash again. This means that if you stir the water continuously, The flashing will gradually dim as more and more cells enter their refractory period. These bioluminescent events are most common in warm waters where nutrient conditions support large populations of dinoflagellates. They can be somewhat seasonal, often peaking in late summer or early fall in temperate regions. Certain bays and coastal areas have become famous for their reliable bioluminescent displays. Bioluminescent bays in places like Puerto Rico, Jamaica, and other tropical locations have high concentrations of dinoflagellates year-round and attract visitors who want to experience the glowing water. In these bays, the water is typically calm and sheltered, which helps maintain the dinoflagellate population. On a dark night, paddling through these bays in a kayak can make you feel like you're moving through liquid starlight. Mosquito Bay in Vieques, Puerto Rico, is often cited as the brightest bioluminescent bay in the world. The bay has several features that make it ideal for bioluminescent dinoflagellates: a narrow opening to the ocean that reduces water exchange, mangrove forests around the edges that drop leaves and other organic material into the water, providing nutrients, and warm, shallow water. The dinoflagellate species here is Pyridinium bahamense, which produces a particularly bright blue flash. The conditions that lead to bioluminescent blooms are specific. The water temperature needs to be within a certain range, nutrients need to be available in the right concentrations, and the water generally needs to be relatively calm to allow the dinoflagellates to concentrate. Sometimes blooms appear unexpectedly, other times they're predictable based on seasonal patterns. Local knowledge often helps. People who live near bioluminescent areas usually have a sense of when conditions are most likely to produce displays. Red tides, which are blooms of certain dinoflagellate species that can be toxic to marine life and humans, are related to bioluminescent blooms but distinct. Some red tide species do produce bioluminescence, which can create the unusual and somewhat eerie sight of toxic, glowing red-brown water at night. However, not all bioluminescent blooms are harmful, and not all harmful blooms are bioluminescent. The two phenomena can overlap but aren't the same thing. It's one of the calmest kinds of light show in nature. Unlike fireworks or lightning, which are sudden and dramatic, bioluminescent water responds to gentle motion with gentle light. The faster and more turbulent the water movement, the more light is produced, but even vigorous splashing creates a soft glow rather than anything harsh or glaring. You can sit by the water's edge during a bloom and watch the subtle sparkles appear and fade with each wave. There's something meditative about it. The rhythm of the waves, the soft glow, the darkness all around. It invites quiet observation rather than excitement or alarm. The experience of swimming in bioluminescent water is one that people often describe as transformative or magical, even those who understand the scientific explanation. There's something profound about being surrounded by living light, about moving through water and watching your movements create trails of luminescence. It connects you to the natural world in a visceral way, reminding you that you're part of an ecosystem full of other living things, each responding to the environment in their own ways. With those sparkling waters in mind, let's descend once more into deeper parts of the ocean and meet some of the creatures that carry their own lanterns through the midnight depths. The deep sea is home to a remarkable diversity of bioluminescent organisms, and among them, lanternfish and other small deep-sea creatures create a landscape of living light in what would otherwise be complete darkness. Lanternfish are a group of small fish belonging to the family Myctophidae, and they're one of the most abundant types of fish in the ocean. Despite their abundance, most people never encounter lanternfish because these fish live in deep water and only occasionally come near the surface, usually at night. They're typically just a few inches long, with large eyes adapted to low light conditions and bodies covered with specialized light-producing organs called photophores. The abundance of lanternfish is hard to overstate. They're found in oceans around the world, from tropical to polar waters, and in such vast numbers that they represent a significant portion of all fish biomass in the ocean. Estimates suggest there may be trillions of individual lanternfish worldwide. Despite this abundance, they remain largely unknown to most people because they live in the deep ocean's midwater zone, an environment that's difficult for humans to access and observe. Photophores are sophisticated structures. Each photophore is essentially a tiny biological lamp, containing light-producing cells, often backed by a reflective tissue to direct the light outward and sometimes fronted by a lens-like structure that focuses or filters the light. In lanternfish, photophores are arranged in specific patterns along the sides and underside of the body. These patterns vary between species, functioning as a kind of identification system. In the dim environment of the deep sea, these light patterns allow fish to recognize members of their own species. The anatomy of a photophore reveals nature's ingenuity. At the core are the photocytes, cells that produce light through bioluminescent reactions. Behind these are layers of cells containing crystals or other reflective materials arranged to form a mirror-like backing that directs light outward. In front might be a layer of tissue that acts as a lens, focusing the light into a beam or diffusing it in a particular pattern. Some photophores even have coloured filters that modify the light's wavelength, though this is less common since most organisms produce blue-green light anyway. One of the main purposes of the photophores on the underside of lanternfish is counter-illumination. During the day or in the twilight zone where some faint light penetrates from above, a lanternfish needs to avoid being seen as a dark silhouette against the lighter background above. By activating its ventral photophores and adjusting their brightness to match the faint downwelling light, the fish can effectively disappear when viewed from below. This is a form of active camouflage. The fish continually adjusts its light output to match the changing conditions of ambient light as it moves through the water column. The challenge of counter-illumination is dynamic. As the lanternfish swims up and down in the water column during its daily vertical migration, the ambient light level changes dramatically. Near the surface at dusk there might be considerable light from above. At depth during the day there's almost none. The fish needs to adjust its photophore output constantly to maintain the match. This requires sensory systems to detect the ambient light level and neural systems to modulate the photophores accordingly, a sophisticated feedback system operating continuously. Lanternfish aren't the only deep-sea organisms that produce light. The deep sea is absolutely full of bioluminescent creatures, representing an enormous range of body types and evolutionary lineages. Some deep-sea squid produce light through photophores, while others have symbiotic bacteria that glow. Certain deep-sea squid can release glowing mucus or ink into the water when threatened, creating a luminous cloud that confuses predators while the squid escapes into the darkness. This is similar to the way some shallow water squid and octopuses release ink, but with the added element of light. The vampire squid, despite its ominous name, is actually a gentle creature that feeds on marine snow, detritus falling through the water column. When threatened, it can eject a cloud of glowing mucus from the tips of its arms. This luminous cloud can persist for several minutes, creating a confusing display while the squid jets away. The vampire squid can also turn itself inside out, pulling its webbed arms up over its body in a defensive posture that exposes spiny projections. The combination of glowing mucus and this alien appearance is enough to deter most predators. Jellyfish are another major group of bioluminescent organisms in the deep sea. Many deep-sea jellyfish produce soft pulses or rings of light that travel along their bells or tentacles. The light can be mesmerizing to watch, gentle waves of blue or green luminescence flowing across translucent tissue. Some jellyfish seem to produce light more or less continuously at a low level, while others flash in response to disturbance. The purposes vary, but generally the light may serve to startle predators or perhaps to attract prey. A taller jellyfish, sometimes called the alarm jellyfish, has a particularly striking defense mechanism. When attacked, it produces a pinwheel, pattern of light flashes that rotate around its bell. This burglar alarm display is thought to attract larger predators that might attack whatever is disturbing the jellyfish, similar to the dinoflagellate strategy. The flashing pattern is distinct and dramatic enough that researchers can often tell when an Atala jellyfish has been disturbed in deep-sea video footage, even if the jellyfish itself isn't visible. Deep-sea shrimp provide yet another example. Some species can produce clouds of glowing fluid from glands near their mouths, creating a luminous smoke screen. When a predator approaches, the shrimp expels this glowing material and then swims away into the darkness, while the predator is distracted by the bright cloud. It's an elegant escape strategy that takes advantage of the predator's visual system. One particularly well-studied example is the deep-sea shrimp Acanthophora purpurea, which produces a blue glowing secretion from glands near its mouth. When threatened, the shrimp can eject this luminous material while simultaneously jetting backward. The combination of sudden bright light and rapid movement in the opposite direction is often enough to allow escape. Studies have shown that the glowing cloud can persist for several seconds, giving the shrimp time to put distance between itself and the predator. Even among fish beyond the lanternfish family, bioluminescence is common in the deep sea. Anglerfish, dragonfishes, hatchetfish, and many others have light-producing organs. The anglerfish's lure is perhaps the most famous, a modified dorsal fin spine that extends forward over the mouth, tipped with a glowing bulb of tissue. The light attracts prey fish, or invertebrates that approach to investigate, and when they come close enough, the anglerfish's enormous mouth snaps them up. The deep-sea anglerfish group includes many species with elaborate lures, each adapted to their particular niche. Some have simple glowing bulbs, others have lures with complex branches or appendages that may mimic the appearance of small prey organisms. The female anglerfish, which is the one with the lure, males are tiny and often parasitic, attaching to the female, sits nearly motionless in the water, conserving energy, waiting for prey to approach the lure. Dragonfish are another fascinating group. These elongated predators have bioluminescent photophores along their bodies, and in many species a chin barbel tipped with a glowing lure. They also have large teeth, and some of the deepest living species have been found to produce both blue and red light, extremely unusual in the deep sea. The red light may allow them to illuminate prey without the prey knowing, since most deep-sea organisms can't detect red wavelengths. The patterns of bioluminescent light in the deep sea serve as identity signals in an environment where visual cues are otherwise scarce. Imagine drifting through complete darkness and needing to find a mate or avoid wasting energy, trying to interact with the wrong species. A species-specific pattern of photophores solves this problem. Each species has its own arrangement and timing of lights, creating a visual signature that can be recognized even from a distance in the dark. This is especially important in the deep sea where population densities are often quite low. An individual lanternfish, for example, might not encounter another member of its species for some time. When it does, it needs to recognize them quickly and reliably. The photophore pattern provides this recognition at a glance, or, more accurately, at a glow. Many of these deep-sea glows are brief and used only when needed. Producing light costs energy, and food is often scarce in the deep ocean. Organisms don't waste energy on continuous displays unless they serve a purpose. Instead, they flash when approached, or glow when actively searching for mates, or illuminate briefly to identify themselves to others. The rest of the time, they conserve energy, drifting or swimming through darkness without illumination. This conservation of energy extends to many aspects of deep-sea life. Metabolic rates are often low, movement is often slow and efficient, and behaviours are often simplified to reduce energy expenditure. Bioluminescence fits into this pattern. It's used strategically, not wastefully. If you could somehow observe the deep ocean in its natural state at night, which is essentially identical to its state during the day since sunlight doesn't reach these depths, you would see a quiet, dark expanse punctuated by occasional small lights. A flash here, a steady glow there, a pattern of photophores drifting past. It's like a night sky turned upside down, with darkness as the dominant feature and light as the rare, precious element. There's something almost peaceful about imagining that environment. It's not hostile or frightening, just quiet and dark, with living things making their way through it using light as one tool. Among many, the deep sea lacks the chaos and noise of many surface environments. There are no waves, no storms, no dramatic temperature swings. The conditions are stable, dark, cold, and calm. Life exists there at a slower pace, in some ways, adapted to the peculiar challenges of that environment. The bioluminescence is part of that adaptation, a solution to the problem of communication and survival in darkness. Now we can explore one of the more fascinating partnerships in the natural world, when bioluminescence arises not from the organism itself, but from symbiotic bacteria living inside it. This mutualistic relationship shows how cooperation between different species can solve problems in elegant ways. Some bioluminescence comes from symbiotic bacteria, rather than from the host organism's own cells. These are bacteria that produce light as part of their natural biology, and they live inside specialized organs or tissues of larger organisms. The host provides the bacteria with a safe environment and a steady supply of nutrients, while the bacteria provide the host with a reliable source of light. It's a partnership that benefits both parties. Certain squid are well-known examples of this arrangement. The Hawaiian bobtail squid, for instance, has a special organ in its body cavity that houses colonies of bioluminescent bacteria called Vibrio fischeri. During the day, the squid remains buried in sand on the seafloor. At night, it emerges to hunt for small shrimp and other prey in the shallow waters. As it swims, the bacterial light organ on its underside produces a glow that matches the moonlight or starlight filtering down from above. This counter-illumination helps the squid avoid casting a shadow that predators hunting from below could detect. The Hawaiian bobtail squid has been extensively studied as a model system for understanding symbiosis. The specificity of the relationship is remarkable. The squid only associates with Vibrio fischeri, not with other bacterial species that might be present in the water. The squid has special structures on its body that selectively attract and filter bacteria, allowing only V. fischeri to colonize the light organ. The squid has remarkable control over the light produced by its bacterial partners. Although the bacteria themselves are always glowing to some extent, the squid has developed structures around the light organ that allow it to control how much of that light is visible externally. Think of it like adjustable shutters or filters around a lamp. By covering or exposing the light organ, or by filtering the light in various ways, the squid can modulate the brightness and even the pattern of light it displays. This gives the squid the benefits of bioluminescence without having to control the actual chemical reactions. The bacteria handle that part continuously. The light organ in the bobtail squid contains specialized tissues that act like shutters, lenses, and reflectors. There's a layer of tissue that can expand or contract to cover more or less of the light organ. There are reflective cells that direct light downward. There are even structures that may help the squid measure ambient light levels, so it can adjust its counter-illumination to match. This relationship is so specific that the squid actually acquires its bacterial symbionts from the environment each generation. When young squid hatch, they don't have any bacteria in their light organs yet. Special structures on the squid's body attract the right species of bacteria from the surrounding seawater. The bacteria colonize the light organ, and the squid then modifies its tissues to support and maintain the bacterial colony. It's a fascinating example of how tightly coordinated these partnerships can be, involving specific recognition signals and specialized anatomical structures. The process of colonization involves chemical signals released by the juvenile squid that specifically attract Vibrio fischeri. The bacteria enter through pores and navigate into the light organ's crypts, where they settle and begin multiplying. As the bacterial colony establishes itself, the squid's light organ undergoes developmental changes. Certain temporary structures regress while the permanent light organ matures. This coordinated development requires communication between the squid and its bacterial partners. Symbiosis, in general terms, refers to close and often long-term relationships between different species. The relationship can take various forms: mutualism, where both benefit; commensalism, where one benefits and the other is unaffected; or parasitism, where one benefits at the expense of the other. The bacterial bioluminescence relationships we're discussing are mutualistic. The bacteria get a protected home with plenty of food, conditions that allow them to grow and reproduce. The host gets a steady, controllable source of light without having to synthesize luciferin and luciferase itself. In the case of the bacteria, their light production isn't necessarily something that evolved specifically for the symbiosis. Many of these bioluminescent bacteria can live freely in the ocean as well, producing light outside of any host. The reasons bacteria produce light when living freely aren't entirely clear, but hypotheses include using light as a signal to attract larger organisms that might consume them, thereby gaining transport to new areas, or using light as a way to create opportunities for colonization of hosts. Regardless of the evolutionary origin, the bacteria's ability to produce light has become integrated into mutualistic relationships with various hosts. One hypothesis is that bioluminescent bacteria produce light as a way of indicating when their population density is high enough for effective colonization. The light production is controlled by quorum sensing, a process where bacteria detect the density of their own population through chemical signals. When enough bacteria are present, they collectively decide to produce light. This might serve as a signal to potential hosts that a substantial bacterial colony is available for colonization. The host organism, in turn, has evolved structures and behaviors that maximize the usefulness of the bacterial light. Beyond just having a chamber where bacteria can live, many hosts have reflective layers behind the bacterial colony to direct light outward, lenses or filters to shape the light, and shutters or other mechanisms to control when the light is visible. These aren't simple containers. They're sophisticated organs that have evolved specifically to work with bioluminescent symbionts. Other animals besides squid use bacterial bioluminescence. Some fish, particularly certain types of deep-sea fish, have bacterial light organs as well. Flashlight fish, for example, have organs under their eyes that contain bioluminescent bacteria. The fish can cover and uncover these organs using dark flaps of tissue, creating a blinking effect. This may confuse predators or help the fish communicate with others of its kind. Flashlight fish are particularly interesting because they use their bacterial light organs in multiple ways. They can flash the lights rapidly to confuse predators. They can use steady light to illuminate the area around them while feeding on plankton. They can use the lights to communicate with each other, possibly coordinating group movements. The versatility of the system shows how a simple symbiotic partnership can be adapted to serve multiple functions. Ponyfish, or slipmouth fish, have bacterial light organs in their esophagus. Light from the bacteria shines down through the fish's body and out through its translucent belly. This creates counter-illumination that helps hide the fish from predators below. The fish can control the light by adjusting the position of internal structures that either block or allow light to pass through. There's something comforting about the idea of symbiotic bioluminescence. It's a reminder that not everything in nature is competition and conflict. Sometimes different organisms find ways to work together, each providing something the other needs, creating a relationship that's more effective than what either could achieve alone. In the darkness of the ocean, a tiny bacterium and a larger animal coordinate to produce light, and both are better off for it. The glow that comes from this partnership is steady and reliable. As long as the bacteria are healthy and fed, they produce light. The host doesn't have to worry about synthesizing chemicals or triggering reactions. It just has to maintain the bacteria and control how their light is used. It's a division of labor at a biological level, quiet cooperation between vastly different forms of life, working together in the dark. This division of labor extends to the metabolic level as well. The bacteria handle all the complex biochemistry of producing luciferin, luciferase, and the other molecules needed for bioluminescence. The host provides the raw materials, nutrients from its own feeding, but doesn't have to express the genes or build the molecular machinery for bioluminescence itself. It's an outsourcing arrangement that benefits both parties. The stability of these symbiotic relationships over evolutionary time is impressive. In some lineages, the partnership has persisted for millions of years, with host and symbiont evolving together. In some cases, the symbiont bacteria have become so specialized for their host relationship that they can no longer survive independently, having lost genes necessary for free-living existence. This represents a deep integration of the two organisms, where neither can fully function without the other. As we approach the end of this exploration, it's worth considering how humans have come to understand and study bioluminescence, and how this knowledge has been applied in scientific research and practical applications. The study of living light has revealed much about biology, chemistry, and evolution, and it continues to inspire new technologies and methods. Scientists study bioluminescence both in natural habitats and in controlled laboratory settings. Field research involves observing organisms in their native environments, whether that's a coral reef, a deep-sea trench, or a forest at night. Researchers use specialized equipment to detect and record bioluminescence in the wild. Some cameras are sensitive enough to detect very faint glows that the human eye would miss entirely. Submersibles equipped with low-light cameras can descend into the deep ocean and document bioluminescent organisms in their natural behaviors, capturing flashes, glows, and patterns that would otherwise go unobserved. The development of low-light cameras has been crucial for studying bioluminescence in situ. Early attempts to study deep-sea bioluminescence were hampered by the fact that bringing organisms to the surface or placing them in observation chambers often stopped them from producing light naturally. They would either be dead or too stressed to behave normally. Modern cameras can record organisms in their natural habitat without disturbing them, revealing how bioluminescence is actually used in the wild. Remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, equipped with sensitive cameras have revealed remarkable behaviors. Researchers have documented complex light displays used in courtship. recorded the exact patterns of bioluminescent fish schools as they coordinate movements, and observed previously unknown bioluminescent species. Each new observation adds to our understanding of how important light is in deep-sea ecosystems. In the laboratory, researchers can study the chemistry and genetics of bioluminescence more closely. They can isolate the luciferin and luciferase from various organisms and study how the reactions work. They can manipulate conditions, changing temperature, pH, oxygen levels, and observe how these changes affect light production. This kind of controlled experimentation has revealed much about the mechanisms underlying bioluminescence and about how different organisms control their light. Laboratory work has revealed the details of how luciferin-luciferase reactions proceed at the molecular level. Using techniques like X-ray crystallography, researchers have determined the three-dimensional structure of various luciferase enzymes, showing exactly how they bind to luciferin and facilitate the light-producing reaction. This structural information helps explain why the reaction is so efficient and why different luciferases produce different colors of light. Genetic research has been particularly illuminating. Scientists have identified the genes responsible for producing luciferase enzymes and for synthesizing luciferin precursors in various organisms. This genetic information has shown that bioluminescence evolved independently multiple times, as the genes involved in bioluminescence in different groups of organisms aren't closely related. For example, the luciferase gene in fireflies is completely different from the luciferase gene in bacteria, indicating that these abilities arose separately through convergent evolution. The genetic approach has also revealed surprising connections. Some organisms that are bioluminescent don't actually produce their own luciferin, they obtain it from their diet. This was discovered by studying the genes of these organisms and finding that they lack the genetic machinery to synthesize luciferin themselves. Instead, they've evolved the ability to use luciferin from the organisms they eat, incorporating it into their own bioluminescent systems. This is similar to how some animals obtain essential vitamins from their diet, rather than synthesizing them internally. One of the most significant applications of bioluminescence in science involves using luciferase enzymes as research tools. Because luciferase produces light in the presence of luciferin and the necessary cofactors, scientists can attach luciferase genes to other genes they want to study. When the gene of interest becomes active in a cell, the luciferase gene also becomes active and the cell starts to glow. This provides a simple, non-invasive way to track gene activity in real time. This technique is widely used in molecular biology and medical research. For instance, researchers studying how genes are turned on and off during development can insert a luciferase gene next to the gene they're interested in. When cells activate that developmental gene, they also produce luciferase, and those cells glow. By observing which cells are glowing and when, researchers can map out patterns of gene expression in developing organisms. This has been done in everything from bacteria to mice to plants. The use of luciferase as a reporter gene has led to numerous discoveries. Researchers have tracked how cancer cells spread through the body by making the cancer cells luminescent. They've studied circadian rhythms by attaching luciferase to clock genes and watching the rhythmic glowing of cells as they go through their daily cycles. They've screened thousands of potential drug compounds by using luciferase to report whether the drugs are having their intended effects on cells. Luciferase assays, tests that use luciferase to detect specific molecules or conditions, are common in laboratories. They can be used to detect the presence of certain proteins, to measure the activity of enzymes, or to screen for drugs that affect particular cellular pathways. The advantage of using luciferase is that it produces a clear, measurable signal, light, that's easy to detect with the right equipment, and the signal appears quickly when the reaction occurs. ATP detection is one particularly useful application. Because firefly luciferase requires ATP to function, it can be used to detect the presence of living cells which contain ATP. This is used in food safety testing to detect bacterial contamination, in environmental monitoring to assess microbial populations, and in clinical settings to check the sterility of medical equipment. Beyond its use as a laboratory tool, bioluminescence has inspired practical applications in lighting and design. While we can't exactly replicate bioluminescence at a useful scale for general lighting yet, the principles of efficient light production that organisms use have influenced thinking about how to create better artificial lights. The fact that bioluminescence produces almost no heat has made it a reference point for discussions about energy-efficient lighting. If we could create lights as efficient as firefly lanterns, we'd drastically reduce the energy we use for illumination. LED technology represents a step toward this goal. LEDs are much more efficient than incandescent bulbs, converting a higher percentage of electrical energy into light rather than heat. While they're still not as efficient as bioluminescence, they're moving in that direction. Researchers studying bioluminescent enzymes continue to look for insights that might improve artificial lighting even further. Studying bioluminescence has also helped scientists understand marine ecosystems better. By documenting which organisms produce light, when they produce it, and how they use it, researchers gain insights into the structure of deep-sea communities, predator-prey relationships, and communication networks. Some deep-sea surveys now use the light patterns organisms produce as a way to identify species without having to capture them, which is less invasive and allows for observation of natural behaviour. Bioluminescence can also serve as an indicator of ecosystem health. Changes in the abundance or distribution of bioluminescent organisms can reflect changes in ocean conditions. For instance, changes in bioluminescent dinoflagellate blooms might indicate shifts in nutrient levels or water temperature. Monitoring these changes can provide early warning of larger ecosystem shifts. The aesthetic and inspirational aspects of bioluminescence shouldn't be overlooked either. Bioluminescent organisms have inspired art, literature, and design for as long as people have been aware of them. Glowing fungi in forests, fireflies on summer nights, glowing waves on beaches, these experiences have a way of sticking in memory and sparking curiosity. For many scientists, an early encounter with bioluminescence was part of what drew them to study biology in the first place. Artists have incorporated bioluminescence into their work in various ways. Some create installations using actual bioluminescent organisms. Others use artificial lights to mimic bioluminescent effects. The ethereal quality of bioluminescent light, soft, coloured, appearing and disappearing, lends itself well to artistic interpretation. It suggests themes of mystery, nature's hidden beauty, and the connection between life and light. Even in its applications in human science and technology, bioluminescence retains a sense of gentleness. It's not a harsh tool or a loud process. The glow from a luciferase assay in a laboratory is soft and visible only in the dark or with sensitive instruments. The information it provides comes through quietly, a subtle signal indicating that something has occurred at the molecular level. In that way, even when bioluminescence is used in very modern technical contexts, it carries something of the same quality it has in nature, a quiet light offering information without fanfare. Now, as we come near the end of this gentle exploration of living light, let's bring the focus back to a more personal scale, thinking about bioluminescence as a calming presence and a reminder of nature's subtlety. There's something deeply soothing about the idea of light existing without heat, without harshness, serving quiet purposes in the dark. Bioluminescence demonstrates that light can exist without the heat we usually associate with light sources. A candle flame, a light bulb, even a campfire, these all produce warmth along with their glow. But bioluminescence is different. It's light from a cold chemical reaction, a glow that doesn't burn or warm. There's something gentle about that distinction. The light exists purely to be light, to signal or illuminate or confuse, without the side effect of heat. In a way, it's light in its purest, most minimal form. This purity of function reflects something fundamental about how evolution works. Natural selection tends to eliminate waste, favouring solutions that achieve their purpose with minimal unnecessary costs. Bioluminescence that produce significant heat would waste energy that organisms in food-limited environments can't afford to squander. The coldness of bioluminescent light isn't just a chemical curiosity. It's an evolutionary necessity that has shaped these systems over millions of years. Nature uses light in subtle ways through bioluminescence. It's not about flooding an area with brightness or creating dramatic illumination. Instead, it's about small, targeted uses. A flash to startle a predator, a glow to match ambient light for camouflage, a pattern to attract a mate. Each use is specific and efficient. The organisms that produce light have evolved to do so only when it serves a purpose, and to produce just enough light to achieve that purpose without waste. This efficiency extends to every aspect of bioluminescent systems. The The photophores are sized and positioned to direct light exactly where it's needed. The control systems activate light only when necessary. The chemical reactions convert energy to light with minimal losses. Every element has been refined by natural selection to maximize benefit while minimizing cost. The most common bioluminescent color in the ocean is blue-green, and there's a reason for that beyond chemistry alone. Blue-green light travels farther through seawater than other colors because water absorbs longer wavelengths more quickly. So if you're going to produce light in the ocean, blue-green is simply the most practical choice. It's an example of how evolution shapes even something as specific as the color of light to fit the environment. The beauty of that blue-green glow isn't arbitrary. It's the result of physics and natural selection working together. The match between bioluminescent wavelengths and the transmission properties of seawater is so precise that it suggests strong selective pressure. Organisms that produce light in less optimal wavelengths would be at a disadvantage. Their signals wouldn't travel as far, their camouflage wouldn't work as well, their lures wouldn't be as visible. Over generations, populations would shift toward producing the wavelengths that work best in their environment. Many glowing. Creatures only shine when they choose to, conserving energy when light isn't needed. This restraint is worth appreciating. It would be easier in some ways to glow constantly, but that would waste resources. Instead, these organisms have evolved fine control over their light, flashing or glowing only when it serves them. There's a kind of quietness to that, an understanding that light is valuable and shouldn't be squandered. This restraint reflects a broader principle in nature. Organisms do only what's necessary for survival and reproduction, avoiding unnecessary expenditure of energy. In harsh environments, this principle becomes even more important. The deep sea, with its limited food resources, strongly selects for efficiency. Every behavior, every metabolic process, every flash of light must pay for itself in terms of survival or reproductive success. Fireflies, with their gentle blinking on warm evenings, remind us that communication in nature can be quiet and beautiful. Their flashes aren't loud or aggressive. They're invitations, signals, quiet conversations happening in light rather than sound. Watching fireflies feels peaceful because they embody a kind of communication that doesn't demand attention but offers it, that doesn't shout but gently repeats itself until noticed. There's a patience to firefly signaling that's worth contemplating. A male firefly might flash dozens or hundreds of times before receiving a response. He doesn't give up or become frantic. He simply continues his pattern, trusting in the system that has worked for millions of years. When a response finally comes, the exchange proceeds calmly, a brief conversation in light that leads to connection. Glowing plankton in the waves reminds us that even the smallest forms of life can create moments of wonder. A single dinoflagellate is microscopic, essentially invisible to the naked eye in daylight. But when millions of them flash together in response to a wave, they create something beautiful. It's a reminder that scale doesn't determine significance, that the tiny and overlooked can still generate experiences that stay with us. This collective effect, where individual actions combine to create something much larger than themselves, appears throughout nature. Birds flocking, schools of fish moving in coordination, even human societies work on similar principles. Each individual follows simple rules, but the collective behavior can be complex and beautiful. Bioluminescent plankton exemplify this perfectly, each cell flashing individually in response to disturbance, but together creating waves of light across the ocean surface. The deep sea, with its scattered points of living light in vast darkness, reminds us that darkness doesn't have to be frightening. It can be a setting for gentle lights, a backdrop that makes small glows visible and meaningful. The deep ocean isn't hostile, it's just dark, and the organisms there have adapted to that darkness in elegant ways. Their lights aren't desperate beacons but practical tools, used skillfully in an environment where they make sense. Reframing darkness as simply the absence of light, rather than as something threatening, can be calming. The deep sea shows that life thrives in darkness, that darkness is just another environment with its own challenges and opportunities. The bioluminescent organisms don't fear the dark. They use it, work with it, create beauty within it. Thinking about bioluminescence can have a softening effect on the mind. There's something calming about considering organisms that carry their own quiet light through dark places, that communicate through gentle flashes. that hide themselves by matching faint glows rather than by hiding in shadows. The whole concept of bioluminescence invites a kind of meditative attention. It's detailed enough to be interesting, but gentle enough not to be alarming. The complexity of bioluminescent systems, the chemistry, the control, mechanisms, the evolutionary adaptations, provides material for contemplation without generating anxiety. You can think about how a firefly controls its flashes, or how a squid manages its symbiotic bacteria, and these are interesting puzzles but not troubling ones. They're examples of nature solving problems elegantly, which is a fundamentally reassuring thing to consider. As you allow these thoughts about living light to settle, you might imagine the chemistry happening in a firefly's abdomen, luciferin and luciferase combining with oxygen in a reaction that produces a soft yellow-green glow. Or you might imagine a lanternfish drifting through the deep ocean, its photophores glowing faintly, camouflaging it against the dim light from far above. Or perhaps you picture a wave rolling onto a beach at night, lighting up from within as millions of dinoflagellates flash in response to the movement. These images are inherently calming. There's no conflict in them, no drama, just natural. Processes proceeding as they have for millions of years. If firefly glows because its neurons signal its light organ, which admits oxygen, which allows luciferin to react with luciferase, which produces light. It's a chain of cause and effect that's perfectly understandable, yet somehow still feels like gentle magic. Tonight, you don't need to chase these glowing phenomena or understand every detail of their chemistry. You can simply let the ideas drift past, like watching bioluminescent organisms float by in dark water. Each fact, each image, each gentle explanation can pass through your awareness without demanding anything from you. They're there to observe, to consider lightly, and then to let fade as sleep approaches. This passive observation is a skill worth cultivating. The ability to let thoughts pass without engaging with them actively, without trying to analyze or remember or do anything with them. They simply arise, exist for a moment, and then fade away, like bioluminescent flashes in deep water. You notice them without grasping at them, acknowledge them without holding on. And as you settle into sleep, you might imagine a small, steady light inside yourself. Not a literal light, but something metaphorical. You're breathing perhaps like a slow pulse of light, glowing softly with each inhale, dimming gently with each exhale. The rhythm is steady and calm, requiring no effort, continuing on its own the way bioluminescence continues in the ocean whether anyone observes it or not. In the deep darkness behind closed eyes, small thoughts might still drift like photophores in deep water, brief, faint, and then gone. That's fine. They don't need to be followed or held on to. They can simply appear and disappear, gentle points of awareness in the quiet darkness of near sleep. The world outside continues, with its fireflies and glowing waves and deep-sea creatures carrying their lanterns through the dark. They'll keep glowing through the night, following their ancient patterns, using their light for communication and survival and all the practical purposes evolution has assigned to them. But you don't need to track any of that right now. You can let it all be, happening somewhere out there while you rest. Your own light, your consciousness, your awareness, can dim now, fading into sleep the way bioluminescent light fades when the chemical reaction slows or stops. There's no abruptness to it, just a gradual decrease in brightness, a gentle transition from waking awareness to sleep. The chemistry that allows your thoughts to occur can settle into quieter patterns. The neural activity that keeps you conscious can ease into the different rhythms of sleep. Take a slow, deep breath in, imagining that breath as a soft blue-green glow, the colour that travels best through water, the colour of calm ocean light. Hold it for a moment at the top, just briefly. Then let it out slowly, watching that imaginary glow dim and fade as the air leaves your lungs. Again, breathe in, a soft glow rising, and out, the light fading. Each breath is a gentle pulse, like a jellyfish in the dark, like a dinoflagellate flashing and then going dark, like a firefly's slow blink on a summer night. The facts about bioluminescence, about luciferin and luciferase, about counter-illumination and symbiotic bacteria, about deep-sea anglerfish and glowing plankton, these can all settle into memory now, not as things to remember actively, but as part of the general knowledge that fills your mind. They join all the other gentle information you've gathered, adding to your understanding of the world without requiring any effort or attention. And in this moment, in the darkness of your room, in the quiet of late evening or night, you're like one of those bioluminescent organisms in a way, a point of consciousness in the vast darkness of the universe, glowing softly with awareness, but ready now to dim that light and rest. The light will return when it's needed, when morning comes or when you wake. For now, though, it can fade. Let your thoughts grow dimmer, like light organs shutting down for the night, like fireflies ceasing their flashing, like plankton going still in calm water. Let the steady rhythm of your breathing be the only thing you notice, and even that can fade into the background, becoming automatic and unnoticed, the way most of our breathing always is. You are safe, you are comfortable, and you are ready for sleep. The world will keep turning, bioluminescence will keep happening in oceans and forests and fields, but you can let all of that be. You've learned about it, considered it, appreciated it, and now you can release it and rest. Take one more deep breath in, feeling the air fill your lungs, imagining a soft glow rising with it, and then let it out, long and slow, feeling everything relax as the air and the imaginary light fade away together. Your body is heavy and still, your mind is quiet and dim, the gentle darkness around you and inside you is peaceful, not frightening, just the natural state of rest, the background against which sleep's own kind of awareness will soon emerge. Let yourself drift now, like a bioluminescent organism sinking slowly through dark water, light dimming, becoming just another part of the quiet darkness. Down through layers of near sleep, through the twilight zone of drowsiness, into the deeper darkness of true sleep. No effort is needed, no thought is required, just release and rest, and let the soft darkness hold you as you fade into sleep, gently, completely, surrounded by the peaceful knowledge that light exists when it's needed, but darkness is where rest happens. Sleep now, softly glowing in your own way, then dimming, then dark, then deeply, peacefully asleep. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Dinosaurs were a diverse group of reptiles that lived during the Mesozoic era. A span of time so vast it can be hard to imagine at first, but tonight we can let it settle in slowly, like watching clouds drift across a still sky. The Mesozoic era is divided into three main periods, each with its own character and pace: the Triassic, the Jurassic, and the Cretaceous. These names might sound grand, but they simply mark chapters in Earth's long, quiet calendar, stretching across more than 180 million years. During all that time, dinosaurs walked on land, their feet pressing into mud that would sometimes harden into stone, preserving their steps for us to find much, much later. While dinosaurs lived on land, many other reptiles swam in the ancient oceans, but these ocean-dwelling creatures belonged to different groups entirely. Ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, and mosasaurs were not dinosaurs. Even though they lived at the same time and shared the same world, they were relatives in the broader family tree of life. But they evolved along separate branches, adapting to life in the water, while dinosaurs remained creatures of forests, plains, and riverbanks. It's a gentle reminder that the ancient world was full of variety, each group finding its own way to exist, its own rhythm of breathing and moving and simply being. Not all ancient flying animals were dinosaurs either. Pterosaurs, those remarkable winged reptiles that soared above Mesozoic landscapes, were close relatives of dinosaurs, but they too were a separate group. They had wings made of skin stretched across elongated finger bones, and they glided and flapped through skies that held different patterns of clouds and winds than we see today. When we picture the Mesozoic world, it helps to imagine it as a place of many overlapping communities, each one going about its life without needing to be at the centre of every story. The pterosaurs had their own lives in the air the marine reptiles had, theirs in the sea, and the dinosaurs had theirs on solid ground, and all of these lives unfolded simultaneously, quietly, across the turning of countless days and nights. Dinosaurs came in many sizes, and this variety is one of the most peaceful things to contemplate about them. Some were small and quick, no larger than a chicken, moving through underbrush with light, rapid steps. Others were enormous and slow-moving, their great weight supported by pillar-like legs, their movements deliberate and measured, like the swaying of tall trees in a gentle breeze. The smallest dinosaurs might have darted after insects or seeds, while the largest ones reached up into high canopies to strip leaves from branches, their long necks swaying with a kind of patient grace. This range of sizes meant that dinosaurs filled many different roles in their ecosystems, from tiny hunters to towering herbivores, each one adapted to its own niche, its own way of finding food and shelter and comfort. Dinosaurs likely had active lifestyles, supported by efficient lungs and strong legs that could carry them across great distances when needed. Scientists have found evidence in the structure of dinosaur bones and the pathways for air sacs in their skeletons that suggest some dinosaurs had respiratory systems somewhat like those of modern birds, which are remarkably efficient at extracting oxygen from the air. This doesn't mean dinosaurs were constantly running or leaping. It simply means their bodies were built to support steady activity, whether that was walking all day in search of food, or moving between water sources, or simply standing and chewing for hours at a time. Activity can be calm, after all. It can be the steady rhythm of one foot in front of the other, repeated over and over until the sun begins to set. Dinosaurs were not all scaly in the same way we might imagine when we first picture them. Some had feathers or feather-like coverings, especially among the smaller, theropods, the group that includes famous names like Velociraptor and Tyrannosaurus. These feathers might have been simple and hair-like, or they might have been more complex, with barbs and veins like the feathers of modern birds. Feathers likely served many purposes. They could help regulate body temperature, keeping a dinosaur warm during cool nights or cool during hot days. They could be used for display, with bright colours or patterns that helped individuals recognise each other or attract mates. And in some lineages, they eventually became adapted for flight. The presence of feathers adds a softness to our mental image of dinosaurs, a texture that feels gentler than the cold, hard scales we might have imagined before. Birds are considered living descendants of a group of dinosaurs called theropods, which means that in a very real sense, dinosaurs never fully went extinct. When you see a sparrow hopping along a sidewalk or hear a crow calling from a tree branch, you are seeing and hearing the legacy of those ancient animals carried forward through millions of years of evolution. This connection is one of the most comforting facts in all of paleontology, because it means the past is not entirely lost. It is still here with us, in every flap of a wing, every laying of an egg, every bird song at dawn. The features that make birds successful today, hollow bones, efficient lungs, feathers, beaks, were all present in some form in their dinosaur ancestors, refined and adapted over countless generations. The word dinosaur means terrible lizard, a name given to them when they were first discovered and scientists were trying to make sense of these enormous unfamiliar bones. But the word terrible here was meant to convey awe and grandeur, not fear. It's an old-fashioned kind of word, meant to suggest something impressive and mighty. Many dinosaurs were likely peaceful in everyday life, going about their routines without drama or violence. They would have spent their time eating, resting, drinking, staying comfortable, just like any other animal. The name might sound dramatic, but the reality of dinosaur life was probably far more ordinary, filled with quiet moments that left no trace in the fossil record. A yawn, a stretch, a slow blink in the warm afternoon sun. Most dinosaur time was ordinary time, and that's worth dwelling on for a moment as we settle into this gentle exploration. Walking, eating, resting, and repeating calm routines, this was the substance of a dinosaur's life. Days would pass in familiar patterns, shaped by the position of the sun, the availability of food, the presence of water. There would be some days that were different, of course. A day when a storm rolled through, or when it was time to move to a new feeding area, or when eggs needed to be laid and tended. But most days were simply more of the same, a continuation of the rhythms that had sustained their ancestors for generations. This ordinariness is not a disappointment. It's actually one of the most soothing things we can know about the past. Deep time was not filled with constant drama. It was filled with normal life, and normal life is a foundation we can rest upon. Now that the word dinosaur feels gentle and clear, we can drift into deep time itself, opening our understanding like a quiet calendar made of rock. Dinosaurs lived for over 160 million years, a span so long it's difficult to hold in our minds all at once. To put it in perspective, humans and our close ancestors have existed for only a few million years, and modern human civilization, everything we think of as history, all the cities and empires and discoveries, has unfolded over just a few thousand years. Dinosaurs lived through a stretch of time that is more than 1,000 times longer than all of recorded human history. This vastness can feel overwhelming if we approach it too quickly, but if we let it settle slowly, it becomes something peaceful, like looking up at the stars and feeling connected to something much larger than ourselves. The continents were arranged differently during dinosaur times, and they shifted slowly over the ages in a process called plate tectonics. Plate tectonics is the movement of Earth's outer shell, which is broken into large pieces called tectonic plates that float on the semi-molten rock beneath them. These plates move at rates similar to the growth of your fingernails, just a few centimetres per year. But over millions of years, that movement adds up. Continents that are separated by vast oceans today were once connected, forming supercontinents where dinosaurs could walk from one region to another without ever encountering a sea. During the early part of the Mesozoic, most of the land masses were joined together in a supercontinent called Pangaea, which means all Earth. As the Mesozoic progressed, Pangaea began to break apart, slowly splitting into the continents we recognise today. This breakup was not a violent shattering, but a gradual drifting, so slow that no individual dinosaur would have noticed it happening in its lifetime. Many dinosaur habitats were warmer than many regions are today, a fact that shapes our understanding of what their world felt like. The poles still existed, of course, and they still experienced seasonal darkness, with the sun disappearing for months at a time during winter. But even in these polar regions, the climate was generally milder than it is today, without the vast ice sheets that now cover Antarctica and much of the Arctic. Fossils of dinosaurs have been found in what are now cold, barren places, suggesting that these areas once supported forests and rivers where dinosaurs could thrive. The warmth of the Mesozoic world was partly due to higher levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which trapped more heat and created a greenhouse effect. This warmer climate meant that plant life could flourish over larger areas, providing abundant food for herbivorous dinosaurs and, in turn, supporting populations of carnivores. Sea levels changed over time, sometimes flooding inland areas with shallow seas that deposited layers of sediment. These shallow seas were not the deep cold oceans we might imagine, but rather warm, sunlit waters that covered low-lying parts of continents. When sea levels were high, coastlines moved far inland, creating vast coastal wetlands and estuaries where both marine and terrestrial life could intermingle. When sea levels dropped, these same areas became dry land again, and rivers carved new channels through the exposed sediments. These fluctuations in sea level were driven by changes in the volume of mid-ocean ridges, by the formation and melting of ice in polar regions, and by the shifting positions of continents. Each rise and fall of the sea left behind layers of rock that tell us about the conditions at the time, and these layers help scientists reconstruct the environments where dinosaurs lived. Forests, river plains, deserts, and coastal wetlands all existed during dinosaur eras, creating a mosaic of habitats that could be as varied as the ecosystems we see on Earth today. In some regions, dense forests of conifers, ferns, and cycads provided shade and shelter, their canopies filtering the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. In other areas, wide river plains spread out under open skies, with meandering channels that change course with each flood, leaving behind oxbow lakes and fertile floodplains. Deserts existed too, places where water was scarce, and only the hardiest plants could survive, and where dinosaurs had to be resourceful in finding food and shade. Coastal wetlands, with their mix of fresh and salt water, were nurseries for fish and invertebrates, and also provided feeding grounds for dinosaurs that could wade into shallow waters. Each of these habitats had its own character, its own rhythms, and dinosaurs adapted to fit into these rhythms in countless different ways. Plants shaped dinosaur life by providing food, shade, and nesting materials, and they also influenced the structure of entire ecosystems. The kinds of plants that were available determined which herbivorous dinosaurs could thrive in an area, and the abundance of herbivores in turn determined how many carnivores the ecosystem could support. During the Triassic and Jurassic periods, the plant world was dominated by ferns, conifers, cycads, and ginkgos, plants that reproduce using spores or seeds but do not produce flowers. Flowering plants, or angiosperms, appeared during the Cretaceous period and began to spread across the landscape, bringing with them new food sources and new ecological relationships. The evolution of flowering plants is sometimes called one of the most important events in the history of life, because it changed the availability of food and created new opportunities for coevolution between plants and animals. For dinosaurs, this meant new leaves, fruits, and seeds to eat, and for some, it meant adapting to these new food sources in ways that would shape their evolution. The oxygen and carbon dioxide levels in the air varied across the Mesozoic, and these variations had effects on both the climate and the physiology of living things. During some periods, oxygen levels were similar to what they are today, while during others they may have been slightly higher or lower. Higher oxygen levels could have made it easier for large animals to breathe and move, because each breath would deliver more oxygen to the body. Carbon dioxide levels, as mentioned earlier, influenced the climate by trapping heat in the atmosphere, but they also affected plant growth directly, because plants use carbon dioxide during photosynthesis to build their tissues. When carbon dioxide levels were high, plants could grow more vigorously, which in turn supported larger populations of herbivores. These atmospheric changes were slow, unfolding over millions of years, and they remind us that even the air itself has a history, a story of gradual shifts and balances. Deep time can feel huge when we think about it in the abstract, but it moved one quiet day at a time, just like tonight. Each sunrise that a dinosaur witnessed was followed by a sunset, just as ours is. Each season that passed brought changes in temperature, in rainfall, in the kinds of food that were available, but these changes happened within a framework of familiarity. A dinosaur living in a temperate region would know the feel of spring rains and autumn cooling, would know which plants sprouted first after the wet season and which lasted longest into the dry. Time is made of moments, and even 160 million years is nothing more than a vast accumulation of individual moments, each one as simple and immediate as the one you're experiencing right now, lying here, breathing slowly, letting the information settle, with the world set softly in place. Let's step into a dinosaur's earliest chapter, the time of hatching and growing, when life begins small and vulnerable, and unfolds in patient stages. Many dinosaurs laid eggs, like most reptiles and birds today, and these eggs were carefully deposited in nests that varied widely in design depending on the species. Some nests were simple scrapes in the ground, while others were more elaborate, with mounds of vegetation that generated heat as the plant material decomposed, providing warmth for the developing embryos inside. Fossil eggs and nests show that some dinosaurs nested in groups, creating what we might call nesting colonies, where many individuals would return to the same area year after year to lay their eggs. These nesting sites were often located near water or in areas with soft sediment that was easy to dig into, and the presence of multiple nests close together suggests a level of social tolerance, a willingness to nest near others rather than seeking complete isolation. Hatchlings likely began life small and vulnerable, needing warmth and steady food to survive their first days and weeks. Emerging from an egg is a momentous transition, from the protected environment inside the shell to the unpredictable world outside, and hatchlings would have faced immediate challenges. They needed to maintain their body temperature, find food, avoid predators, and navigate their surroundings. For some species, there is evidence that parents may have provided care, bringing food to the nest or protecting the young from danger. For others, hatchlings may have been more independent from the start, equipped with instincts that helped them find food and shelter on their own. Either way, the early days of life were a time of rapid learning and adjustment, a time when survival depended on finding a rhythm that worked. Growth in many animals happens in stages, and dinosaurs were no different in this regard. They didn't simply grow at a steady rate from hatching to adulthood. Instead, their growth was punctuated by periods of faster and slower development, influenced by factors like food availability, temperature, and health. Some dinosaurs may have grown quickly during early years, putting on size rapidly while conditions were favourable, much like many birds do today. This rapid early growth would help them reach a size where they were less vulnerable to predators and better able to compete for resources. As they approached adulthood, their growth rate would slow, and they would invest more energy into reproduction and maintenance rather than continuing to grow larger. Bone tissue can preserve growth patterns that hint at age and development, and scientists can study these patterns by looking at thin sections of fossilized bone under a microscope. When a bone is sliced very thin and examined, it reveals internal structures that tell a story of how the bone was built up over time. Some dinosaur bones show rings or layers, a bit like tree rings, and these features are called lines of arrested growth, or lags. Each lag represents a time when bone growth slowed down or stopped temporarily, which often happens during seasons when food is scarce, or environmental conditions are harsh. By counting these lines, scientists can estimate the age of an individual dinosaur at the time of its death, and by looking at the spacing between lines, they can infer whether growth was rapid or slow during different periods of life. These growth marks can suggest seasons of faster and slower growth, giving us a window into the environmental rhythms that shaped a dinosaur's life. In climates with distinct wet and dry seasons, or warm and cold seasons, growth might speed up when resources were abundant and slow, down when conditions were more challenging. This seasonal pacing of growth is common in many modern animals, and it makes sense that dinosaurs would have experienced it too. The presence of lags also tells us that dinosaurs were subject to the same kinds of environmental pressures that affect animals today, that their lives were shaped by the availability of food and water and warmth, and that they adapted to these pressures in ways that allowed them to survive and reproduce. Young dinosaurs may have had different diets or behaviours than adults, a phenomenon known as ontogenetic niche partitioning. This means that juveniles and adults of the same species might have eaten different foods, or lived in different parts of the habitat, reducing competition between generations and allowing more individuals to coexist in the same area. For example, young tyrannosaurs may have been more agile and pursued smaller, faster prey than the massive adults, which could use their size and power to take down larger animals. Similarly, young sauropods, with their smaller size and different body proportions, may have fed on lower vegetation or in different areas than the towering adults. This division of resources is an elegant solution to the challenge of living in a world with limited food, and it shows that dinosaur communities were structured in complex ways, with each age class finding its own place. Growing up in deep time was still a simple rhythm: eat, rest, learn, repeat. Each day brought opportunities to practice the skills needed for survival, to explore the environment, to interact with other individuals, and to gradually become more capable. There is something deeply comforting in this image of slow, steady growth, of a young dinosaur learning its world step by step without hurry, without the pressure of artificial deadlines. The process of maturation was built into the structure of their lives, woven into the fabric of days and seasons, and it unfolded at its own pace, dictated by biology and environment rather than by any external force. From those quiet beginnings, we can follow the gentle middle of dinosaur life, the everyday routines that likely filled most days and gave structure to existence. Dinosaurs likely spent much of their time moving between food, water, and resting places, creating pathways through their habitats that became familiar through repetition. These movements were not random wanderings but purposeful journeys, shaped by the locations of resources and the needs of the body. In the morning, a dinosaur might wake and begin to feed, taking advantage of the cooler temperatures and the dew on the plants. As the day warmed, it might seek shade and rest, conserving energy during the hottest hours. In the late afternoon or evening, it might feed again, and then find a safe place to sleep as darkness fell. This daily cycle of activity and rest is common across the animal kingdom, and there is no reason to think dinosaurs were any different. Trackways, which are fossilized footprints, show dinosaurs walking along shorelines, riverbanks, and mudflats, their feet pressing into soft sediment that later hardened into stone. These trackways are like frozen moments of movement, capturing the exact placement of each foot, the length of each stride, the direction of travel. Some trackways suggest group movement, like herds travelling together, with multiple sets of footprints running parallel to each other, all heading in the same direction. This evidence of coordinated movement is one of the ways scientists infer social behaviour in dinosaurs, because it shows that individuals were not always solitary, but sometimes travelled in the company of others. The reasons for this group movement could vary. Perhaps they were migrating to a new feeding area, or moving together for safety, or simply tolerating each other's presence because they were all drawn to the same resource. Footprints can show pace and direction, without needing any dramatic story attached to them. A slow, steady pace with evenly spaced footprints suggests calm walking, perhaps while feeding or travelling between resting spots. A faster pace with longer strides might indicate running, but even running doesn't have to imply panic or pursuit. It could simply be an efficient way to cover ground, or a response to a minor disturbance. The beauty of trackways is that they give us direct evidence of behaviour, of actual actions taken by individual dinosaurs, and they do so in a way that is grounded and factual, free from speculation about motives or emotions. We can see that dinosaurs walked, that they sometimes ran, that they sometimes moved together, and these simple observations are enough to build a picture of active, engaged lives. Many dinosaurs probably rested often, especially the largest ones, whose great size made extended activity energetically expensive. A sauropod weighing many tons would need to be strategic about when and how it moved, balancing the need to find food with the need to conserve energy. Resting could involve lying down, or simply standing still in the shade, breathing slowly, letting the body cool and recover. Shade from trees, and the cooling of evening may have shaped daily schedules, creating patterns of activity that aligned with the thermal environment. In hot climates, midday heat can be punishing, and many large animals today are most active during the cooler parts of the day, early morning and late afternoon. Dinosaurs likely followed similar patterns, moving when movement was comfortable and resting when rest made sense. Some dinosaurs may have had regular routes, returning to familiar feeding areas where they knew food could be found. This kind of spatial memory is common in many animals today, and it allows individuals to be efficient in their foraging, minimizing the time and energy spent searching for resources. A herbivore might know that a particular grove of trees produces tender new leaves each spring, or that a certain riverside meadow floods seasonally and then bursts with fresh growth. By returning to these places at the right times, a dinosaur could take advantage of predictable resources fitting its movements into the rhythms of the landscape. Water sources likely mattered, especially in seasonal climates, where the availability of water could vary greatly between wet and dry periods. Knowing where to find water and when it would be available could make the difference between thriving and struggling. Like modern animals, dinosaurs probably balanced effort with rest, expending energy when necessary, but also recognizing the value of conserving it. This balance is a fundamental aspect of animal behavior, shaped by natural selection to favor individuals who can manage their energy budgets wisely. Animals that exhaust themselves needlessly are at a disadvantage compared to those who pace themselves, who rest when rest is available and act when action is required. For dinosaurs, this meant that most of their time was not spent in high-energy pursuits, but in the lower-key activities that sustain life: eating, digesting, resting, maintaining social bonds, staying comfortable. These are not the activities that capture our imagination when we first think of dinosaurs, but they are the activities that actually fill the hours and days of their lives. In a calm way, dinosaur life was likely full of ordinary moments, more than rare events. The rare events, a fight, a predator attack, a storm, an injury, are the ones that sometimes leave traces in the fossil record, and they are the ones that make for exciting stories. But they were, by definition, rare. The bulk of life was made up of moments that were unremarkable, that passed without incident, that required no heroism or drama. A dinosaur standing quietly in the sun, its body warm, its belly full, experiencing nothing more than the simple fact of being alive. This is a moment that left no trace, but it is also a moment that happened countless times across millions of years for every individual that ever lived. These moments are the foundation of existence, and they deserve to be acknowledged and appreciated for what they are, the quiet substrate upon which everything else rests. As those steady routines settle in, we can look gently at what dinosaurs ate, because meals are one of the quietest parts of any long life. Some dinosaurs were herbivores, meaning they ate plants, and herbivory requires specific adaptations to process plant material, which is often tough and fibrous and takes a long time to digest. Herbivorous dinosaurs had teeth and jaws designed for cropping, grinding, or stripping vegetation, and they had digestive systems capable of breaking down cellulose, the structural component of plant cell walls that makes plants so difficult to digest. Some herbivores, like the sauropods, swallowed stones called gastroliths, which helped grind up plant material in a muscular stomach, much like the gizzard in modern birds. Others relied on fermentation, allowing bacteria in their guts to break down cellulose over a long period of time, which required large, digestive tracts and a lot of patience. Some dinosaurs were carnivores, meaning they ate other animals, and carnivory requires a different set of adaptations. Carnivorous dinosaurs, or theropods, had sharp teeth for slicing meat, strong jaws for biting, and often had clawed hands or feet for grasping or killing prey. Eating meat provides more concentrated nutrition than eating plants, which means carnivores can often get by with less total volume of food, but it also means they have to be effective hunters or scavengers, able to locate and obtain animal prey. Carnivorous behaviour in dinosaurs ranged from active pursuit of living prey to scavenging from carcasses, and it's likely that many species did both, taking advantage of whatever opportunities presented themselves. Some dinosaurs may have been omnivores, eating a mix of foods that included both plants and animals. Omnivory is a flexible feeding strategy that allows an animal to take advantage of a wider range of resources, switching between plant and animal foods depending on what's available. Omnivorous dinosaurs might have eaten leaves, fruits, seeds, insects, small vertebrates, eggs, and carrion, opportunistically feeding on whatever was abundant at the time. This dietary flexibility would have been particularly useful in environments where food availability varied seasonally, allowing omnivores to thrive when specialists might struggle. Teeth shape can offer clues about diet, like grinding teeth for plants or sharper teeth for meat. By examining the structure of fossilized teeth, scientists can make inferences about what a dinosaur ate and how it processed its food. Flat, broad teeth with complex surfaces are well suited for grinding tough plant material, while sharp, pointed teeth with serrated edges are effective for slicing through flesh. Some dinosaurs had batteries of teeth, with hundreds of small teeth packed tightly together, constantly being replaced throughout life. This arrangement was ideal for processing large quantities of plant matter, and it shows up in groups like the hadrosaurs, which were highly successful herbivores during the Cretaceous period. Beaks also appear in some dinosaur groups, suggesting different feeding styles that did not rely on teeth at all. Beaks are made of keratin, the same material that makes up fingernails and hair, and they can be very effective tools for cropping vegetation, cracking seeds, or tearing flesh. Many herbivorous dinosaurs, like the ceratopsians, had beaks at the front of their jaws that they used to snip off plant material, which was then processed by teeth further back in the mouth. Beaks are lightweight and grow continuously throughout life, which makes them durable and efficient. In birds, which are descended from dinosaurs, beaks have been adapted for an astonishing variety of diets, and it's likely that beaks in non-avian dinosaurs were similarly versatile. Long necks in some herbivores help them reach broad, feeding zones, allowing them to access food that other animals couldn't reach. Sauropods, with their extremely long necks, could browse on vegetation at a range of heights, from ground level to high in the trees, depending on the angle at which they held their necks. This ability to feed at different levels meant that a single sauropod could exploit resources throughout the vertical structure of its habitat, and it also meant that multiple species of sauropods could coexist in the same area by specializing on different feeding heights. Long necks came with trade-offs, of course. They required strong muscles and sturdy vertebrae to support, and they affected balance and movement. But for herbivores living in environments with abundant tall vegetation, the benefits clearly outweighed the costs. Large bodies can help herbivores process tough plant material with long digestion times, because a large body provides room for a long digestive tract where food can be fermented slowly. Plant material is difficult to digest because of cellulose, and breaking down cellulose requires either mechanical grinding or microbial fermentation or both. Large herbivores can afford to have low metabolic rates, meaning they don't need to eat as much relative to their body size because their large size helps them retain heat and move efficiently. They can also tolerate long digestion times, allowing food to sit in their guts for days while bacteria break it down. This strategy is seen in many large herbivorous mammals today, like elephants and rhinos, and it likely applied to large herbivorous dinosaurs as well. Fossilized stomach contents are rare, but when found, they can be powerful clues about what a dinosaur was eating at the time of its death. In a few exceptional fossils, the last meal has been preserved inside the body cavity, giving scientists direct evidence of diet. These stomach contents might include fragments of plants, bones of prey animals, fish scales, or other organic material, and they provide a snapshot of feeding behavior that is otherwise difficult to obtain. Each discovery of fossilized stomach contents is celebrated by paleontologists because it offers such clear and unambiguous information, cutting through the uncertainty that often surrounds questions of diet. Coprolites, which are fossilized feces, can also reveal bits of diet in a gentle scientific way. When an animal defecates, it expels the undigested parts of its food, and if these droppings are buried quickly and fossilized, they become coprolites. By studying coprolites, scientists can identify what the animal had eaten by looking for fragments of bone, plant material, shells, or other recognizable remains. Coprolites also contain information about the digestive process itself, showing which parts of the food were broken down and which parts passed through unchanged. There is something wonderfully straightforward about coprolites as a source of information. They are quite literally the waste products of ancient lives, transformed into scientific data by the passage of time. Eating is not a battle, it's a rhythm, one calm meal after another across the seasons. Whether a dinosaur was an herbivore grazing on ferns or a carnivore feeding on a carcass, the act of eating was a necessary, regular part of life, no more dramatic than any other daily activity. Food had to be found, consumed and digested, and then the process would repeat. This rhythm shaped the structure of days and seasons, creating patterns of movement and rest that were predictable and sustainable. There is a quiet beauty in this image of dinosaurs feeding, not as violent predators or desperate prey, but simply as animals going about the business of staying alive bite by bite, day by day. Now we can drift into bodies and movement, exploring how dinosaurs carried themselves through their world with steady, natural engineering. Many dinosaurs had legs positioned under their bodies like birds and mammals, which supports efficient walking and running. This posture, called an erect stance, differs from the sprawling stance of many lizards, whose legs spread more to the side. An erect stance has several advantages. It allows for more efficient locomotion, because the legs act as vertical columns that support the body's weight directly. It reduces the muscular effort needed to hold the body off the ground, and it allows for greater speed and endurance. The evolution of an erect stance was a key innovation in the Archosaur lineage, the group that includes dinosaurs, pterosaurs and crocodilians, and it helped enable the success of dinosaurs as the dominant land animals for much of the Mesozoic. Tail balance helped many dinosaurs stabilize their bodies while walking or running, acting as a counterweight to the head and neck, and helping to keep the center of mass over the hips. In bipedal dinosaurs, those that walked on two legs, the tail was especially important for balance, extending behind the body and preventing the animal from tipping forward. Tails could also be used for communication, for defense, or for stability while turning quickly. In quadrupedal dinosaurs, those that walked on four legs, tails were often long and muscular, and they may have been used to swat at predators or rivals. The tail was not a useless appendage, but an integral part of the body, contributing to posture, movement, and behavior in ways that are sometimes subtle but always important. Some dinosaurs had strong hips and thigh bones built for long-distance movement, with robust muscle attachment sites and well-developed joints that could withstand repeated stress. By studying the proportions and structure of limb bones, scientists can infer how a dinosaur moved and how much energy it would have expended during different activities. Long, slender legs suggest a cursorial lifestyle, adapted for running, while shorter, stouter legs suggest a more slow-paced or powerful mode of locomotion. The angle of joints, the shape of the hip socket, and the length of the foot can all provide clues about movement, and these clues help paleontologists reconstruct not just what dinosaurs looked like, but how they moved through their environments. The largest dinosaurs likely moved at comfortable, steady speeds most of the time, conserving energy and avoiding unnecessary exertion. When you're an animal that weighs 30 or 40 tons, running is not just difficult, it's risky, because the forces involved in rapid movement can cause injury. Instead, large sauropods probably walked at a measured pace, their great mass swaying gently with each step, their long necks swinging slowly from side to side as they fed. This slow, steady movement is efficient for covering long distances and for maintaining a constant search for food, and it fits with the idea that much of dinosaur life was calm and rhythmic, rather than frantic and chaotic. Bones show attachment points for muscles, hinting at strength and motion, and by mapping these attachment sites, scientists can reconstruct the musculature of extinct animals. Muscles leave marks on bones where they attach, and the size and position of these marks tell us about the size and arrangement of the muscles. By comparing these marks to those in living animals, paleontologists can build models of dinosaur muscles, which in turn allow them to estimate how strong an animal was and what movements it was capable of. This process is part of a field called paleobiomechanics, which uses the principles of physics and engineering to understand how extinct animals functioned. Some dinosaurs had specialized features like armor plates or spikes for protection and display. Ankylosaurs, for example, were covered in bony plates called osteoderms, which formed a protective shell over their backs and sides, and they had clubs on the ends of their tails that could be swung with considerable force. Stegosaurs had large plates along their backs and spikes on their tails, which may have been used for defense, for thermoregulation, or for display. These features were not just passive armor, but active parts of an animal's biology, affecting how it moved, how it interacted with others, and how it responded to threats. Others had crests or horns that may have been used for communication or recognition. Hadrosaurs, also called duck-billed dinosaurs, often had elaborate crests on their heads, and these crests contained nasal passages that may have been used to produce sounds. By blowing air through these passages, a hadrosaur could have generated calls that resonated and carried over long distances, allowing individuals to communicate with each other across their habitat. Horns, like those seen in ceratopsians such as Triceratops, were likely used in combat with rivals, in defense against predators, and perhaps in visual display, helping individuals recognize members of their own species and assess the size and health of potential mates. Feathers in some dinosaurs may have helped with warmth, display, or later, flight in bird lineages. The earliest feathers were probably simple, hair-like structures that provided insulation, helping small dinosaurs maintain a stable body temperature in cool environments. As feathers became more complex, they could be used for display, with colours and patterns that conveyed information about age, sex, or health. Eventually, in some lineages, feathers became adapted for flight, with asymmetrical veins and strong central shafts that could generate lift and provide aerodynamic control. The evolution of feathers is a beautiful example of how a feature can begin serving one function and then be co-opted for another, changing gradually over millions of years in response to different selective pressures. Bodies are living tools, and dinosaur bodies were shaped by many quiet generations of change. Each feature, each adaptation, each quirk of anatomy is the result of countless individuals living, reproducing, and sometimes failing across deep time. Natural selection does not plan ahead. It simply favours whatever works in the moment, and what works in one environment or one time period may not work in another. The diversity of dinosaur body plans, from the massive sauropods to the swift theropods to the armoured ankylosaurs, reflects the diversity of ways to make a living on land, the many different solutions to the challenges of finding food, avoiding danger, reproducing, and surviving. And each of these solutions was tested and refined over millions of years, generation after generation, in the slow laboratory of evolution. With movement and form in mind, we can step into dinosaur communities, exploring how some may have lived near others in calm social patterns. Some dinosaur trackways suggest groups walking in the same direction at the same time, their footprints running parallel, their paces matched. This is direct evidence of coordinated movement, and it raises the question of why dinosaurs might have moved together. Living in groups can help animals find food more efficiently, because many eyes are better than two at spotting good feeding areas. It can also help with vigilance, because group members can take turns watching for danger while others feed or rest. In predator-prey dynamics, groups can provide safety in numbers, making it harder for a predator to single out an individual, and increasing the chances that someone will spot the predator early and alert the group. Herding does not have to be constant. It can be seasonal or occasional, occurring at certain times of year, or in response to particular conditions. Some dinosaurs may have congregated during migration, travelling together to take advantage of seasonal resources, and then dispersed once they reached their destination. Others may have formed temporary groups around rich food sources or water holes, tolerating each other's presence because the benefits of access to the resource outweighed the costs of crowding. Still others may have lived in stable groups year-round, developing long-term social bonds and hierarchies. The diversity of possible social structures is vast, and it's likely that different dinosaur species employed different strategies depending on their ecology and environment. Some nesting sites show many eggs in one area, suggesting shared nesting grounds where multiple individuals came together to lay their eggs. These colonial nesting sites, which have been found for several dinosaur species, indicate that at least during the breeding season, some dinosaurs were highly social. Nesting in groups can provide protection for eggs and hatchlings because the presence of many adults may deter predators, and it may also facilitate the sharing of nesting knowledge, with younger or less experienced individuals learning from others. The choice of nesting site, the construction of the nest, and the care provided to eggs and young are all behaviours that can be influenced by social learning, and colonial nesting creates opportunities for such learning to occur. Certain dinosaurs may have cared for young, based on nest structures and fossil evidence near nests. Some nests show signs of being tended, trampled vegetation around the nest, or the presence of adult bones near juvenile bones, in a way that suggests the adult was present when the young were still dependent. Parental care is energetically expensive, requiring adults to invest time and resources into protecting and feeding their offspring, but it can greatly increase the survival rate of young. In species where parental care is present, juveniles can afford to be less developed at hatching, relying on their parents to provide food and protection while they grow. This allows for a different developmental strategy than in species where young must be independent from the start. Communication could have used body posture, colour patterns, crests, and sounds, creating a rich landscape of signals and information exchange. Body posture can convey threat, submission, courtship, or playfulness, and many animals today use subtle shifts in posture to communicate with each other without making a sound. Colour patterns, if visible, can signal species identity, sex, age, or health, and they can change seasonally or in response to social context. Crests and horns, as mentioned earlier, may have been involved in both visual and acoustic communication, and the diversity of these structures in dinosaurs suggests that communication was an important part of their lives. Some dinosaurs had long nasal passages or crests that may have influenced their calls, acting as resonating chambers that amplified or modified sounds. The large hollow crests of hadrosaurs, for example, would have changed the pitch and tone of their vocalizations, creating calls that were distinctive and recognizable. By modeling the airflow through these crests, scientists have been able to estimate what hadrosaurs might have sounded like, and the results suggest deep, resonant calls that could travel long distances. Even without certainty, it's reasonable to imagine quiet signals like modern birds use, soft contact calls that help group members stay in touch, alarm calls that warn of danger, and more elaborate songs or displays used during courtship. Social life can be gentle, simply staying near familiar companions, not always interacting intensely, but just being present, moving together, resting in proximity. In many species, the most common social act is just moving together peacefully, maintaining a comfortable distance from others, coordinating movements without conflict. This kind of low-key sociality is common in herbivores, where individuals benefit from group membership but don't need to cooperate actively on tasks like hunting. The presence of others provides a background of safety and familiarity, a sense that one is not alone, and this can be comforting even without any direct interaction. For dinosaurs living in groups, much of their social life may have been just this: quiet togetherness, unspectacular but sustaining. Now we'll drift through the seasons because deep time still had weather, cycles, and repeating patterns that shaped dinosaur days. Many dinosaur habitats had wet and dry seasons that affected plant growth, with rains arriving at predictable times of year and bringing a flush of new vegetation. During the wet season, rivers would swell, floodplains would fill with water, and plants would grow vigorously, producing leaves, flowers, and fruits in abundance. This was a time of plenty for herbivores, who could feed easily and build up their body condition. During the dry season, water sources would shrink, plant growth would slow, and food would become scarcer. Animals would have to be more strategic, focusing their activity around remaining water sources and feeding on whatever vegetation persisted. Rivers shifted their channels over time, shaping valleys and plains through the slow process of erosion and deposition. A river does not flow in the same path forever. It meanders, cutting into one bank while depositing sediment on the other, gradually shifting its course across the landscape. During floods, rivers can break through their banks and carve new channels, leaving behind oxbow lakes and abandoned meanders. These processes create a dynamic landscape where the exact position of the river changes over years and decades, but the overall pattern, river, floodplain, terraces, remains stable over longer timescales. For dinosaurs living near rivers, this dynamism meant that favourite feeding spots might come and go, that new areas would open up while old ones disappeared, and that staying familiar with the landscape required ongoing exploration and learning. Floodplains can preserve fossils because sediments gently bury remains, protecting them from scavengers and from the erosion that would otherwise scatter the bones. When a dinosaur died on or near a floodplain, its body might be covered by silt and sand during the next flood, entombing it in layers that would eventually harden into rock. This rapid burial is one of the key requirements for fossilization, and it explains why so many dinosaur fossils are found in rocks that formed from ancient river and lake sediments. The fossils we find today are the lucky few that were buried in the right place at the right time, under conditions that allowed preservation. Volcanic activity existed in the Mesozoic and sometimes laid down ash layers that now help scientists date rocks. When a volcano erupts, it can send ash high into the atmosphere, and this ash can settle over wide areas, blanketing the landscape in a distinctive layer. Volcanic ash contains minerals that can be dated using radiometric methods, which measure the decay of radioactive elements within the minerals. By finding volcanic ash layers within sedimentary rocks, scientists can determine the age of the rocks, and, by extension, the age of the fossils they contain. This technique has been crucial in building the timeline of dinosaur evolution, allowing researchers to place different species in their correct chronological order. Ash layers can help scientists date rocks using radioactive elements, a process that relies on the predictable decay of unstable atoms over time. Certain elements, like potassium and argon, decay at known rates, and by measuring the ratio of parent-to-daughter isotopes in a sample, scientists can calculate how long ago the rock formed. This gives us absolute dates, measured in millions of years, that anchor the relative sequence of rock layers and fossils. The precision of these dates has improved over time as techniques have refined, and now we can often determine the age of a dinosaur fossil to within a few 100,000 years, which is remarkably precise given the vast timescales involved. Some dinosaurs likely migrated or moved regionally to follow food and water, travelling long distances in response to seasonal changes in resource availability. Migration is common in large herbivores today, who move between wet season and dry season ranges, and there is evidence that some dinosaurs did the same. Trackways showing consistent directional movement, the presence of juveniles and adults together suggesting family groups travelling, and the distribution of fossils across regions that would have had different seasonal climates all point to the possibility of migration. These journeys would have been slow and deliberate, not rushed, with the herd moving at a pace that allowed even the youngest members to keep up. Climate changes over long spans could shift forests into plains or wetlands into dry land, transforming the landscape in ways that required dinosaurs to adapt or move. Over millions of years, the Mesozoic climate underwent shifts driven by changes in atmospheric composition, by the arrangement of continents, and by variations in Earth's orbit. These shifts could turn a lush, forested region into an arid savanna, or raise sea levels and flood coastal plains, creating new wetlands. Dinosaurs living through these changes would not have experienced them as sudden upheavals but as gradual trends, with each generation finding conditions slightly different from the previous one and adapting as needed. Fossil pollen and plant remains help reconstruct ancient ecosystems, providing clues about which plants were present, how abundant they were, and how they were distributed across the landscape. Pollen grains are incredibly durable and can be preserved in sediments, and by analysing pollen from different layers of rock, scientists can track changes in vegetation over time. Plant fossils, leaves, seeds, wood, add additional detail showing the structure of ancient forests and the types of plants that grew together. Together, these lines of evidence allow paleontologists to reconstruct the environments where dinosaurs lived, to understand the food webs that supported them, and to see how ecosystems changed over time. Each dinosaur lived inside a local place, its own familiar landscape, repeated day after day. While we talk about dinosaurs as existing across continents and spanning millions of years, each individual dinosaur experienced only a small slice of that vastness. A particular valley, a specific river, a favoured grove of trees. This local familiarity would have been important, allowing dinosaurs to know where to find food, where to find water, where to rest safely, where to avoid danger. Home ranges would have been learned through experience, passed down through generations in social species, refined through trial and error. The landscape was not a backdrop, but an intimate part of a life, known through direct repeated contact. Seasons are like slow breathing, a return, a drift, and a steady rhythm again. The cycle of wet and dry, warm and cool, abundance and scarcity, repeated year after year, creating a pattern that animals could rely on and adapt to. This cyclical nature of time is comforting in its predictability. Things change, but they also come back around, and this return provides stability even in the midst of change. For a dinosaur, the arrival of the rains each year was both a familiar event and a vital one, marking the transition to a time of easier living, and its cyclical return meant that even during the hardest part of the dry season, relief was always eventually on the way. With the world's quiet cycles in place, we can look at how fossils form, how ordinary moments become gentle evidence across time. Fossils form when remains are buried and protected long enough to be preserved, escaping the many forces that usually destroy dead organisms. When an animal dies, its body is typically consumed by scavengers, decomposed by bacteria, scattered by weather, or otherwise broken down and returned to the cycle of life. But occasionally a body is buried quickly, before these processes can complete their work, and if the conditions are right, the hard parts, bones, teeth, shells, can be preserved. This preservation is not common. It requires a specific set of circumstances, and that's why fossils are rare and precious. Rapid burial in sediment can help prevent decay and scattering, sealing the remains away from oxygen and scavengers. Floodplains, riverbanks, lake bottoms and coastal areas are all good places for rapid burial, because sediments accumulate quickly in these environments. When a flood occurs, it can deposit several inches or even feet of mud and sand in a matter of hours, covering a carcass completely. Without access to air, many of the bacteria that cause decay cannot function, and the remains can sit undisturbed for thousands or millions of years, slowly being transformed by chemical processes. Over time, minerals can replace organic material, turning bone into stone, through a process called permineralization. Groundwater carrying dissolved minerals seeps through the buried bone, and the minerals precipitate out of the water and fill in the tiny spaces within the bone structure. Gradually, the original bone material may be replaced entirely by minerals, or it may remain as a mixture of original and mineral material. The result is a fossil that retains the shape and structure of the original bone but is now made of rock. This transformation is slow, taking thousands to millions of years, but it is also thorough, preserving details down to the microscopic level. Fossils can include bones, teeth, eggs, footprints, and even skin impressions, each type offering different kinds of information. Bones tell us about body structure, size, growth, and sometimes about injury or disease. Teeth reveal diet and feeding behavior. Eggs and nests provide evidence of reproduction and parental care. Footprints show movement, behavior, and social interactions. Skin impressions, though rare, can reveal the texture of the skin, the presence of scales or feathers, and other details that bones alone cannot provide. Each type of fossil is like a different window into the past, showing us a different aspect of ancient life. Most living things never fossilize, which is why fossils are special and rare. The vast majority of animals that have ever lived left no trace in the fossil record, their remains consumed, scattered, or decomposed without ever being buried. Even when burial occurs, many things can go wrong. The sediment might be eroded away before it hardens into rock. The rock might be melted or crushed by geological forces, or the fossil might be weathered away before anyone finds it. The fossils we have are survivors of all these hazards, representing a tiny fraction of the life that once existed. This rarity makes each fossil valuable, a glimpse into a world that is otherwise lost. Paleontologists study rock layers to understand the age and context of fossils using the principle of superposition, which states that in undisturbed layers of sedimentary rock, the oldest layers are at the bottom and the youngest are at the top. By mapping out these layers and identifying the fossils they contain, scientists can reconstruct the sequence of life through time, seeing which species came before others and how ecosystems changed. The rock layers are like pages in a book, each one recording a chapter in Earth's history, and fossils are the words on those pages. The same species can look different at different ages, so scientists compare many specimens to understand the full range of variation. A juvenile dinosaur can look very different from an adult of the same species, with different body proportions, different bone textures, and different features. By studying growth series, collections of fossils representing different ages of the same species, paleontologists can document how dinosaurs changed as they matured. This helps. Avoid the mistake of naming different growth stages as separate species, and it provides insight into developmental biology and life history. New discoveries can refine old ideas, and that's a normal, calm part of science. Paleontology is not a finished discipline. It's an ongoing conversation between scientists and the fossil record, with new data constantly being added and old interpretations being revised. A discovery might confirm a hypothesis, or it might overturn it, and either outcome advances our understanding. This process of refinement is not a sign of weakness, but of strength, showing that science is responsive to evidence and willing to change when the evidence demands it. There is something deeply reassuring about this. Knowledge grows slowly, steadily through the collective efforts of many people over many years. Fossils are like quiet notes left in the earth, waiting patiently to be read. They do not announce themselves loudly. They sit in the rock, sometimes for millions of years, until erosion or excavation brings them to the surface where human eyes can find them. The act of finding a fossil is often a matter of luck, being in the right place at the right time, noticing something unusual in the rock, having the knowledge to recognize what you're seeing. Once found, a fossil is carefully extracted, prepared, studied, and eventually displayed or stored in a museum collection where it can be examined by researchers for generations to come. Each fossil is a message from the past, and reading that message requires patience, skill, and care. Learning from fossils is slow work, and that slowness matches the bedtime mood perfectly. There is no rush to understand everything at once. Each fossil is examined carefully, each detail noted and compared to other fossils, each interpretation tested against the evidence. This deliberate pace is well suited to the nature of the subject. Deep time does not hurry, and neither should we when we study it. The process of learning becomes part of the experience, a meditative practice of attention and thought, and there is a quiet satisfaction in piecing together the puzzle bit by bit, letting the picture emerge gradually. Now we'll finish by returning to the gentle theme of a dinosaur's ordinary life, bringing together all the threads we've followed and letting them settle into a peaceful conclusion. A dinosaur's life was mostly made of normal days, not constant excitement, and this is worth repeating because it is so easy to forget. The stories we tell about dinosaurs often focus on the dramatic moments, the battles, the disasters, the extinctions, but these moments were the exceptions, not the rule. The rule was waking up, finding food, drinking water, resting in the shade, interacting with companions, avoiding discomfort, and then sleeping again. This cycle repeated day after day, season after season, year after year, and it was within this cycle that life actually happened. Most days likely included walking, feeding, resting, and staying comfortable, with the specifics varying depending on the species and the environment. A large herbivore would spend many hours feeding each day, slowly processing tough plant material and extracting nutrients. A small carnivore might hunt several times, catching insects or small vertebrates, and then rest between hunts to digest. A nesting parent might sit on eggs for hours, only occasionally getting up to feed or drink. A juvenile might play, practicing the movements and skills it would need as an adult. All of these activities are ordinary, even mundane, but they are also the substance of life, the things that matter on a day-to-day basis. Deep time can feel heavy in daytime when we're trying to hold it in our active minds, when we're trying to comprehend its vastness with our full attention. But at night, when our thinking slows and our defences soften, deep time can feel like a soft horizon, something distant and gentle, not threatening but expansive. The millions of years become less a weight to carry and more a backdrop to rest against, a reminder that the universe is larger than our immediate concerns, that life has persisted through unimaginable spans of time, and that we are part of that ongoing story. The past is not a threat. It's simply a quiet part of Earth's long story, and it has no power over this present moment except what we give it. The dinosaurs are gone, and they have been gone for 66 million years, but their absence does not diminish the value of learning about them or imagining them. They once walked under the same sun that warms us today, drank from rivers fed by the same water cycle, breathed air that circulated through the same atmosphere. They were real, their lives mattered to them in the moment, and now they are part of the deep layers of rock that underlie our modern world. This is not sad. It is simply how time works, how life works, how the earth continues its slow turning. The world has always changed slowly, like a calm tide shaping a shore, wearing down some features and building up others, but never rushing, never forcing. Mountains rise and erode, coastlines advance and retreat, climates warm and cool, species evolve and go extinct, and all of this happens at a pace that is measured in thousands and millions of years. From our brief human perspective, these changes can seem sudden or catastrophic, but from the perspective of deep time, they are gradual adjustments, part of the natural rhythms of a living planet. The world is patient with itself, and we can borrow some of that patience as we lie here, breathing slowly, letting go of urgency. Dinosaurs remind us that life can take many forms and still follow simple rhythms. They were so different from us, different shapes, different sizes, different ways of moving and eating and sensing the world. And yet they also shared fundamental patterns with all living things. They needed food and water, they needed to avoid danger, they needed to reproduce, they needed to rest. These needs shaped their days just as they shape ours, creating rhythms that are recognizable even across vast evolutionary distances. Life is flexible in its details, but consistent in its basics, and this consistency is comforting. The Earth held them, just as it holds you, steady and patient. The same gravity that kept their feet on the ground keeps you resting here in bed. The same atmosphere that filled their lungs fills yours. The same patterns of day and night, of seasons, of growth and rest, that structured their lives structure yours. You're not separate from the Earth, but part of it, held gently by forces that have operated for billions of years and will continue long after you are gone. This is not a lonely thought, but a connected one. You belong here, just as the dinosaurs belonged, just as every living thing belongs. You do not need to imagine every detail to appreciate the calm of the idea. It is enough to know that dinosaurs existed, that they lived full lives in their own way, that they were part of the long story of life on Earth. You don't need to picture every scale or feather, every tooth or claw, every footprint or fossil. You can let the details blur, let the specifics fade, and simply rest in the general knowledge that the past was real, that it was complex, that it was full of moments both ordinary and extraordinary, and that it has left traces we can study and wonder about. Tonight, you can let dinosaur time drift by like warm sunlight across stone, touching everything gently, changing nothing quickly, simply being present in a way that requires no response from you. The Mesozoic era stretches out behind us, vast and quiet, filled with the accumulated moments of millions of years, and it asks nothing of you except perhaps a moment of acknowledgement, a brief recognition that it was, that it mattered, that it is part of the story that leads to here, to now, to you lying in bed, breathing slowly, letting your thoughts settle, and you can rest knowing that deep time is vast, but your moment is safe and small. You exist in the present, in this specific moment, and the present is always small enough to hold, always manageable, always sufficient. The vastness of the past does not threaten the intimacy of now. The millions of years do not erase the importance of this single breath, this single heartbeat, this single moment of rest. You are here, you are safe, you are held by the Earth just as surely as any dinosaur was, and you can let go of effort, let go of worry, let go of the need to understand everything, or remember everything, or even stay awake. Take a slow inhale, drawing air into your lungs just as dinosaurs did, using the same basic mechanism of breathing that has sustained life for hundreds of millions of years. And then a longer exhale, letting the air flow out gently, releasing tension, releasing thought, releasing the need to hold on. And let your thoughts settle like soft sand gently resting at the bottom of a quiet sea, coming to rest in the stillness, no longer swirling, no longer stirred by currents of worry or planning or remembering, just settling softly into the quiet space of sleep, where deep time and present time dissolve into each other, where you can drift peacefully, knowing that you are part of something vast and ancient and ongoing, and that right now, in this moment, all you need to do is rest. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The word multiverse is used to describe the idea that there may be more than one universe. It's a simple enough definition, but like many words in science, it opens doors to rooms of different sizes and shapes. When you hear someone mention the multiverse, they might be talking about something quite specific, a mathematical consequence of a particular theory. or they might be gesturing toward a broader philosophical possibility. The word itself doesn't carry the weight of proof. It carries the weight of what if. And for tonight, as you settle into rest, you can hold that what if lightly, like a smooth stone in your palm, interesting to turn over but not demanding an answer. In most scientific contexts, the multiverse is a hypothesis, not a confirmed fact. This distinction matters more than it might seem at first. A hypothesis is a proposed explanation, a candidate idea that scientists examine, test when possible, and refine over time. It sits in a different category than something like the expansion of the universe or the existence of galaxies, both of which we can observe directly with telescopes and instruments. The multiverse, in most of its forms, remains in the realm of proposed, rather than observed. That doesn't make it uninteresting or unworthy of thought, quite the opposite. Hypotheses are where science begins its work, where curiosity finds its first foothold. But it does mean that when you encounter the multiverse in a book or a conversation, you're encountering an idea that's still being explored, not a settled map of reality. And there's something calming about that. The universe doesn't rush to conclusions, neither do you have to. The idea appears in several areas of physics, but in different forms. This is where the simplicity of the word multiverse starts to unfold into complexity, though the complexity itself can be gentle if we approach it slowly. In cosmology, the study of the universe's large-scale structure and history, the multiverse arises from models of how the very early universe might have behaved. In quantum mechanics, the physics of the very small, the multiverse emerges from certain interpretations of what happens when a measurement occurs. In string theory, a framework that tries to unify different forces and particles, the multiverse shows up as a landscape of possible configurations. These are not the same multiverse. They don't necessarily connect to one another in a tidy way. They share a name because they share a theme, the possibility that what we call the universe might not be all there is. But the details, the mechanisms, the reasons for considering each version, those differ. It's like the word home can mean a house, a city, a planet, or a feeling, depending on context. The multiverse is similar. One word, several ideas, and tonight you don't need to memorize all the distinctions. You just need to know they exist, and that scientists are careful about which version they mean when they speak. Some versions suggest separate regions of reality that don't interact with ours. Imagine space stretching so far in every direction that, beyond the observable universe, the part we can see with our best telescopes, there are other regions, other patches of space-time that exist right now, but are simply too far away for light to have reached us yet. If the universe is infinite, or even just vastly larger than what we can observe, then those distant regions could have different starting conditions, different arrangements of matter, perhaps even different outcomes of random quantum events in their early histories. They wouldn't be other universes in the sense of being completely separate dimensions. They'd be part of the same overall fabric of space-time, just unreachable. The light from those places hasn't had time to get here, and depending on how the universe expands, it might never reach us. This version of the multiverse is sometimes called the quilted multiverse, a patchwork of regions all sharing the same laws of physics but differing in details. It's a calm idea, really. No portals, no magic, just the straightforward consequence of space being much, much larger than the part we happen to occupy. Your corner of the quilt is here, steady and consistent, and the other patches lie quietly beyond the horizon. Others suggest multiple outcomes could exist in parallel descriptions of events. This version comes from quantum mechanics, where the mathematics describes probabilities rather than certainties. When a quantum system is measured, say, the spin of an electron or the position of a photon, the theory gives us probabilities for different outcomes, but we only ever observe one result. The question is, what happened to the other possibilities? One interpretation, called the many worlds interpretation, suggests that all outcomes occur, each in a separate branch of reality. It's not that the universe splits in a physical sense, creating new matter or energy. It's more that the wave function, the mathematical description of the system, continues to evolve in a way that includes all possibilities, and observers find themselves in one branch or another. This interpretation doesn't add anything to the predictions of quantum mechanics. It's a way of understanding what the math might be describing underneath the measurements we see. Some physicists find it elegant, others find it extravagant. But as a bedtime idea, it has a certain symmetry to it. The notion that every could have been finds a place to be, somewhere in the structure of reality, even if we only experience one path. It's like the idea that every fork in a road is taken, just not by the same traveller. The multiverse idea is often discussed carefully because it can be hard to test. This is where the scientific community becomes cautious, and rightly so. Science has built its strength on the foundation of testability, the idea that a claim about the world should, in principle, lead to observations or experiments that could confirm or refute it. If a hypothesis makes no testable predictions, it starts to drift away from science and toward philosophy, which is not a criticism, but a recognition of different methods and goals. Some versions of the multiverse are difficult to test because by their very nature, they propose things that are beyond the reach of observation. If other universes are causally disconnected from ours, meaning no signal, no particle, no influence can travel between them and us, then how would we gather evidence for their existence? This is a real challenge, and scientists take it seriously. They don't dismiss the multiverse out of hand, but they also don't treat it as proven. Instead, they explore whether indirect tests might be possible, whether the theories that predict a multiverse might also predict something we can observe in our own universe. It's detective work of a very patient kind, and the jury is still out on many of the questions. For tonight, you can rest in the knowledge that science moves carefully, not impulsively, and that uncertainty is not a flaw but a sign of honesty. Scientists usually prefer ideas that can be checked by observation, when possible. This preference is not arbitrary. It's what has allowed science to build reliable knowledge over centuries. When you propose an idea, and then design an experiment or observation to test it, you create a feedback loop between imagination and reality. The experiment tells you whether your idea needs to be refined, discarded, or celebrated. This process has given us everything from an understanding of planetary motion to the development of antibiotics. It's robust and self-correcting in a way that pure speculation is not. So when a scientist encounters a multiverse hypothesis, one of the first questions they ask is, what could we observe that would tell us if this is right or wrong? If the answer is nothing, the hypothesis doesn't automatically become false, but it does become harder to work with scientifically. It might still be interesting, still worth discussing, still worth holding as a possibility, but it occupies a different space in the landscape of knowledge. And that's fine. Not every question we can ask is ready to be answered. Some questions are like seeds planted in soil that hasn't yet been prepared. They wait, quietly, for the right tools and insights to arrive. The multiverse, in many of its forms, is one of those seeds. You can think about it, wonder about it, even find comfort in its vastness, without needing to know for certain whether it's real. Still, exploring hypotheses can help clarify what a theory is truly saying. Even if a multiverse remains untested, the act of working through its implications can reveal important things about the underlying physics. For example, if a theory of inflation, the rapid early expansion of the universe, naturally leads to a multiverse, as a side effect that tells you something about how inflation works, even if you can't observe the other universes directly. It tells you that the theory might be more ambitious, more far-reaching, than you initially thought. It also forces you to ask questions about probability and prediction. If a theory predicts a huge number of possible universes, how do you make sense of what you should expect to observe in yours? These are not easy questions, but they're productive ones. They push scientists to think more deeply about what their equations mean and what assumptions they're making. In this sense, the multiverse serves a purpose even before it's confirmed or ruled out. It's a tool for thought, a way of testing the limits of a theory. And tools don't have to be proven to be useful. A compass doesn't need to be a fact. It just needs to point in a direction you can explore. The multiverse, tonight, can be your compass to deeper sleep, pointing toward wonder without insisting you follow every path. For bedtime, it's enough to treat the multiverse as a calm maybe, not a demand for answers. You don't need to solve the puzzle of whether other universes exist in order to rest well tonight. You don't need to take a position, choose a side, or defend a claim. The multiverse can simply be a background presence, a gentle reminder that reality might be larger and stranger than we can fully grasp, and that this largeness doesn't threaten your safety or your peace. In fact, there's something soothing about the idea that the cosmos doesn't hinge on our complete understanding of it. The universe was doing just fine before humans started asking questions, and it will continue to do just fine whether we ever confirm a multiverse or not. Your role in all this is not to be the judge or the solver, but simply to be curious when curiosity feels good, and to set curiosity aside when rest feels better. Tonight, rest feels better. So let the multiverse be a maybe, let it float. In the soft space of things you don't need to decide, and turn your attention to the simple fact of your breathing, in and out, steady and sure. You can picture it as a quiet hallway of closed doors. Interesting, but not urgent. This image can help. Imagine a long, softly lit hallway with doors on either side. Each door represents a different version of the multiverse idea, or perhaps a different question about the cosmos. The doors are closed, not locked, and you could open one if you wanted to, but there's no pressure to do so right now. The hallway itself is calm, the light is low and warm, the floor is solid under your feet. You can walk down this hallway at your own pace, glancing at the doors, reading the quiet labels if they have them, but you don't have to turn any knobs tonight. The hallway is enough. The knowledge that the doors exist is enough. This is the posture you can take toward big scientific ideas when you're settling down to sleep. Acknowledgement without urgency, interest without anxiety. The multiverse, like the doors in this hallway, is there if you want to explore it someday, but it will wait. It has been waiting for billions of years already. If it exists at all, it can wait a little longer. Now let's drift from the word itself into the reason it comes up at all, how our universe's early history is described in gentle models. To understand why scientists talk about a multiverse, it helps to know a little about the theories they use to describe the very early universe, those first fractions of a second after the Big Bang. And even the phrase Big Bang can be softened for bedtime. It's not an explosion in the sense of something bursting outward into pre-existing space. It's more like the beginning of space and time themselves, an expansion that started from an incredibly hot, dense state and has been continuing ever since. The details of those earliest moments are hard to pin down because the conditions were so extreme, temperatures and densities far beyond anything we can recreate in a laboratory. But physicists have built models, mathematical descriptions that try to capture what might have happened, and one of the most influential of these models is called inflation. Inflation is a proposed early period when the universe expanded extremely quickly. We're not talking about the ordinary expansion of the universe that we observe today, where galaxies drift apart from one another over millions and billions of years. Inflation suggests that there was a much earlier period, lasting perhaps a tiny fraction of a second, during which space itself expanded at a staggering rate. Much, much faster than the speed of light, though this doesn't violate relativity because it's space itself that's expanding, not objects moving through space. This rapid expansion would have taken a region smaller than an atom and stretched it to a size much larger than what we can observe today. It sounds extreme because it is, but inflation was proposed to solve some genuine puzzles about the universe we see. Inflation is used to help explain why the universe looks smooth in many directions. When we look out at the cosmic microwave background, the faint glow of radiation left over from the early universe, we see that it's remarkably uniform. The temperature is almost the same in every direction, to within 1 part in 100,000. This uniformity is puzzling if you think about how the universe would have evolved without inflation, because regions that are far apart in the sky today would not have had time to interact or exchange energy in the early universe. They would have been causally disconnected, meaning no signal could have travelled between them. So why do they look the same? Inflation offers an answer. Those regions were once much, much closer together, close enough to reach a common temperature, and then inflation stretched them apart so quickly that they ended up far apart by the time the cosmic microwave background formed. It's a bit like taking a small, evenly heated metal ball and stretching it into a vast thin sheet. The sheet would still be smooth because it started from something uniform. Inflation does that stretching for the early universe, taking a small, smooth patch and expanding it into the large-scale uniformity we observe. It also helps explain why distant regions of the cosmos look similar in temperature. This is really the same puzzle as the smoothness, just stated slightly differently. The point is that without inflation, the universe's uniformity is a mystery. With inflation, it becomes a natural consequence of the model, and there's something calming about that. Science doesn't always solve puzzles by adding complexity. Sometimes it solves them by proposing a simple mechanism that has broad effects. Inflation is one such mechanism. It's not proven beyond all doubt. Cosmology rarely offers that kind of certainty, but it fits the data well and it makes predictions that have been tested and confirmed in several ways. For tonight, you can think of inflation as the universe's way of smoothing itself out, of creating a calm, even starting point for all the structure that would later form. Stars, galaxies, planets, all of it began from that smooth, stretched out canvas. In some inflation models, the inflation process might continue in some places longer than others. This is where the multiverse enters the story from the cosmological side. If inflation is driven by a field, a kind of energy that fills space, then in some models that field might not turn off everywhere at the same time. Imagine a pot of water coming to a boil. Bubbles form in some places before others. Similarly, in eternal inflation models, the inflationary field might decay in some regions, ending inflation and allowing a universe like ours to form, while continuing to inflate in other regions. Those other regions would keep expanding, and within them new regions might eventually stop inflating as well, forming their own bubble universes. Each bubble would be a separate expanding space-time born from the larger inflating background. This process could, in principle, go on forever, with new bubbles constantly forming in the inflating regions. It's called eternal, not because any one bubble lasts forever, but because the overall process of inflation and bubble formation might never end. This idea is sometimes called eternal inflation, and it leads to multiverse-style possibilities. If eternal inflation is correct, then our universe, the region of space-time that we inhabit and observe, would be just one bubble among countless others. Each bubble would have its own Big Bang, its own history, its own stars and galaxies. They wouldn't be separate dimensions or alternate realities in a science fiction sense. They'd be distinct regions of space-time that happen to form under the same underlying physical process. The multiverse here is not a wild speculation tacked onto physics. It's a potential consequence of taking inflation seriously and following the math where it leads. That doesn't mean it's definitely true, but it does mean it's worth considering. And for bedtime, the image of bubble universes can be quite soothing. Each one is its own self-contained story, expanding and evolving on its own, not interfering with the others. Your universe is your bubble, safe and stable, floating in a much larger sea. In that picture, separate bubble universes could form in different regions. Each bubble would start with its own initial conditions, its own configuration of energy and matter as inflation ended in that region. Depending on the details of how inflation stopped, different bubbles might have slightly different properties. Some might be larger, some smaller, some might have more matter, some less. But all of them would be solutions to the same underlying equations, all of them children of the same inflationary parent. It's a bit like seeds from the same tree blowing in the wind and landing in different soils. Each seed grows into a tree, but the trees might look a bit different depending on where they landed and what conditions they found. The bubble universes in eternal inflation are like that. Related, but not identical. Each bubble would be like its own expanding space-time area. Inside a bubble, space would expand, matter would clump together under gravity, stars would form, galaxies would take shape, all the familiar processes we see in our own universe. The laws of physics governing those processes would be the same, or at least very similar, because all the bubbles come from the same inflationary framework. But the outcomes, the specific details, could vary. One bubble might have a region that becomes a galaxy cluster very much like our local group. Another might have a different arrangement entirely. The key point is that each bubble is independent. Once inflation ends in a region and a bubble forms, that bubble's fate is determined by what happens inside it, not by what's happening in other bubbles far away. These bubbles might be so far apart that they never meet or exchange signals. This is crucial for understanding why the multiverse from eternal inflation is so hard to observe. If bubbles are separated by regions of space that are still inflating, and if inflation expands space faster than light can cross it, then light from one bubble can never reach another. The bubbles are causally disconnected. They can't send messages, can't exchange particles, can't influence one another in any way. From the perspective of someone living in one bubble, the other bubbles might as well not exist. Not because they're in a different dimension, but simply because they're unreachably far away. It's like being on an island in an infinite ocean with no boats. Other islands might be out there, but you'll never see them, never visit them, never confirm their existence directly. This is Why the multiverse from inflation is a hypothesis rather than an observation. It's a possibility that arises from the theory, but confirming it would require some kind of indirect evidence, some signature left in our own bubble that points to the existence of others. Even if bubble universes existed, observing them directly could be extremely difficult. This is an understatement, really. Extremely difficult might be too optimistic. If the bubbles are truly causally disconnected, direct observation might be impossible in principle, not just in practice. There's no telescope powerful enough, no detector sensitive enough, to see across regions of space that are still undergoing inflation. The best hope would be indirect evidence, some effect that inflation or the multiverse structure might have on our own bubble. For example, if two bubbles happen to form close enough together that they collided before inflation separated them too far, that collision might leave a mark in the cosmic microwave background, a bruise of sorts that we could detect. Researchers have looked for such signals and haven't found any convincing evidence yet, but the search continues. Even without direct evidence, though, the bubble multiverse remains a legitimate topic of scientific discussion because it's a prediction of a model that explains other things we do observe, like the smoothness of the universe. It's a testable theory that happens to have an untestable consequence, which puts it in an interesting grey area. For tonight, you can rest easy knowing that whether or not other bubbles exist, they don't affect your bubble, your universe, your night. They're far away, doing their own thing, if they're there at all. The inflation multiverse connection is one reason the multiverse enters scientific discussion. It's not that scientists went looking for a multiverse and then invented inflation to justify it. It's the other way around. Inflation was proposed to solve observational puzzles, and the multiverse emerged as a possible side effect. This is how science often works. You build a model to explain one thing, and the model ends up predicting something else you didn't expect. Sometimes those unexpected predictions turn out to be true, like the prediction of the cosmic microwave background from Big Bang theory. Sometimes they remain uncertain, like the multiverse from inflation. But the fact that the multiverse arises naturally from a model that works well in other respects gives it a kind of credibility, even if it's not yet confirmed. It's on the table, so to speak, as a serious possibility rather than a flight of fancy. With that soft bubble image in mind, we can explore a gentle question. If there were other universes, could they be different from ours? This brings us to another strand of multiverse thinking, one that's less about regions of space and more about the fundamental constants and laws that govern physics. In our universe, there are certain numbers, constants of nature, that describe how strong gravity is, how electrically charged an electron is, how fast light travels, and so on. These constants appear in the equations of physics, and they have specific values that we've measured very precisely. But why do they have those values? Why is the speed of light about 300,000 kilometers per second and not, say, twice that or half that? Why is the strength of gravity so much weaker than the electromagnetic force? These are deep questions, and physics doesn't have complete answers to them yet. One speculative idea is that these constants might not be the same in all possible universes. If there's a multiverse, different regions or bubbles might have different values for these constants. Physics uses constants that describe the strengths of forces and other deep patterns. The fine structure constant, for instance, governs the strength of electromagnetic interactions. The gravitational constant determines how strongly masses attract each other. The mass of the electron, the mass of the proton, the cosmological constant that describes the energy of empty space. All of these are fundamental parameters that appear in our theories. We can measure them, but we can't yet predict them from first principles. They seem to be inputs to the theory, rather than outputs. This bothers some physicists because it suggests that our theories are incomplete. A truly fundamental theory, some argue, should be able to tell us why the constants have the values they do, not just accept them as given. But until we have that deeper theory, the constants remain a bit mysterious. In some speculative ideas, different universes might have different constants. This idea comes up in certain versions of string theory, a theoretical framework that tries to unify quantum mechanics and general relativity. String theory suggests that the fundamental building blocks of nature are not point-like particles, but tiny vibrating strings. Depending on how these strings vibrate, they can give rise to different particles and forces. The theory has a lot of freedom, many different possible configurations, sometimes called the landscape of string theory. Each configuration might correspond to a different set of constants. If that's true, And if the multiverse from inflation is also true, then different bubble universes might settle into different configurations from the string landscape, giving them different constants. This is highly speculative, and it's important to say that clearly. String theory itself is not yet confirmed, and the landscape idea within string theory is even more uncertain. But it's an example of how multiverse thinking can intersect with attempts to understand the fundamental laws of physics. Small changes in constants could produce very different kinds of stars and chemistry. This is where the multiverse idea starts to touch on questions about why our universe is the way it is. If you change the strength of gravity by a significant amount, stars might not form, or they might burn out too quickly to support the long timescales needed for life. If you change the mass of the electron, or the strength of the electromagnetic force, atoms might not be stable, or chemistry might work completely differently. The universe we inhabit seems to be balanced in a way that allows for complex structures, stars, planets, molecules, and eventually living organisms. This balance is sometimes called fine-tuning, though that phrase can be misleading. It's not that someone or something tuned the constants by hand, it's just that the constants happen to fall in a range that permits complexity. If they were very different, the universe might be a much simpler, emptier place. Some universes might form no stable atoms depending on the values of those constants. Imagine a universe where the electromagnetic force is much stronger than it is here. Electrons might be bound so tightly to nuclei that no chemical reactions could occur. Or imagine a universe where the strong nuclear force, which holds protons and neutrons together in atomic nuclei, is much weaker. Nuclei might fall apart, and you'd have a universe of just hydrogen with no heavier elements, no carbon, no oxygen, no iron, none of the elements that make up planets and living things. Such a universe wouldn't necessarily be bad in some cosmic sense. It would just be different, and much less interesting from the perspective of creatures like us who depend on chemistry. Other universes might form atoms but no long-lived stars. Stars are crucial for making heavy elements. In the cores of stars, lighter elements fuse together to create heavier ones, and when stars explode as supernovae, they scatter those heavy elements into space, where they can become part of planets and eventually living organisms. If you tweak the constants in certain ways, you might end up with a universe where stars form but burn out almost instantly, or where stars never get hot enough to fuse elements beyond hydrogen. Such a universe might have atoms and even some simple molecules, but it wouldn't have the rich chemistry and long timescales that allow for life as we know it. Again, this is speculation because we don't have other universes to observe, but physicists can run the numbers and see what happens in their models when they change the constants. The results suggest that the range of constants compatible with life is fairly narrow, though exactly how narrow is a matter of ongoing debate. In some versions, the multiverse is used to discuss why our constants allow complex structure. If there are many universes with different constants, and if we can only exist in a universe with constants that allow for stars, chemistry, and life, then it's not surprising that we find ourselves in such a universe. This is called the anthropic principle, and it's a way of thinking about selection effects. Just as it's not surprising that fish find themselves in water because fish can't live on land, it's not surprising that conscious observers find themselves in a universe that permits consciousness. The multiverse provides a context for this argument. Without a multiverse, the fact that our constants seem finely tuned might seem like an astonishing coincidence. With a multiverse, it's just a selection effect. We're in one of the universes where observers can exist, because we couldn't be anywhere else. This connects to the anthropic style of reasoning. We observe a universe compatible with observers. The anthropic principle doesn't explain why the multiverse exists, and it doesn't explain why the constants vary from universe to universe. It just says that given a multiverse with varying constants, we should expect to find ourselves in a universe with constants that allow for our existence. It's a logical point more than a physical one, and it's been both praised and criticized. Some scientists find it useful, a way of making sense of why our universe seems so special. Others find it unsatisfying, because it doesn't predict specific values for the constants. It just says they have to be in the range that permits life. For bedtime purposes, the anthropic principle can be quite reassuring. It suggests that you're not here by some bizarre accident against impossible odds. You're here because this is the kind of universe where beings like you can be here, and there's nothing more that needs to be explained about that. Anthropic arguments can be controversial, because they can be hard to test directly. How do you test the claim that there are other universes with different constants? when you can't observe them? How do you know if the anthropic principle is doing real explanatory work, or if it's just a way of saying things are the way they are because otherwise we wouldn't be here to ask? These are fair questions, and they've led to a lot of debate in the physics and philosophy communities. Some researchers think anthropic reasoning is a legitimate tool, especially in cosmology where we're stuck with one sample, our own universe, and have to make sense of why it has the properties it does. Others think it's a dead end, a distraction from the real work of finding deeper physical principles. The debate continues, and that's fine. Science thrives on debate, on the friction between different perspectives. For tonight, you don't have to pick a side. You can appreciate that smart people disagree, and that disagreement is a sign of a healthy, active field of inquiry. Still, they can function as a gentle lens for thinking about selection effects. Even if you're skeptical of the multiverse or the anthropic principle, the concept of selection effects is useful in many areas of science. A selection effect is when the way you gather data or make observations biases what you see. For example, if you only look for planets around bright stars, you'll miss planets around dim stars, and your conclusions about how common planets are will be skewed. Anthropic reasoning is like that, but applied to the universe itself. You can't observe universes that don't have observers, so your dataset is automatically biased toward observer-friendly universes. Recognizing this doesn't require you to believe in a multiverse. It just requires you to think carefully about what you can and can't conclude from the fact that you exist. It's a subtle point, but subtlety can be calming. It reminds you that the universe is complex, that explanations often have layers, and that you don't have to grasp every layer tonight. For sleep, it's enough to imagine variation as different recipes that may or may not bake stable worlds. Think of each universe as a cake, and the constants as ingredients. If you use too much of one ingredient or not enough of another, the cake might not rise, or it might burn, or it might turn out inedible. But if you get the proportions right, you get a cake that's stable and structured and pleasant. Our universe is like a cake that turned out well. If there are other universes with different recipes, some of them might not turn out well at all. Flat, burnt, inedible. And that's okay. They don't have to be good cakes. They just have to be possible outcomes in a space of recipes. You're in a universe that's a good cake, and that's enough for tonight. Let the other recipes sit on the shelf, theoretical and distant, while you enjoy the one that's actually here. Now we can step into another doorway where multiverse ideas appear, quantum theory and the calm mystery of outcomes. Quantum mechanics is one of the most successful theories in all of physics. It describes the behavior of particles and fields at very small scales, and its predictions have been confirmed in countless experiments with extraordinary precision. But despite its success, quantum mechanics has a reputation for being strange, even mysterious. Part of that strangeness has to do with how it treats measurement and outcomes, and it's here that another version of the multiverse enters the conversation. Quantum physics describes probabilities for outcomes of certain events. In the quantum world, you can't always predict exactly what will happen. Instead, you calculate the probability of different possible outcomes. For example, if you have a photon approaching a half-silvered mirror, quantum mechanics tells you there's a 50% chance it will pass through and a 50% chance it will reflect. You can't say in advance which will happen. You can only say the odds. This probabilistic nature is fundamental to the theory. It's not just that we don't have enough information to make precise predictions. The theory itself says that the outcomes are inherently probabilistic. This was unsettling to some of the early pioneers of quantum mechanics, including Einstein, who famously said he didn't believe that God plays dice with the universe, but the evidence supports the probabilistic view, and physicists have learned to live with it. When we measure a quantum system, we see one result, not all results at once. If you do that photon experiment with the mirror, you'll observe either the photon passing through or the photon reflecting, not both. The act of measurement seems to collapse the range of possibilities into a single outcome. Before the measurement, the photon is described by a wave function, a mathematical object that encodes all the possible outcomes and their probabilities. After the measurement, the wave function has collapsed, and you're left with just one outcome. This collapse is mysterious. The equations of quantum mechanics describe how the wave function evolves over time before the measurement, and that evolution is smooth and deterministic. But the collapse is different. It's abrupt and random, governed only by probabilities. Physicists have debated what this collapse means, what causes it, and whether it's even a real physical process or just an artifact of how we think about measurement. Different interpretations try to explain what measurement means. An interpretation of quantum mechanics is a framework for understanding what the theory is telling us about reality. The math of quantum mechanics is clear and precise, but the meaning of the math is open to interpretation. The most traditional view is the Copenhagen interpretation, developed by Niels Bohr and others in the early days of quantum theory. It says that the wave function describes our knowledge of a system, and when we measure the system, we gain new information, which updates the wave function. The collapse is just an update, not a physical event. This interpretation works fine for practical purposes, but it leaves some questions unanswered, like what counts as a measurement and why measurement should be special. One interpretation is called the many worlds interpretation. This interpretation was proposed by Hugh Everett in the 1950s, and it takes a very different approach to the measurement problem. Instead of saying the wave function collapses when a measurement happens, the many worlds interpretation says the wave function never collapses at all. It just keeps evolving smoothly, following the equations. But if the wave function doesn't collapse, what happens to all those other possible outcomes? According to many worlds, they all happen. Every possible outcome of a measurement actually occurs, but in separate branches of the wave function. When you measure the photon at the mirror, the wave function branches into two parts, one where you observe the photon passing through, and one where you observe it reflecting. Both branches exist, both are real, but they don't interact with each other. You find yourself in one branch or the other, experiencing one outcome, while another version of you in the other branch experiences the other outcome. In many worlds, all possible outcomes are said to exist in separate branches of description. It's important to understand that these branches aren't separate physical spaces. They're not different dimensions or parallel realities in the sense of science fiction. They're different components of the universal wave function, different ways the wave function can evolve that don't interfere with each other. The branching happens constantly, with every quantum event, so the number of branches grows enormously over time. Some people find this extravagant. Why multiply realities like that? But proponents of many worlds argue that it's actually the simplest interpretation, because it doesn't require you to add a collapse mechanism to the theory. You just take the equations seriously and follow them wherever they lead, and they lead to branching. For bedtime, you can think of many worlds as a way of ensuring that every possibility gets its due. Nothing is lost. Every what-if finds a place to unfold. It's a generous view of reality in a way, even if it's hard to wrap your mind around. These branches are sometimes talked about like parallel worlds, though language varies. The term parallel worlds can be misleading because it suggests that the branches are like the bubble universes from inflation, separate spacetimes that could, in principle, be visited if you had the right technology. But the branches in many worlds are not like that. They're not elsewhere in space. They're elsewhere in the structure of the wave function, which is a more abstract kind of separation. You can't travel to another branch any more than you can travel to a different term in a mathematical equation. The branches are parallel in the sense that they exist simultaneously in the math, but they're not accessible to each other. They've separated in a way that's final. Some physicists prefer to say many histories, or many branches, rather than many worlds, to avoid the implication of separate physical worlds. But however you phrase it, the idea is the same. The wave function includes all outcomes, and we experience one of them. Many worlds is not the only interpretation. Others include Copenhagen-style views and more. There's a whole zoo of interpretations, each with its own take on what quantum mechanics means. The Copenhagen interpretation emphasizes the role of the observer and treats the wave function as a tool for making predictions rather than a complete description of reality. The pilot wave interpretation, also called Bohmian mechanics, says that particles have definite positions at all times guided by a wave, and there's no collapse or branching. The consistent histories interpretation uses a framework of histories to describe probabilities without invoking collapse. There are others still, and new ones are occasionally proposed. The reason for this diversity is that all these interpretations make the same predictions for experiments. They disagree about what's happening under the hood, so to speak, but they agree on what. You'll see if you do a particular measurement. This makes it very hard to choose between them based on evidence alone. The choice often comes down to philosophical preferences. Do you want a theory with fewer entities, even if it means many branches? Do you want a theory that keeps particles real and definite, even if it means adding hidden variables? Different scientists answer these questions differently. Interpretations can be difficult because they often make the same predictions for experiments. This is both frustrating and fascinating. It means that the question of which interpretation is correct might not be a scientific question in the usual sense, because science relies on experiments to decide between competing ideas. If two ideas predict exactly the same outcomes, how do you test them? You might have to wait for a more refined theory that makes distinctions the current interpretations don't, or you might have to accept that some questions about what's really happening are beyond the reach of experiment. This touches on deep issues about the nature of scientific knowledge and what it means to understand something. For tonight, though, you don't have to resolve these issues. You can simply appreciate that quantum mechanics works, that it describes the world with amazing accuracy, even if its ultimate meaning remains a bit elusive. There's a kind of peace in that. The universe functions well, reliably, even when we don't fully understand why. That means the differences can be philosophical as much as practical. Philosophy gets a bad rap sometimes, as if it's less rigorous or less important than science, but that's not fair. Philosophical questions are the ones that lie just beyond the edge of what we can currently test, and they're crucial for shaping how we think about the world and how we design future experiments. The debate over quantum interpretations is a philosophical debate in many ways, but it's one that's deeply informed by physics and math. It's not idle speculation. It's careful reasoning about what our best theories are telling us. And it's okay for a field to have philosophical dimensions. It means the field is alive, still asking big questions, still pushing at the boundaries of understanding. You can rest tonight knowing that science doesn't have all the answers, and that this is not a failure but a feature. The questions keep us curious, keep us humble, keep us exploring. The key bedtime idea is simple. Quantum theory is precise, even when its meaning feels poetic. The equations of quantum mechanics are some of the most precise and well-tested in all of science. They tell us how atoms behave, how lasers work, how semiconductors function, how the sun shines. They're the foundation of much of modern technology. That precision is rock solid. The poetry comes in when you try to say what the equations mean, what they imply about the nature of reality. Is the wave function real, or is it just a tool? Do measurements create reality or reveal it? Do all outcomes happen, or just one? These are poetic questions in the sense that they touch on deep, almost ineffable aspects of existence. But the poetry doesn't undermine the precision. Both can coexist. You can have a theory that predicts outcomes to 10 decimal places and still leaves room for wonder about what it all means. And that coexistence, precision and poetry together, is part of what makes quantum mechanics so captivating. Tonight, let the precision be your anchor, the assurance that the world is knowable and regular, and let the poetry be your lullaby, the reminder that mystery is okay. With that branching path image resting gently in the mind, let's talk about a quiet, practical question. What makes a scientific idea testable? This brings us back to the broader theme of the multiverse, and why it's such a contentious topic in some circles. Science has a method, a set of standards for what counts as good evidence and good reasoning. One of those standards is testability. The idea that a scientific claim should, in principle, be testable through observation or experiment. If you can't test an idea, it starts to drift out of the realm of science and into the realm of philosophy or metaphysics. That doesn't automatically make it wrong, but it does make it harder to handle with scientific tools. The multiverse, in many of its forms, bumps up against this standard, and that's worth thinking about calmly and carefully. Scientists generally value ideas that lead to predictions we can check. A good scientific theory makes predictions, specific claims about what we should observe under certain conditions. Those predictions can then be tested. If the observations match the predictions, the theory gains support. If they don't, the theory needs to be revised or discarded. This feedback loop between theory and experiment is the engine of scientific progress. It's what allows science to build on itself, to correct mistakes, to refine understanding over time. The history of science is full of examples. Newton's theory of gravity made predictions about planetary orbits that could be checked, and they were checked and found to be accurate. Einstein's theory of general relativity made predictions about the bending of light near massive objects, and those predictions were confirmed during a solar eclipse in 1919. Quantum mechanics made predictions about the spectrum of hydrogen atoms, and those predictions were confirmed with incredible precision. In each case, the theory wasn't just a nice story, it was a tool that led to checkable claims about the world. Some multiverse versions are challenging because other universes may be unobservable from ours. If the multiverse from eternal inflation is correct, for instance, and if different bubble universes are causally disconnected from each other, then we can't send a probe to another bubble, we can't receive signals from it, we can't observe it directly in any way. This puts the multiverse in a difficult category. It's a prediction of a theory, inflation, but it's a prediction about something we can't observe. Does that make it unscientific? Not necessarily, but it does complicate things. Scientists are used to dealing with things they can't observe directly, quarks for example, or the interior of a black hole. But in those cases there are still indirect ways to test the theories. Quarks leave traces in particle accelerators. Black holes affect the orbits of stars around them. The question for the multiverse is whether there are any indirect tests, any observable consequences in our universe that would point to the existence of others. If two regions can never exchange signals, direct evidence becomes difficult. This is a polite way of saying it becomes impossible. If there's no causal connection, no way for information to travel from one region to another, then you're not going to get direct evidence. You might get indirect evidence. Though, and that's what researchers look for. For example, if inflation predicts a multiverse, and if inflation also predicts certain patterns in the cosmic microwave background, then confirming those patterns is a kind of indirect evidence for the whole package, multiverse included. It's not proof, but it's support. The logic is, if the theory makes several predictions, and the ones we can test turn out to be correct, that gives us some confidence in the predictions we can't test. It's a bit like trusting a weather forecast. If the forecast gets the temperature right and the wind speed right, you might trust its prediction about rain later in the day, even though you can't check that prediction until it happens. Some researchers look for indirect signatures, like patterns inflation might leave in our universe. These signatures could include subtle features in the cosmic microwave background, or patterns in the distribution of galaxies, or the properties of gravitational waves from the early universe. Cosmologists have designed increasingly sensitive experiments to look for these signals, and they've found some confirming evidence for inflation, though not yet for the multiverse specifically. The search is ongoing. It's painstaking work, requiring careful data analysis and statistical rigor because the signals are faint and the noise is loud. But this is how science operates at the frontier, slowly, carefully, with lots of dead ends and occasional breakthroughs. For tonight, you can think of these researchers as patient gardeners, tending a plot of soil and waiting to see what grows. They don't know for certain if they'll find what they're looking for, but they're doing the work, asking the questions, gathering the data. Even indirect tests are tricky and require careful statistical work. Statistics is the language of uncertainty, the tool scientists use to make sense of messy, incomplete data. In cosmology, where you often have just one universe to observe and a huge number of possible theories, statistics becomes especially important. You have to ask questions like, how likely is it that we'd see this pattern in the data if the theory is correct? How likely if it's wrong? What's the margin of error? What assumptions are we making? These are not easy questions, and they require a lot of mathematical sophistication, but they're also essential for keeping science honest. Without good statistical methods, it's too easy to see patterns that aren't really there, to convince yourself that your favourite theory is right when the data doesn't actually support it. The multiverse is particularly challenging in this regard, because it often involves probabilities over a huge, maybe infinite number of possible universes, and it's not always clear how to make sense of those probabilities. But researchers are working on it, developing new statistical tools and frameworks to handle these situations. It's slow, it's hard, but it's genuine scientific work. Cosmology often deals with one sample, because we observe only one universe directly. This is a unique challenge. In most sciences, you can run multiple experiments, observe multiple instances, and build up statistics that way. If you're studying the behavior of electrons, you can observe billions of them. If you're studying the evolution of stars, you can observe thousands of them at different stages. But if you're studying the universe as a whole, you've got just one. You can't rerun the Big Bang with different initial conditions and see what happens. You can't compare our universe to another universe and see how they differ. You're stuck with the one sample you've got, and you have to extract as much information from it as possible. This makes cosmology a bit like forensic science or archaeology. You're looking at the evidence left behind by a one-time event and trying to reconstruct what happened. It's doable, but it requires care and creativity, and it means that some questions might remain unanswered for a long time, or maybe forever. This makes uncertainty and error bars an important part of the field. Error bars are the ranges around a measurement that tell you how uncertain you are. If you measure the temperature of the cosmic microwave background as 2.7 to 25 degrees above absolute zero, that's not an exact number. It comes with an error bar, a tiny range of values that captures your uncertainty. Good science is always honest about uncertainty. It doesn't claim to know more than the data supports. In cosmology, where the data is often sparse and hard to interpret, error bars can be large, and that's okay. It's better to say, we know this much, and we're uncertain about this other part, than to pretend you have all the answers. The multiverse in this context sits in a region of large uncertainty. We don't know if it's real, and the error bars on that question are, in a sense, as large as they could be. Maybe yes, maybe no. And that's an honest statement of where the science stands right now. A hypothesis can still be useful even if it is not yet testable, but it remains uncertain. This is an important point. Science doesn't just throw away ideas that can't be tested right away. It holds on to them, examines them, sees what they imply, and waits for new tools or insights that might make them testable in the future. Atoms were once hypothetical, proposed by ancient Greek philosophers and revived by chemists in the 1800s, but they couldn't be directly observed until the 20th century. The idea remained useful, though, because it explained patterns in chemistry and helped scientists develop new theories. The multiverse might be in a similar position, useful for organizing thoughts, for clarifying what theories predict, for guiding the search for indirect evidence, even if direct confirmation is far off or impossible. And that's fine. Science is patient. It can live with uncertainty for a long time if it has to. Debates about the multiverse often focus on where to draw the line between physics and philosophy. This is a healthy debate, one that forces scientists to think carefully about their methods and standards. Some argue that if an idea can't be tested, it shouldn't be called physics, it should be called speculation or philosophy. Others argue that the line is blurrier than that, especially in fundamental physics and cosmology, where the frontiers of knowledge push up against deep conceptual questions. Both sides have good points. The debate itself is valuable because it keeps the community honest, prevents complacency, and ensures that people are thinking hard about what they're doing. For someone trying to fall asleep, this debate is a sign of a healthy, self-critical field. Science isn't just a set of facts, it's a process, a culture, a conversation. And the conversation about the multiverse is one of the most interesting and challenging conversations happening in physics today. Calm curiosity can coexist with careful skepticism, like holding a seashell without claiming you own the ocean. This image captures the right attitude toward big, uncertain ideas like the multiverse. You can be curious, interested, even excited about the possibility without committing to it as fact. You can turn the idea over in your mind, appreciate its beauty and strangeness, without needing to prove or disprove it tonight. Curiosity is a form of openness, a willingness to consider possibilities. Skepticism is a form of caution, a refusal to accept claims without evidence. The two are not opposites, they're partners. Together they let you explore ideas in a healthy way, neither dismissing them out of hand nor accepting them uncritically. The multiverse is like a seashell you found on a beach. You can pick it up, admire its shape and colour, maybe put it to your ear and listen, but you don't have to own the ocean it came from. The ocean is vast, mysterious, and largely out of reach, and that's okay. The seashell is. Enough for now. Now we'll widen the museum hallway a bit and meet a few multiverse families, since the word can mean different things in different contexts. It's easy to talk about the multiverse as if it's one single idea, but as we've already hinted, that's not quite right. There are several different multiverse concepts that come from different areas of physics, and while they share a family resemblance, they're not the same thing. Understanding these distinctions can help clarify discussions and prevent confusion. It can also be soothing, in a way, because it shows that the multiverse isn't some wild, undefined notion. It's a set of specific, carefully considered possibilities that arise in specific theoretical contexts. Let's walk down the hallway and peek into a few of these rooms. Sometimes multiverse refers to far regions beyond what we can see, still within one larger space-time. This is sometimes called the Level 1 multiverse or the quilted multiverse. The idea is simple. If space is infinite, or even just vastly larger than the observable universe, then there could be regions far beyond our horizon that are, in principle, just like ours. Same laws of physics, same types of particles, same forces. They're not separate universes in the sense of being disconnected from our space-time, they're just really, really far away. Because the universe is only about 13.8 billion years old, light has only had time to travel about 13.8 billion light years, adjusted for expansion, which means there's a horizon beyond which we can't see. But that horizon is just a limit on our observation, not a boundary of space itself. Space might continue forever, and if it does, there could be countless other regions out there, each with its own galaxies and stars and planets. Some of those regions might even have configurations of matter very similar to ours, just by chance if space is truly infinite. It's a strange thought, but it's a straightforward consequence of the idea that space goes on and on. Sometimes it refers to separate bubble universes formed by inflation. This is the Level 2 or inflationary multiverse we discussed earlier. Here, the universes are truly separate in a stronger sense. They're not just far away in the same space, they're distinct regions of space-time that have decoupled from each other due to the ongoing inflation between them. Each bubble is its own expanding universe, with its own Big Bang, its own history, potentially its own values for physical constants if the landscape idea is correct. The bubbles might be embedded in a larger inflating space, but they don't interact. They're isolated, islands in an infinite sea of inflation. This version of the multiverse is a bit more dramatic than the Level 1 version, because the separation is not just a matter of distance, but a matter of causal structure. Sometimes it refers to branching outcomes in quantum interpretations. This is the Level 3 or many worlds multiverse. Here, the different universes are not regions of space at all. They're branches of the quantum wave function. Every time a quantum event occurs with multiple possible outcomes, the wave function branches, and all outcomes happen in different branches. The branches are not accessible to each other. They don't interfere, don't communicate, don't share information. They exist in the abstract space of quantum possibilities, not in physical space. This is perhaps the most conceptually challenging version of the multiverse, because it's not something you can picture spatially. It's a feature of the mathematical structure of quantum mechanics, and whether you think it's real depends on how you interpret the theory. Sometimes it refers to extra-dimensional ideas where other brains could exist in larger space. This is the Level 4 multiverse or the landscape multiverse, often associated with string theory. In some versions of string theory, our universe might be a three-dimensional brain, short for membrane, floating in a higher dimensional space. There could be other brains in that larger space, each with its own set of physical laws or constants. These brains might be parallel to ours, nearby in the extra dimensions but inaccessible because we're confined to our own brain, or they might intersect ours occasionally, leading to observable effects. This idea is highly speculative and depends on string theory being correct, which is still uncertain. But it's another way the multiverse concept shows up in theoretical physics, another room in the hallway. These are not all the same proposal, they are different uses of the same word. It's crucial to keep this in mind when you're reading about the multiverse or talking about it with others. Someone might be talking about the many worlds interpretation while you're thinking about inflationary bubbles, and the conversation can get muddled very quickly. Each version has its own motivations, its own theoretical framework, its own challenges and implications. They're related in theme. They all suggest that the universe is not all there is, but they differ in detail. Recognizing these differences is part of thinking clearly about the topic. Because of this, discussions can get confusing if people don't specify which idea they mean. Imagine two people arguing about whether the multiverse is real. One is thinking about the Level 1 multiverse, which is just a consequence of infinite space, and seems fairly plausible. The other is thinking about the many worlds interpretation, which is a matter of quantum interpretation, and seems more controversial. They're not really disagreeing about the same thing, but they might not realize it. This kind of talking past each other is common in discussions about the multiverse, and it's one reason the topic can be frustrating. The solution is to be precise, to ask which version you're discussing, to clarify terms before diving into debate. Clarity doesn't eliminate disagreement, but it makes disagreement more productive. A careful approach is to ask, which multiverse are we talking about? This simple question can cut through a lot of confusion. It signals that you understand there are different versions, and it invites the other person to be specific. It's a gesture of clarity, a way of making sure everyone is on the same page before the conversation goes further. In science, as in life, clear communication is worth the effort. And in a conversation about the multiverse, where the stakes are low, in the sense that no one's daily life depends on the answer, but the concepts are high, in the sense that they touch on deep questions about reality, a little extra clarity can make the discussion more enjoyable and more enlightening for everyone involved. In science communication, gentle metaphors help, but they should not replace clarity. Metaphors are powerful tools. They make abstract ideas more concrete, more relatable, more memorable, but they can also mislead if taken too literally. When someone says bubble universes, the metaphor evokes soap bubbles floating in the air, which is helpful for visualizing separate regions. But real bubble universes aren't made of soap, and the space between them isn't air. It's inflating space-time. The metaphor is a starting point, not the whole story. Good science communication uses metaphors carefully, making clear when a metaphor is meant to illustrate and when the reality is more complex. For bedtime, you can enjoy the metaphors, bubbles, branches, quilts, brains, as soothing images that help you think about the ideas without getting lost in technical jargon. But you can also hold them lightly, knowing they're not the full picture. The best metaphors feel like soft lantern light, helpful, not blinding. A lantern in the dark doesn't show you everything. It shows you enough to take the next step. That's what a good metaphor does. It gives you a way to think about an idea without overwhelming you with details. The bubble metaphor helps you understand that different regions could be separate and independent. The branching metaphor helps you understand that quantum outcomes might all be real in some sense. The quilt metaphor helps you understand that space might extend far beyond what we see. Each metaphor illuminates part of the picture, and together they give you a sense of the larger landscape. But none of them is perfect, and none of them replaces the actual math and physics underneath. For tonight, let the metaphors be your lanterns, guiding you gently towards sleep, not demanding that you navigate the whole terrain. For bedtime, it's enough to hold the multiverse as a category of possibilities, not a single claim. You don't need to decide which version is correct, or even whether any version is correct. You can simply acknowledge that the multiverse is a way of thinking about how vast and varied reality might be. It's a collection of maybes, each with its own logic and appeal. Some might turn out to be true, some might turn out to be wrong, some might remain uncertain forever. And that's fine. The universe doesn't require your verdict. Your job tonight is not to judge the multiverse, but to let it be part of the background, a gentle reminder that the cosmos is full of questions still being asked. And questions, when held softly, can be very calming. They don't pressure you for answers. They just invite you to wonder, and wondering, when done gently, is one of the most peaceful states of mind. With the word feeling clearer, we can explore a soothing theme. Whether there are many universes or one, our universe remains steady and livable. This is perhaps the most important point for bedtime. The multiverse, if it exists, doesn't change your immediate reality. It doesn't make the stars in the night sky any less beautiful. It doesn't make the ground beneath your feet any less solid. It doesn't alter the way gravity works, or the way light travels, or the way your lungs take in oxygen. The universe you inhabit, this one, the one you can see and touch and measure, is still here, still reliable, still operating according to the same physical laws it always has. The multiverse is a question about the larger context, about what else might be out there, but it's not a question that intrudes on your daily life. And that's comforting. You can think big thoughts about infinite universes and still trust that your pillow will be soft and your breath will be steady. The laws of physics in our daily life are consistent and dependable. This consistency is what makes life possible. You know that if you drop something, it will fall. You know that if you turn on a light, it will shine. You know that water will freeze at a certain temperature and boil at another. These regularities are not accidents. They're consequences of the laws of physics, which operate the same way today as they did yesterday, and the same way here as they do on the other side of the planet. This reliability is so fundamental that you usually don't even notice it. but it's worth noticing tonight because it's the foundation of your safety and comfort. The universe is not chaotic or random in its basic operations. It follows rules, and those rules are stable. Even if other universes exist with different rules, your universe has its rules, and they're not going anywhere. Gravity keeps your feet on the ground and your room quietly in place. Gravity is perhaps the most familiar of all the forces. It pulls you toward the Earth, gives weight to your body, holds the Earth together, keeps the moon in orbit, keeps the planets circling the sun. It's a gentle, constant force. Always there, always pulling in the same direction. You don't have to think about it or manage it. It just works. And it's the same everywhere in your universe, following the same inverse square law that Newton described and Einstein refined. Whether there are other universes with different gravitational constants or not, your universe has the gravity it has, and it's the gravity that lets you rest comfortably in bed without floating away. Air pressure and temperature settle into gentle balance around you. The atmosphere is a complex system, but on average, it finds an equilibrium. Air pressure at sea level is about 14.7 pounds per square inch, which is enough to keep your lungs working and your blood from boiling, but not so much as to crush you. Temperature fluctuates, but within a range that life can tolerate, at least in most places most of the time. These balances are the result of physical processes, thermodynamics, fluid dynamics, energy transfer, all operating according to consistent laws. The air around you tonight is calm, or at least calm enough. It supports your breathing, regulates your temperature, and asks nothing of you in return. It's a quiet gift of the universe's stability. Stars shine steadily because physical rules hold across long spans of time. The sun has been shining for about 4.6 billion years, fusing hydrogen into helium in its core, releasing energy at a rate that has remained fairly constant over that entire time. This constancy is what allows planets to have stable climates, which is what allows life to evolve and persist. If the sun's output varied wildly, life on Earth would be impossible. But the laws of physics governing nuclear fusion are steady, so the sun is steady, so the light that reaches your window is steady. And the same is true of all the other stars in the sky. They're not flickering in and out of existence. They're following the same physical laws, burning their fuel in predictable ways, living out their lives according to the script written by physics. This steadiness is part of the cosmic reliability that holds everything together. Planets form because matter gathers and organizes under gravity. Dust and gas in space clump together, pulled by their mutual gravitational attraction. Over time, these clumps grow into larger bodies, asteroids, moons, planets. The process is gradual and governed by well-understood physics. The fact that planets form at all, and that they form in similar ways across the universe, is another sign of the consistency of natural law. Your planet, Earth, is the product of this process. A ball of rock and metal and water held together by gravity and shaped by geological and atmospheric processes. It's been here for billions of years, and it will be here for billions more. The multiverse doesn't change that. Whether or not there are other planets in other universes, this planet is yours, solid and enduring. Chemistry works reliably, building molecules the same way again and again. The atoms in your body, in the air you breathe, in the food you eat, all follow the rules of chemistry. Electrons orbit nuclei, bonds form and break. According to predictable patterns, reactions proceed with consistent energy, changes. This reliability is what makes biology possible, what makes you possible. The proteins in your cells fold the same way every time. The DNA in your chromosomes replicates with high fidelity. The chemical reactions that power your metabolism happen in the same sequence, over and over, millions of times a second. It's a dance of atoms, choreographed by the laws of quantum mechanics and thermodynamics, and it never misses a step. The multiverse, with all its possibilities, doesn't interfere with this dance. Your chemistry is your chemistry, stable and exact. Even if other universes existed, their existence would not change your pillow or your breath tonight. This is the bottom line. The multiverse, whether real or not, is far away in some sense, spatially, causally, or conceptually. It doesn't reach into your room and alter the fabric of your sheets or the rhythm of your heartbeat. The physical systems that make up your immediate environment are governed by the physics of this universe, and they're not subject to the influence of other universes, if such things even exist. You are safe, here, in this one universe, surrounded by matter and energy that behave according to knowable, consistent rules. The multiverse is an idea, a possibility, a question. It's not a force that disrupts your sleep. You can think about it, marvel at it, let it expand your sense of wonder, and still close your eyes knowing that your world is exactly as it was before you learned about the multiverse. Big cosmological questions do not spill into your room like weather. Weather can change your day. A storm can make you wet. A cold front can make you shiver. Heat can make you sweat. But the existence or non-existence of other universes has no such direct effect. It doesn't change the temperature, doesn't alter the pressure, doesn't rearrange your furniture. It's an abstract, distant matter, interesting to think about, but not something that impinges on your bodily experience. You can compartmentalize in a healthy way, holding big questions in one part of your mind while letting another part of your mind relax and prepare for sleep. The two don't have to interfere with each other. In fact, thinking about the vastness of the cosmos can sometimes make your immediate surroundings feel cozier by contrast. The universe is huge and strange, but your room is small and familiar, and tonight you get to rest in the small and familiar. The most important universe for bedtime is the one that holds you safely right now. This universe, the one you can touch and see, the one that contains your bed and your breath and the quiet darkness of night, is the one that matters most when you're trying to fall asleep. It doesn't matter if there are a trillion other universes out there somewhere or nowhere. What matters is that this universe is kind to you tonight. It's given you a stable planet, a breathable atmosphere, a functioning body, a mind that can wonder and dream. It's given you the gift of existence in a form that can experience rest and peace. And for that, you can be quietly grateful, not in a grand philosophical way, but in a simple embodied way. Grateful for the softness of the pillow, the warmth of the blanket, the ease of breathing in and out. The multiverse can wait. This universe has you, and that's enough. Rest can be viewed as a small, natural rhythm inside a much larger calm order. The cosmos operates on many scales, from the vibrations of atoms to the expansion of space itself. Your breathing, your heartbeat, your sleep cycle. These are rhythms too, nested inside the larger rhythms of day and night, seasons, planetary orbits, stellar lifetimes. There's a harmony to it, a sense that everything fits together, each part playing its role in the whole. Rest is not separate from the cosmos, it's part of it. When you sleep, you're participating in a natural process that all living things do, a process that's been shaped by billions of years of evolution on a planet that's been shaped by billions of years of geology and astrophysics. You are, in a very real sense, the universe resting. The atoms that make up your body were forged in stars, and now they're here, arranged in a pattern that can feel tired and seek sleep. There's something beautiful about that, something that connects you to the vastness while also letting you be small and simple and at ease. Now we'll return to wonder, but gently, like looking at the night sky and letting questions float without needing to land. Wonder is a natural human response to the unknown. It's the feeling you get when you contemplate something much larger or stranger than yourself, something that resists easy explanation. The multiverse, like the night sky, can evoke wonder. It's okay to feel that. It's okay to let your mind drift among the possibilities, imagining bubble universes and branching wave functions and infinite expanses of space. But it's also okay to let those thoughts float, unresolved, like clouds passing overhead. They don't need to land. They don't need to be captured and pinned down. Wonder can be its own reward, a gentle stirring of curiosity that doesn't demand an answer. Tonight, let the multiverse be one of those clouds, drifting across the sky of your mind, beautiful and mysterious, and then drifting on. Curiosity can be calming when it moves slowly and doesn't demand conclusions. There's a kind of curiosity that's restless and urgent, that wants answers now, that can't sit still until it knows. That kind of curiosity is fine for daytime, for research, for study. But there's another kind of curiosity that's patient and open, that's content to wonder without needing to resolve. That's the kind of curiosity that works for bedtime. It asks questions but doesn't insist on answers. It explores ideas but doesn't get tangled up in them. It's a soft, meandering curiosity, like a walk through a museum where you pause at the exhibits that interest you and move on from the ones that don't, without feeling like you have to understand everything before you leave. The multiverse can be approached with this kind of curiosity. You can think about it, enjoy the strangeness of it, and then set it aside and move on to sleep. Many cosmic ideas begin as questions that take decades to refine. The Big Bang Theory, for example, was first proposed in the 1920s, but it took decades of work to refine it, test it, and confirm it. The idea of black holes was first suggested in the 18th century, but they weren't really taken seriously until the 20th century, and they weren't directly observed until the 21st. Science moves slowly on big questions. It doesn't rush to judgment. It gathers evidence, builds models, argues, revises, and gradually converges on answers, or at least on better questions. The multiverse is still in the early stages of this process. It's a question that's being refined, a hypothesis that's being explored. It might take decades more or centuries before we have a clear answer, if we ever do, and that's okay. You don't have to wait for the answer. You can let the scientists do their work slowly and carefully, while you focus on the more immediate work of resting and restoring yourself. It's normal for scientists to disagree about interpretations while agreeing on measurements. This is a sign of a healthy field. Everyone agrees on what the experiments show: the temperature of the cosmic microwave background, the rate of cosmic expansion, the outcomes of quantum measurements. But people can still disagree about what those measurements mean, what they imply about the underlying reality. One scientist might think the many worlds interpretation makes the most sense, another might prefer the Copenhagen interpretation. Both are looking at the same data, but they're drawing different philosophical conclusions. This kind of disagreement is productive. It pushes people to articulate their reasoning, to clarify their assumptions, to find new ways to test their ideas. It's not a sign that science is broken or confused. It's a sign that science is alive and active, still grappling with deep questions. The multiverse can be discussed as a tool for thinking, even when evidence is limited. Some ideas in science are like that. They're not primarily about making predictions, but about organizing thoughts, clarifying concepts, exploring possibilities. The multiverse can function in this way. Even if we never confirm that other universes exist, the act of thinking about them can help us understand our own universe better. It can clarify what our theories are saying, what assumptions we're making, what questions we still need to answer. It can also help us appreciate the contingency of our existence, the fact that things could have been different, that the universe we inhabit is one possibility among many. This kind of thinking is valuable even if it doesn't lead to a definitive discovery. It expands the mind, deepens understanding, and keeps the sense of wonder alive. Some people find multiverse ideas inspiring, while others find them unnecessary. Both reactions are valid. If you're inspired by the idea that reality might be vastly larger and more diverse than we ever imagined, that's wonderful. It can give you a sense of the grandeur of existence, a feeling that there's always more to discover, more to wonder about. If you find the multiverse unnecessary, preferring to focus on what we can observe and test, that's also fine. Science needs both kinds of people, the visionaries who push the boundaries of thought and the pragmatists who keep the field grounded in evidence. There's room for both perspectives, and neither is right or wrong in some absolute sense. They're different temperaments, different ways of engaging with the unknown. For tonight, you can choose whichever attitude feels more restful. If the multiverse inspires you, let it. If it doesn't, set it aside. Your sleep doesn't depend on taking a position. In research, both caution and creativity have a place. Caution keeps you from making mistakes, from accepting claims without evidence, from getting too attached to ideas that don't pan out. Creativity lets you imagine new possibilities, propose bold hypotheses, see connections that others miss. The best science happens when both are present, in balance. You need the creativity to come up with the multiverse idea in the first place, and you need the caution to ask whether it's testable, whether it's necessary, whether it's supported by evidence. Neither quality alone is sufficient. Together they make science robust and dynamic. And this balance, creativity tempered by caution, caution animated by creativity, is something you can appreciate from the outside, even if you're not a scientist yourself. It's a model for how to think about big questions in a healthy way. The healthier scientific attitude often blends openness with careful standards. Openness means being willing to consider new ideas, even if they're strange or counterintuitive. Careful standards mean insisting on evidence, rigor, and honesty. The two together create a space where science can explore freely without losing its grounding in reality. The multiverse sits in this space. It's an open question, a bold idea that scientists are willing to consider, but it's held to the same standards as any other scientific claim. It has to make sense mathematically, it has to connect to established theories, and ideally it should lead to testable predictions. If it can't meet those standards, it won't be accepted, no matter how appealing it is. This discipline, this insistence on rigor, even in the face of wonder, is part of what makes science trustworthy, and it's why you can think about the multiverse without feeling like you're being sold a fantasy. It's a serious idea, taken seriously, examined carefully. It can be soothing to imagine that reality is larger than we can hold in one thought. There's a kind of humility in this, a recognition that the universe doesn't owe us complete understanding. We're small creatures on a small planet, looking out at a cosmos that stretches far beyond our reach. We can learn a lot, and we have, but there will always be more that we don't know. The multiverse is a reminder of that more. It suggests that even our best theories might only be scratching the surface, that the full story of reality might be too big for us to grasp in its entirety. And instead of being intimidating, this can be comforting. It takes the pressure off. You don't have to know everything. You don't have to solve all the mysteries. You can appreciate the ones you understand, marvel at the ones you don't, and rest in the knowledge that the universe is vast and rich and full of wonders you'll never exhaust. It can also be soothing to return to the simple, one breath at a time. After thinking about infinity and multiple universes and branching wave functions, it's good to come back to the body, to the immediate, to the simple rhythm of breathing. In, out, in, out. Each breath is a small, complete event. It doesn't require you to understand quantum mechanics or cosmology. It doesn't ask anything of you except that you let it happen. And in the space of that breath, the multiverse fades into the background. It's still there, in the background of your thoughts, but it's not demanding attention. The breath is here, now, real and present, and that's enough. You can let the big questions rest while you rest, knowing they'll still be there tomorrow if you want to think about them again. But for now, just breathe. Your mind is allowed to wonder and still choose rest. This is permission you might not realize you need, but it's worth saying. You don't have to turn off your curiosity in order to sleep. You don't have to stop thinking about interesting things, but you can think about them in a different way, a softer way, a way that doesn't activate stress or urgency. You can let thoughts about the multiverse drift through your mind like leaves on a stream. Interesting to watch, but not something you have to grab onto. You can wonder about whether other universes exist, and then you can let the question go, unanswered, and turn your attention to the feel of the blanket or the sound of your breathing. Wonder and rest are not enemies. They can coexist peacefully, each in its own space, not interfering with the other. Tonight, let them both be present, gently, and see how they can support each other. As we approach the end, we'll gather the main message like a folded blanket, softly summarizing what the multiverse is and what it doesn't need to be tonight. The multiverse is a set of ideas, each arising from different areas of physics, each suggesting in its own way that our universe might not be all there is. Some versions are more speculative, some more grounded, but all of them are attempts to make sense of the implications of our best theories. The multiverse is not proven, not settled, not something you need to believe in or defend. It's a hypothesis, a possibility, a topic of ongoing research and debate. And that's fine. Science is full of such topics, questions that take time to resolve, ideas that might turn out to be right or wrong or something in between. The multiverse fits into this larger pattern of scientific inquiry, and understanding that can help you hold it lightly, without anxiety or urgency. The multiverse is not a single proven discovery. It is a set of ideas explored in different theories. This bears repeating, because it's easy to forget. The word multiverse can sound definitive, like it's referring to something concrete and confirmed, but it's not. It's more like an umbrella term for several related but distinct proposals. Each proposal has its own context, its own motivation, its own level of support. Some are consequences of well-established theories like inflation or quantum mechanics. Others are more speculative, tied to frameworks like string theory that are still being developed. Treating the multiverse as a single thing can lead to confusion. Treating it as a family of ideas, each with its own merits and challenges, is more accurate and more helpful. Some versions arise from inflation, some from quantum interpretations, and some from other theoretical frameworks. We've touched on these already, but it's worth summarizing. The inflationary multiverse comes from cosmology, from models of how the early universe expanded. The quantum multiverse comes from interpretations of quantum mechanics, from attempts to understand what happens when measurements occur. The landscape multiverse comes from string theory, from the idea that there might be many possible configurations of extra dimensions and fields. Each of these is a different door in the hallway, leading to a different room with different furniture and different views out the window. They're connected by the theme of more than one universe, but the details differ. Knowing this helps you navigate discussions and avoid talking past people who might be thinking of a different version. The biggest challenge is often evidence, how to test what might be unreachable. This is the central problem, the one that makes the multiverse so contentious. If other universes are beyond the reach of observation, how do we know if they're real? How do we test the idea? Some scientists are optimistic that indirect tests might be possible, that we might find signatures in our own universe that point to the existence of others. Others are skeptical, arguing that if something is in principle unobservable, it's not really a scientific question. The debate is ongoing, and it's a healthy one. It forces scientists to think carefully about what counts as evidence, what makes a theory scientific, and where the boundaries of knowledge lie. For tonight, you don't have to resolve this. Don't debate. You can just acknowledge that it exists, that smart people are working on it, and that the answer, whatever it turns out to be, won't affect your sleep. Scientists are careful about separating possible from confirmed. This care is one of the strengths of science. It's easy to get excited about a new idea and start treating it as fact before the evidence is in. Scientists try to avoid that. They use language carefully, distinguishing between what's known, what's likely, what's possible, and what's speculative. The multiverse is in the possible category for most scientists. It's not ruled out, but it's not confirmed either. It's an idea worth exploring, worth discussing, worth testing if tests can be devised. But it's not something to bet your life on, or even your understanding of the universe. The careful hedging you often see in scientific writing, words like might, could, suggests, in some models, is not a sign of weakness or uncertainty, it's a sign of honesty and precision. Scientists are saying, here's what we think, here's how confident we are, here's what we still don't know, and that honesty is something you can trust. Many popular stories exaggerate certainty, but real science moves more quietly. This is worth keeping in mind when you encounter the multiverse in books, articles, documentaries, or conversations. Popular science has to be engaging, and sometimes that means simplifying, dramatizing, or overstating. A headline might say, "Scientists prove the multiverse," when the actual paper says something much more cautious, like, "Our model predicts that a multiverse is possible under certain conditions." The gap between the headline and the research can be large. Real science is slower, quieter, more tentative. It's a conversation among experts, full of jargon and caveats and careful reasoning. It doesn't always make for exciting reading, but it's more trustworthy. So if you've encountered the multiverse in a popular format and it seemed either too certain or too wild, that might be a distortion introduced by the communication process, not a reflection of what scientists actually think. The reality is usually more nuanced, more modest, and in a way, more reassuring. If multiverse ideas are correct, they would still follow rules, just perhaps different ones in different regions. This is an important point. The multiverse is not chaos. It's not a place where anything goes, where the laws of physics break down, where magic happens. Even in a multiverse, each universe would have its own consistent set of rules. Those rules might differ from universe to universe, different constants, different forces, different outcomes, but within each universe the rules would hold. That's what makes them universes rather than just random noise. They're structured, orderly, governed by some set of principles. So even if the multiverse is real, and even if it's vastly diverse, it's still a lawful multiverse, a cosmos governed by mathematics and physics, just at a larger scale than we're used to thinking about. And that means it's still comprehensible, at least in principle, even if we can't observe all of it directly. If multiverse ideas are not correct, our universe is still wonderfully rich and worth studying. This is equally important. If it turns out that there's only one universe, that ours is all there is, that doesn't diminish its value or interest. Our universe is already astonishingly complex and beautiful. It has galaxies and stars and planets, atoms and molecules and living things, space and time and gravity and light. It has history, structure, mystery. It's given rise to life and consciousness and curiosity. That's enough. That's more than enough. The multiverse adds a layer of possibility, a sense of maybe there's more, but the absence of a multiverse wouldn't make our universe any less worthy of awe and investigation. Either way, we're here in a cosmos that works, that can be understood, that rewards patient exploration, and that's a gift, whether it's one universe or a trillion. Either way, the multiverse question does not require you to feel small or unsettled. Sometimes people react to the idea of the multiverse with a kind of existential dread. If there are infinite universes, doesn't that make us insignificant? If everything that can happen does happen somewhere, does that make our choices meaningless? These are understandable reactions, but they're not necessary. You can think about the multiverse without diminishing yourself. Your experiences are still real, still valuable, still meaningful to you and to the people around you. The fact that there might be other versions of you in other branches of the wave function, or other people in other bubble universes, doesn't erase the significance of this version, this life, this moment. You are here, now, and that's what matters. The multiverse, if it exists, is a fact about the structure of reality, not a judgment on your worth or importance. You can hold both thoughts at once. Reality might be vastly larger than I can comprehend, and I am still valuable and real. It's simply one way humans try to understand the scale of reality. The multiverse is part of a long tradition of expanding our understanding of how big and strange the cosmos is. Once, people thought the Earth was the center of everything. Then we learned it's a planet orbiting a star. Then we learned that star is one among billions in a galaxy. Then we learned that galaxy is one among billions in the observable universe. Each step expanded the scale, made us seem smaller in comparison, but also made the universe seem richer and more interesting. The multiverse is the latest step in that expansion, suggesting that even the observable universe might be just one part of a larger whole. It's a continuation of the same process of discovery, the same drive to understand where we are and what we're part of, and like those earlier expansions, it doesn't have to be frightening. It can be exhilarating, humbling, or inspiring, or it can just be interesting, something to think about when you're in the mood. It doesn't have to change your life unless you want it to, and at night, understanding can be replaced with softness without losing anything important. This is the key. You don't have to understand everything to rest well. You don't have to solve the multiverse question or any other big question before you're allowed to sleep. Understanding is valuable, but it's not the only thing that's valuable. Sometimes what you need is not more knowledge but more gentleness, more ease, more permission to let things be uncertain. The multiverse can be uncertain. The meaning of quantum mechanics can be uncertain. The ultimate fate of the cosmos can be uncertain. All of that is fine. You can set those uncertainties aside for the night, not because you're giving up on understanding, but because you're choosing something else right now. Rest, peace, the simple pleasure of being alive and breathing and safe. Understanding will still be there tomorrow. The questions will wait. But tonight, you can replace them with softness, and nothing important will be lost. Now, we'll step out of the museum hallway and back into the familiar, where your night is simple and the universe can wait. You've walked through the hallway, looked at the doors, peeked into a few rooms. You've learned about inflation and bubble universes, about quantum interpretations and branching wave functions, about constants and selection effects and the challenges of testing big ideas. It's been a journey, but now it's time to come back. Back to your room, your bed, your body. Back to the simple fact of being here, now, in this moment, in this universe. The multiverse, with all its possibilities and uncertainties, can stay in the hallway. You can close the door gently behind you and return to the familiar comforts of your own space. The night is simple. The universe, for all its complexity, is also simple in the ways that matter right now. It's holding you, supporting you, allowing you to rest. Your room is steady, and your body knows how to rest without solving big questions. Look around, if your eyes are still open. Notice the familiar shapes, the walls, the ceiling, the furniture. Everything is where it should be. Everything is calm. Your body too is calm, or getting there. It doesn't need you to figure out the multiverse in order to relax. It has its own rhythms, its own processes, honed by millions of years of evolution. Your nervous system knows how to shift from alertness to rest. Your muscles know how to release tension. Your breath knows how to slow and deepen. All of this happens naturally without your conscious effort as long as you let it. And thinking about the multiverse in the way we've been doing, gently, without urgency, can actually help. It gives your mind something to focus on that's interesting but not stressful, something that can occupy your attention without demanding action. It's like counting sheep but more intellectually engaging, and now that we're nearing the end, you can let even that engagement fade, trusting that your body knows what to do. The universe you inhabit is already supporting you with quiet consistency. Right now, as you lie here, the Earth is spinning smoothly on its axis, giving you the rhythm of day and night. Gravity is holding you gently to the surface, preventing you from drifting into space. The atmosphere is providing oxygen with every breath, filtering out harmful radiation, regulating temperature. The sun, even though it's not visible right now, is still there, a steady source of energy that will rise again tomorrow. The moon is tugging on the oceans, creating tides, its light a soft presence in the night sky. All of these systems and countless others are working together in a vast interconnected web of processes that make life possible. You don't have to manage any of it. It's happening on its own, reliably, predictably, quietly. The universe is taking care of you, in a very literal sense, and it's been doing so since the day you were born. You can trust it to continue through the night. The air around you is calm, moving gently in and out with your breathing. Feel it, if you can. The air entering your nostrils or mouth, cool and fresh. The air filling your lungs, expanding your chest. The air leaving your body, warm and used. This exchange is happening automatically, governed by your brainstem, which monitors the levels of oxygen and carbon dioxide in your blood and adjusts your breathing accordingly. You don't have to think about it, but you can notice it, and noticing it can be calming. The air is not just in your lungs, it's all around you, an invisible ocean that you're swimming in. It's mostly nitrogen and oxygen, with traces of other gases, all mixed together in a stable balance. It's the same air that's been circulating around the planet for billions of years, breathed by countless organisms, part of the great cycles of the biosphere. And tonight it's here for you, supporting your life with every breath. Gravity is holding everything in place in a dependable, ordinary way. Gravity doesn't take breaks. It doesn't fluctuate or change its mind. It's always there, always pulling, always keeping things together. Is what keeps your bed on the floor floor attached to the building rooted to the ground part of the Earth in orbit around the sun. It's a force so fundamental that you almost never think about it, but it's doing enormous work constantly. Without gravity, matter would drift apart. There would be no stars, no planets, no you. But gravity is here, doing its job, and you can relax into it. Let it hold you. Let your weight sink into the mattress, supported by the structure beneath you, all the way down to the bedrock, all the way down to the center of the Earth, where gravity's pull is balanced from all sides. You're held securely by the universe itself. The multiverse, if it exists, is far beyond your immediate experience tonight. It's not here in your room. It's not affecting your breathing or your heartbeat or the position of the stars outside your window. It's a distant possibility, a theoretical construct, a question that scientists are pondering in universities and research centres around the world. But it's not here with you now. Here, there's just this universe, this planet, this room, this body. The scale of the multiverse, if it's real, is so vast that it might as well be invisible. Other universes, if they exist, are causally disconnected from you. They can't send you messages, can't influence your life, can't intrude on your peace. They're not a threat. They're not even a presence. They're just a possibility, held in the abstract realm of mathematics and theory, and they can stay there while you sleep. You are not required to imagine infinity correctly to feel safe. Infinity is a hard concept. It's not something you can picture accurately, not something your brain is wired to fully grasp. When you try to imagine infinite space or infinite time or infinite universes, your mind runs into its own limitations, and that's okay. You don't have to get it right. You don't have to hold the whole concept in your head at once. You can just know, in a vague general way, that infinite means more than you can count or measure or imagine, and leave it at that. That vague knowing is enough. It doesn't diminish your safety or your comfort. You are safe in this finite space, this room, this bed, this body. The infinite, if it exists, is out there somewhere doing its own thing, and you can let it be. The mind can set a question down the way you set a book on a nightstand. When you finish reading before bed, you don't keep holding the book. You mark your place, close the cover, and set it down. It's still there, still interesting, still something you might pick up again tomorrow. But for now, it's set aside. You can do the same with the multiverse question. You've thought about it, explored it, turned it over in your mind. Now you can set it down. Place it on the nightstand of your thoughts, where it will wait patiently until you're ready to pick it up again. It doesn't need your attention right now. It doesn't need to be solved or resolved. It can rest just as you can rest, both of you taking a break from the work of wondering and questioning. Wonder can remain, but it can soften into the background. You don't have to turn off your sense of wonder in order to sleep. Wonder is a gentle emotion, a kind of openness to the strangeness and beauty of the world. It can stay with you, quietly, as you drift off. It can colour your dreams, perhaps, or simply sit in the background of your awareness, a soft glow rather than a bright light. The multiverse has given you a chance to wonder tonight, to think about possibilities that stretch far beyond the everyday. That's a gift and you can keep it, but you can also let it soften, let it fade from the forefront of your mind to the background, where it can coexist peacefully with sleep. Wonder and rest are not opposites. They can blend together, creating a state of mind that's both curious and calm, both engaged and relaxed. Rest is not the absence of curiosity. It's the pause that lets curiosity stay kind. If you were curious all the time, with full intensity, you'd exhaust yourself. Curiosity needs rest, just as muscles need rest after exercise. When you rest, you're not killing your curiosity. You're giving it time to recharge, to integrate what you've learned, to prepare for the next round of questions. Rest is what makes curiosity sustainable over a lifetime. It's what lets you come back to the big questions day after day without burning out. So when you rest tonight, you're not abandoning your curiosity about the multiverse or anything else. You're nurturing it, giving it the space it needs to stay healthy and kind. Kind curiosity is curiosity that doesn't pressure you, doesn't make you feel bad for not knowing, doesn't turn into anxiety or stress. It's curiosity that feels good, that enriches your life, that you can return to when you're ready. And rest is what allows that kindness to flourish. And tonight, you can sleep inside one peaceful universe, letting the rest drift quietly out of view. This is the final thought, the one to carry with you into sleep. You are here in this universe, and this universe is enough. It's beautiful, it's stable, it's full of wonders. It's the universe that gave birth to stars and planets, to oceans and mountains, to life and consciousness, and everything you've ever known. It's the universe that holds you now, gently, as you prepare to sleep. Whether or not there are other universes out there, this one is yours. This is the one you get to experience, the one you get to explore, the one you get to rest in. And tonight you can let all the other possibilities, the bubble universes, the quantum branches, the distant regions beyond the horizon, drift quietly out of view. They're not gone, they're just not here. They're somewhere in the vast landscape of ideas and possibilities, and they'll still be there if you want to think about them tomorrow. But tonight, you're here, in one peaceful universe, and that's all you need. Take a slow inhale, feeling the air fill your lungs cool and fresh, and then a longer exhale, feeling the air leave your body warm and used, carrying with it any remaining tension or worry. And let the thought of infinite possibilities fade into a gentle silent sky. The sky outside your window, or the sky inside your mind, vast and dark and peaceful. The stars are there, tiny points of light in the darkness, each one a sun in its own right, each one part of this one universe, and beyond the stars the blackness of space, stretching on and on, perhaps forever. But that vastness doesn't have to overwhelm you. It can cradle you, a soft darkness that holds you safely. The infinite possibilities of the multiverse, if they exist, are like that darkness. Vast, mysterious, but not threatening. They're part of the larger context of existence, the bigger picture that you can appreciate from a distance without needing to enter. Tonight, you're safe in your corner of the cosmos, in your small, finite, knowable space. And that's enough. That's more than enough. That's everything you need. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In science, the word aliens usually means life that exists beyond Earth. It's a simple definition, but it opens up an enormous field of questions that scientists approach with careful patience. When researchers talk about alien life, they're not necessarily imagining beings with advanced technology or spacecraft. Instead, they're thinking about the fundamental question of whether life, any kind of life, has emerged somewhere else in the universe. This might sound like a dramatic topic, but the scientific approach is actually quite calm and methodical. Scientists begin by looking at what they already know, which is life here on Earth, and then they gently extend those lessons outward into space. Alien life does not have to be intelligent. It could be as simple as microbes, single-celled organisms that carry on basic chemistry in a quiet, invisible way. On Earth, microbes were the only form of life for most of our planet's history. Complex organisms like plants and animals are relative newcomers, so when scientists think about life elsewhere, they often picture something small and simple first, because that's what seems most common and most likely to survive in challenging environments. A microbe doesn't need much. It needs water or some other liquid medium, a source of energy, and the right chemical building blocks. If those conditions exist somewhere, then life might exist too, at least in theory. The search for life beyond Earth is part of a field called astrobiology. Astrobiology is a relatively young discipline, but it has grown quickly as our ability to explore space has expanded. The field brings together many different branches of science, because understanding life requires understanding many things at once. You need to know about chemistry, because life is fundamentally a set of chemical reactions. You need to know about biology, because you're trying to understand what life is and how it works. You need to know about geology, because planets and moons provide the environments where life might exist. You need to know about astronomy, because you're looking out into space for places that might be habitable. And you need to know about physics, because the laws of physics govern everything from how planets form to how energy flows through ecosystems. Astrobiology blends astronomy, biology, chemistry, geology, and planetary science into one interconnected web of questions and methods. It's a discipline that requires patience because the answers don't come quickly. Scientists in this field spend their time analysing data from telescopes, designing experiments for robotic missions to other planets and moons, studying extreme environments on Earth that might resemble conditions elsewhere, and building computer models to simulate how life might emerge and evolve under different circumstances. The work is careful and thoughtful, and it proceeds one small step at a time. There's no rushing in astrobiology. The questions are too big, and the evidence is too far away. Scientists begin with what they know, and what they know is life on Earth. Earth is the only place where we've confirmed that life exists, so it serves as our starting point. When scientists study life on Earth, they notice certain patterns. Life uses chemistry in liquid water. Water is a solvent, which means it can dissolve and carry many different substances. This makes it an excellent medium for the chemical reactions that life depends on. Water is also relatively stable over a wide range of temperatures, and it's abundant in the universe. So when scientists look for places where life might exist, they often start by looking for places where liquid water might be present. This doesn't mean water is the only possible medium for life, but it's the one we know works. Because of that, water is often treated as a helpful starting clue, not a strict rule. Scientists remain open to the possibility that life could use other liquids, like liquid methane or ammonia, under very different temperature and pressure conditions. But water is a good place to start because it's what we understand best. The search for life is, in many ways, a search for water. Or rather, it's a search for environments where water can remain liquid long enough for life to take hold. This requires a delicate balance of temperature and pressure, and that balance depends on many factors, including how far a planet is from its star, what kind of atmosphere it has, and whether it has sources of internal heat. Life needs a source of energy, like sunlight or chemical reactions. Energy is what drives the processes that keep life going. On Earth, most life ultimately depends on sunlight. Plants and certain microbes capture sunlight and convert it into chemical energy through photosynthesis. Other organisms eat the plants, or eat the organisms that eat the plants, and so the energy flows through the ecosystem. But not all life on Earth depends on sunlight. In the deep ocean, far from the sun's reach, there are ecosystems built around hydrothermal vents. These vents release hot, chemical-rich water from beneath the Earth's crust. Microbes at these vents use the chemicals as a source of energy, performing a process called chemosynthesis. These microbes support entire communities of animals, all living in complete darkness. This shows that life doesn't necessarily need sunlight, it just needs some reliable source of energy to drive its chemistry. Life also needs building blocks, like carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur. These 6 elements are often referred to as the essential elements of life, at least as we know it. Carbon is especially important because it can form long, complex chains and rings, creating the diverse molecules that make up cells and perform all the tasks of living organisms. Hydrogen and oxygen combine to form water, and they also appear in many organic molecules. Nitrogen is a key component of proteins and nucleic acids like DNA. Phosphorus is found in DNA and in the molecules that cells use to store and transfer energy. Sulfur appears in some amino acids and plays a role in certain enzymes. Together, these elements make up the vast majority of living matter on Earth. And the encouraging thing is that these elements are not rare. These elements are common in the universe, which is quietly encouraging. Carbon is produced in the cores of stars and released into space when stars die. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe, left over from the Big Bang. Oxygen is produced in large stars and scattered across space in supernova explosions. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur are also produced in stars and distributed through space. When new stars and planets form, they incorporate these elements, so the raw materials for life are widespread. This doesn't guarantee that life is common, but it means the ingredients are available. If life can emerge from these ingredients under the right conditions, then there are many places in the universe where those conditions might exist. The word alien can sound dramatic, but the scientific approach is careful and calm. Popular culture often portrays aliens as mysterious visitors, strange creatures with advanced technology, or even threats to humanity. But in science, alien simply means not from Earth. It's a neutral term. Scientists are not searching for aliens because they want to find something scary or exciting. They're searching because they want to understand whether life is a rare accident or a common outcome of chemistry under the right conditions. This is one of the deepest questions in science. Are we alone in the universe, or is life something that emerges naturally wherever conditions allow? The answer will tell us something profound about our place in the cosmos. Let's gently move from definitions into the simple question of where life could feel comfortable, like finding warm pockets in a vast night. When scientists think about where to look for life, they start with the concept of habitability. A habitable environment is one where life could potentially survive and reproduce. On Earth, life exists in an astonishing range of environments, from frozen tundra to scorching deserts to the crushing pressures of the deep ocean. But all of these environments share certain basic features. They have liquid water, at least some of the time. They have access to the chemical elements life needs. They have a source of energy, and they remain relatively stable over long periods, giving life time to adapt and evolve. When scientists look out into space, they're trying to find places that meet these criteria. A habitable zone is a region around a star where temperatures could allow liquid water on a planet's surface. This is sometimes the first filter scientists use when evaluating whether a planet might support life. The idea is straightforward. If a planet is too close to its star, water will boil away. If it's too far, water will freeze. But in between, there's a range of distances where water could remain liquid. This range is the habitable zone. It's not a precise boundary, because many factors affect a planet's temperature, but it provides a useful starting point. Scientists can calculate where a star's habitable zone lies based on the star's brightness and temperature. Then they can look for planets that orbit within that zone. It's sometimes called the Goldilocks zone, meaning not too hot and not too cold. The name comes from the fairy tale where Goldilocks tries 3 bowls of porridge and finds one that's just right. In the same way, the habitable zone is the region where conditions are just right for liquid water. Of course, the fairy tale is a simplification, and so is the concept of a habitable zone. Reality is more complicated. A planet's temperature depends not only on its distance from its star, but also on its atmosphere, its size, its composition, and many other factors. Two planets at the same distance from the same star could have very different climates. One might be a warm, wet world with oceans and clouds. The other might be a frozen desert with no atmosphere at all. The habitable zone gives you a rough idea of where to look, but it doesn't tell you everything. Being in the habitable zone does not guarantee life. It only suggests possibility. This is an important distinction. The habitable zone is about potential, not certainty. A planet could be in the habitable zone and still be completely lifeless. It might lack water, or it might have water, but lack the other ingredients life needs. It might have all the ingredients, but never undergo the chemical processes that lead to life. Or it might have had life in the past, but lost it due to some catastrophe. The habitable zone is just one piece of the puzzle. It narrows down the search, but it doesn't solve the mystery. Scientists use it as a guide, but they know they need to look deeper. A planet's atmosphere can warm or cool it, shifting what habitable means. The atmosphere plays a crucial role in determining a planet's climate. An atmosphere can trap heat, preventing it from escaping into space. This is called the greenhouse effect, and it can make a planet much warmer than it would be without an atmosphere. Earth's atmosphere does this. Without it, our planet would be too cold for liquid water. Venus's atmosphere does this too, but much more intensely. Venus is closer to the Sun than Earth, but its extremely thick atmosphere traps so much heat that the surface is hot enough to melt lead. On the other hand, a planet with little or no atmosphere can't retain heat. Mars is like this. It has a very thin atmosphere, so even though it receives some sunlight, much of that heat escapes into space, leaving the surface cold. Greenhouse gases can trap heat and help water stay liquid. The main greenhouse gases on Earth are carbon dioxide, water vapour and methane. These gases absorb infrared radiation, heat that the planet's surface emits, and they re-radiate some of that heat back toward the surface. This keeps the planet warmer than it would otherwise be. The amount of greenhouse gases in an atmosphere can change over time due to volcanic activity, the presence of life, chemical reactions with the rocks, and other processes. A planet with just the right amount of greenhouse gases can maintain a stable, comfortable temperature for long periods. Too little, and the planet freezes. Too much, and the planet overheats. The balance is delicate. Too much greenhouse effect can overheat a planet, like a room with windows shut all day. Venus is the clearest example of runaway greenhouse warming. Its atmosphere is almost entirely carbon dioxide, and it's incredibly dense, about 90 times the pressure of Earth's atmosphere at sea level. This thick blanket of carbon dioxide traps so much heat that Venus's surface temperature is around 465 degrees Celsius, hot enough to melt lead and zinc. Interestingly, scientists think Venus might have had liquid water on its surface billions of years ago. If so, it lost that water as the greenhouse effect intensified. The water evaporated, broke apart in the upper atmosphere, and the hydrogen escaped into space, leaving Venus dry and scorching. It's a cautionary tale about how atmospheres can change over time. Planets can also be cold if they lack enough atmospheric insulation. Mars is a good example of this. Mars is farther from the Sun than Earth, so it receives less sunlight to begin with, but it also has a very thin atmosphere, mostly carbon dioxide, with only about 1% the pressure of Earth's atmosphere. This thin atmosphere can't trap much heat, so Mars is cold. Surface temperatures on Mars can drop to minus 125 degrees Celsius at the poles during winter. Even at the equator during summer, temperatures only rise to around 20 degrees Celsius during the day, and they plunge at night. Mars probably had a thicker atmosphere in the past, and it might have been warmer and wetter. But over time, much of that atmosphere was lost to space, perhaps stripped away by the solar wind because Mars lacks a strong magnetic field to protect it. A star's brightness affects where its habitable zone sits. Stars come in many sizes and temperatures. A large hot star emits much more energy than a small cool star. This means the habitable zone around a large star will be farther out, while the habitable zone around a small star will be closer in. Our Sun is a medium-sized star, sometimes called a yellow dwarf. Its habitable zone extends roughly from the orbit of Venus to the orbit of Mars, with Earth sitting comfortably in the middle. But a red dwarf star, which is smaller and cooler, has a habitable zone much closer to the star. A planet in a red dwarf's habitable zone might orbit its star in just a few weeks, whereas Earth takes a year to orbit the Sun. Smaller, cooler stars have habitable zones closer in than stars like our Sun. Red dwarfs are the most common type of star in the galaxy. So many potentially habitable planets might orbit red dwarfs. However, there are challenges. A planet orbiting so close to its star might become tidally locked, meaning one side always faces the star while the other side is in perpetual darkness. This could create extreme temperature differences and strange weather patterns. Also, red dwarfs can be quite active, producing powerful flares that could strip away a planet's atmosphere or bathe the surface in harmful radiation. But these are questions scientists are actively studying. Red dwarfs might host habitable planets, or they might not. The answer will depend on many factors, and we're still learning. Scientists use habitable zones as a gentle map, not a final answer. The habitable zone concept is a tool, not a rule. It helps researchers prioritize which planets to study in more detail, but it's only the beginning of the investigation. A planet in the habitable zone is interesting, but scientists want to know more. Does it have an atmosphere? What is that atmosphere made of? Does it have water? Is the climate stable? These are the questions that require closer examination, and answering them is difficult because the planets are so far away. But the habitable zone gives scientists a place to start, a way to focus their limited resources on the most promising targets. Now that we've found the cozy distance idea, we can drift into what life seems to like: water, chemistry, and time. The habitable zone is about location, but life also depends on what's available in that location. A planet might be at the right distance from its star, but if it doesn't have water, life as we know it can't exist. Water is the starting point because it's the medium where life's chemistry happens. On Earth, every living thing we've ever found uses water. Cells are mostly water. The chemical reactions that build proteins, copy DNA, and generate energy all happen in water. Water dissolves nutrients and carries them where they need to go. It also helps regulate temperature, because it takes a lot of energy to heat or cool water. This makes water a stable environment for life's delicate chemistry. Life on Earth uses liquid water as a solvent that helps chemistry happen. A solvent is a substance that dissolves other substances, creating a solution. Water is an excellent solvent for many compounds because of its molecular structure. A water molecule has a slight positive charge on one end and a slight negative charge on the other. This polarity allows water to interact with and dissolve many different kinds of molecules, including salts, sugars, and proteins. In a water-based solution, molecules can move around freely, bump into each other, and react. This fluid environment is essential for the complex chemistry of life. Without a solvent, molecules would be locked in place, unable to interact in the dynamic way that life requires. Water can carry nutrients, dissolve materials, and support complex reactions. In a living cell, water carries dissolved nutrients from one part of the cell to another. It helps enzymes, proteins that speed up chemical reactions, do their work by keeping the molecules they act on in solution. Water also participates directly in some reactions. For example, in photosynthesis, plants split water molecules to obtain electrons and protons, releasing oxygen as a byproduct. In digestion, water is used to break down large molecules into smaller ones that the body can absorb. Water is not just a passive background, it's an active participant in life's chemistry. And because water is so abundant in the universe, this makes the chemistry of life seem more plausible in many different places. On Earth, life exists in many environments, from oceans to deserts to deep rock. The diversity of life on Earth is astonishing. Life exists in the open ocean and on tropical coral reefs. It exists in frozen polar regions and in scorching hot deserts. It exists miles deep in the ocean, where sunlight never reaches and the pressure would crush a human. It exists underground, in cracks and pores in solid rock, feeding on minerals and gases. Life exists in acidic hot springs, in salt flats, and in the permafrost of the Arctic. Wherever scientists look, they find life, as long as there's water, energy, and the basic chemical ingredients. This teaches us that life is adaptable. It can thrive in conditions that seem harsh or inhospitable to us. And if life can adapt to such a wide range of conditions on Earth, perhaps it can adapt to conditions on other worlds as well. Some microbes live in very hot places, like hydrothermal vents. Hydrothermal vents are openings in the ocean floor where hot water, heated by volcanic activity beneath the Earth's crust, pours out into the cold ocean. The water can be as hot as 400 degrees Celsius, though it doesn't boil, because of the immense pressure at those depths. Around these vents, communities of microbes thrive, feeding on the chemicals in the hot water, things like hydrogen, sulfide, methane and iron. These microbes are called thermophiles, which means heat-loving. They have specialized enzymes that remain stable and functional at high temperatures. Some of these microbes can survive and grow at temperatures well above the boiling point of water at Earth's surface. They show that life doesn't need mild, comfortable conditions. It just needs conditions that remain stable enough for its chemistry to work. Some survive extreme cold, like in Antarctic ice. On the opposite end of the temperature spectrum, scientists have found life in some of the coldest places on Earth. In Antarctica, microbes live in ice that's been frozen for thousands of years. These organisms have adaptations that allow them to survive freezing. Some produce antifreeze proteins that prevent ice crystals from forming inside their cells. Others enter a dormant state, shutting down their metabolism until conditions improve. In the dry valleys of Antarctica, where temperatures rarely rise above freezing and there's almost no liquid water, microbes live inside rocks, protected from the harsh winds and drawing moisture from occasional snowmelt or from the air. These extremophiles, organisms that thrive in extreme conditions, expand our understanding of where life can exist. This teaches scientists that life can be tougher than we once thought. For a long time, scientists assumed life needed relatively narrow, comfortable conditions, but the discovery of extremophils changed that view. Life is resilient. It can adapt to high heat, extreme cold, crushing pressure, intense radiation, high acidity, high alkalinity, and even the vacuum of space, at least for short periods. This doesn't mean life can exist anywhere, but it does mean the range of habitable environments is broader than we used to think. When scientists look for life on other planets and moons, they don't limit their search to places that seem comfortable to humans. They consider a much wider range of possibilities. Life also needs time, stable conditions long enough for complexity to grow. Life doesn't appear overnight. Even the simplest microbes are incredibly complex at the molecular level, with thousands of different proteins working together in coordinated ways. Building that complexity takes time. On Earth, life probably emerged relatively quickly within the first billion years or so of the planet's history. But it took billions of years for complex multicellular life to evolve. For most of Earth's history, the only life was microbial. Complexity requires stability. If conditions change too rapidly or too violently, life might never get a foothold, or it might be wiped out before it can evolve. So scientists look for planets that have existed for a long time, and that seem to have stable climates and stable sources of water and energy. Planets that change too violently or too often may struggle to keep stable habitats. A planet with a wildly variable climate, or one that experiences frequent catastrophic events like massive volcanic eruptions or asteroid impacts, might be a difficult place for life to persist. Earth has had its share of catastrophes, mass extinctions, ice ages, asteroid impacts, but overall, conditions have remained stable enough for life to survive and evolve. The sun's output has been relatively steady. Earth's orbit is stable. The planet's magnetic field has protected the atmosphere from being stripped away by the solar wind. These factors have allowed life to persist for billions of years. When scientists evaluate other planets, they think about these kinds of long-term stability. Many scientists look for planets that have existed for billions of years. Young planets might still be geologically active in ways that make them unstable. Their surfaces might be molten, or they might be bombarded by asteroids and comets left over from the planet's formation. Older planets have had time to settle down. Their surfaces have cooled and solidified. The early bombardment has ended. If life is going to emerge and evolve, it's more likely to do so on a planet that has reached a stable state. Of course, even old planets can have active geology, and that's not necessarily bad for life. Geological activity can recycle nutrients and regulate the climate by controlling the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. It's a balance. Too much activity and the planet is unstable. Too little, and the planet might become geologically dead, unable to sustain the processes that keep it habitable. In a sleepy way, the search for life is a search for steady, long-lasting comfort. Scientists are looking for places where conditions have been good enough for a very long time. Not perfect, but stable. Not too hot, not too cold, not too violent, not too static. Places where water can remain liquid, where energy is available, where the right chemicals are present, and where time has been allowed to do its slow work. These are the places where life might have emerged, and where it might still exist today, quietly going about its chemistry in the darkness of an alien ocean or the soil of a distant planet. With those gentle needs in mind, let's float outward to the many planets we now know exist, quiet worlds around distant stars. For most of human history, we could only wonder whether other stars had planets. We could see the stars, but we couldn't see any planets around them. Planets are small and dim compared to stars, so they're incredibly difficult to detect, especially at the vast distances involved. But in the last few decades, technology has improved to the point where scientists can find planets orbiting other stars. These discoveries have transformed our understanding of the universe. We now know that planets are common, perhaps even more common than stars themselves. This means there are billions of planets in our galaxy alone, and many of them might be in their star's habitable zone. An exoplanet is a planet that orbits a star outside our solar system. The term exoplanet is short for extrasolar planet, which simply means a planet beyond the Sun's influence. The first confirmed detection of an exoplanet orbiting a Sun-like star was in 1995. Since then, the number of known exoplanets has exploded. Improved technology, especially space-based telescopes like Kepler and TESS, has allowed scientists to find thousands of these worlds. Each discovery adds a piece to the puzzle of how planets form, how common they are, and whether any of them might host life. The study of exoplanets is one of the most exciting and rapidly growing fields in astronomy. Thousands of exoplanets have been discovered and confirmed. As of the early 2020s, scientists have confirmed the existence of more than 5,000 exoplanets, and the number continues to grow. These planets vary widely in size, composition, and orbit. Some are gas giants larger than Jupiter, some are rocky worlds smaller than Earth. Some orbit close to their stars, completing an orbit in just a few days. Others orbit far from their stars, taking years or even decades to complete one orbit. This diversity tells us that planetary systems come in many configurations, and our own solar system is just one example among many. Many more are expected to exist, because stars are extremely common. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, contains somewhere between 100 and 400 billion stars, depending on how you count. If even a fraction of those stars have planets, and the evidence suggests most stars do, then there are tens or hundreds of billions of planets in our galaxy. And the Milky Way is just one galaxy among billions in the observable universe. The numbers are staggering. They suggest that the universe is full of worlds, each with its own unique conditions. Some of those worlds might be harsh and lifeless, but some might be just right for life. One major discovery method is the transit method, when a planet passes in front of its star. Imagine watching a star through a telescope. If a planet orbits that star, and if the planet's orbit is aligned in such a way that it passes between the star and us, then the planet will block a tiny bit of the star's light. This causes a small, temporary dimming of the star. By measuring this dimming, scientists can detect the planet. The amount of dimming tells you how big the planet is, because a larger planet blocks more light. The timing of the dimming tells you the planet's orbital period, because the dimming repeats each time the planet completes an orbit. The transit method is one of the most successful ways of finding exoplanets, especially for planets that orbit close to their stars, where transits happen frequently. A transit makes the star's light dim very slightly in a repeating pattern. The dimming is usually very small, often less than 1%, so detecting it requires sensitive instruments. But once you've seen several transits, you can be confident that a planet is there. The repeating pattern rules out most other explanations like random fluctuations in the star's brightness. The Kepler Space Telescope used the transit method to discover thousands of exoplanets. It stared at a single patch of sky, monitoring the brightness of more than 100,000 stars, looking for the telltale dimming that signals a planet. The data from Kepler has given scientists a much clearer picture of how common planets are and what kinds of planets are out there. Another method is radial velocity, measuring a star's tiny wobble due to a planet's gravity. When a planet orbits a star, the planet's gravity pulls on the star, causing the star to move slightly. It's a bit like two dancers holding hands and spinning around each other. The star doesn't stay perfectly still. It wobbles a little bit. This wobble changes the star's motion toward or away from us, and that motion can be detected by looking at the star's light. When the star moves toward us, its light is shifted slightly toward the blue end of the spectrum. When it moves away, the light is shifted toward the red. These shifts are called Doppler shifts, and they're very small, but with sensitive instruments they can be measured. The radial velocity method was the first method used to discover exoplanets around Sun-like stars, and it remains an important tool today. Different methods reveal different details, like a planet's size or mass. The transit method is good at finding a planet's size because the amount of light blocked depends on the planet's cross-sectional area. The radial velocity method is good at finding a planet's mass because the amount of wobble depends on how much gravitational pull the planet exerts on the star. By combining methods, scientists can learn even more. If you know both a planet's size and its mass, you can calculate its density, which tells you something about its composition. A high-density planet is probably rocky, like Earth. A low-density planet is probably a gas giant like Jupiter, or perhaps even a puffy planet with an extended atmosphere. Each piece of information helps build a picture of what the planet is like. Some exoplanets are rocky, like Earth, while others are gas giants, like Jupiter. Rocky planets are made mostly of rock and metal with a solid surface. They tend to be smaller and denser. Earth, Venus, Mars, and Mercury are all rocky planets. Gas giants, on the other hand, are made mostly of hydrogen and helium with no solid surface. Jupiter and Saturn are gas giants. In our solar system, the rocky planets are closer to the Sun, and the gas giants are farther out, but this pattern doesn't hold for all planetary systems. Some exoplanets are gas giants that orbit very close to their stars, completing an orbit in just a few days. These are called hot Jupiters, and they were a surprise when they were first discovered because there's nothing like them in our solar system. Some are super-Earths, rocky worlds larger than Earth, but smaller than Neptune. Super-Earths are a category that doesn't exist in our solar system. They're bigger than Earth, but not as big as the ice giants Uranus and Neptune. Their composition can vary. Some might be rocky throughout, like a scaled-up version of Earth. Others might have thick atmospheres of hydrogen and helium, making them more like mini-Neptunes. Super-Earths are actually quite common among the exoplanets discovered so far. Some of them orbit in their star's habitable zone, which makes them interesting targets in the search for life. However, we don't know much about what these planets are like on the surface, or whether they could support life. That's one of the big questions scientists are working to answer. Exoplanets remind us that planets are a normal part of star systems, not rare exceptions. Before exoplanets were discovered, we only knew about the planets in our own solar system, and we didn't know if planetary systems were common or rare. Now, we know they're common. Most stars have at least one planet, and many have multiple planets. This changes how we think about the universe. Planets are not special or unusual. They're a natural outcome of the process that forms stars. When a star forms from a collapsing cloud of gas and dust, some of that material settles into a disk around the young star. Over time, the particles in the disk stick together, gradually building up into larger and larger objects. Eventually, those objects become planets. It's a process that seems to happen around most stars, which means the universe is full of worlds. Next, we'll rest our attention on the smaller, quieter question: how scientists look for signs without guessing too much. Finding exoplanets is one thing. Figuring out if any of them host life is another, much harder problem. Scientists can't travel to these distant worlds to study them directly, at least not with current technology. The nearest star system, Alpha Centauri, is about 4 light-years away, and even our fastest spacecraft would take tens of thousands of years to get there. So instead, scientists look for indirect signs of life, things they can detect from a distance. These signs are called biosignatures, and searching for them requires careful, patient work. It also requires a clear understanding of what kinds of signs might indicate life, and what kinds might have non-biological explanations. A biosignature is a possible sign of life that might be detected from afar. Biosignatures are not proof of life, but they're clues that life might be present. On Earth, life has changed the planet in measurable ways. The oxygen in our atmosphere, for example, is a biosignature. Earth's atmosphere contains about 21% oxygen, and almost all of that oxygen is produced by photosynthetic organisms, plants, algae, and certain bacteria. Without life, Earth's atmosphere would contain very little free oxygen, because oxygen is reactive and tends to combine with other elements. So if scientists detect oxygen in the atmosphere of a distant planet, that's interesting. It might indicate the presence of life, but it's not proof, because oxygen can also be produced by non-biological processes like the breakdown of water molecules by ultraviolet light. One place to look for biosignatures is a planet's atmosphere. The atmosphere is like a fingerprint of the planet. Its composition reflects the planet's history, its geology, and potentially its biology. By studying the atmosphere, scientists can learn a lot about a planet without ever visiting it. The challenge is that atmospheres are hard to study from a distance. The planet is small, faint, and very close to its star, which is much brighter. It's like trying to see a tiny moth hovering next to a brilliant spotlight. But there are clever techniques that allow scientists to overcome this challenge. Atmospheres can be studied when starlight passes through them during transits. When a planet passes in front of its star, some of the starlight travels through the planet's atmosphere on its way to us. The gases in the atmosphere absorb certain wavelengths of light, leaving dark lines or bands in the star's spectrum. By analysing these absorption features, scientists can determine what gases are present in the planet's atmosphere. This technique is called transmission spectroscopy, and it's one of the most powerful tools for studying exoplanet atmospheres. It works best for large planets with thick atmospheres, but as technology improves, scientists are beginning to apply it to smaller, more Earth-like planets as well. Certain gases can leave subtle fingerprints in that filtered light. Each type of gas absorbs light at specific wavelengths, determined by the energy levels of the gas's molecules. Water vapor absorbs strongly in the infrared. Carbon dioxide absorbs in the infrared, and at certain visible wavelengths. Oxygen absorbs in the visible part of the spectrum. Methane absorbs in the infrared. By looking for these characteristic absorption features, scientists can identify which gases are present. The strength of the absorption tells you how much of the gas is there. This allows scientists to build up a chemical profile of the planet's atmosphere, even though the planet is trillions of miles away. Oxygen is interesting because on Earth, much of it is produced by life. Oxygen is a key component of Earth's atmosphere, but it's relatively rare in the atmospheres of other planets and moons in our solar system. Venus's atmosphere is mostly carbon dioxide with almost no oxygen. Mars's thin atmosphere is also mostly carbon dioxide. The giant planets' atmospheres are mostly hydrogen and helium. Earth stands out because of its high oxygen content, and that oxygen is there because of life. Billions of years ago, photosynthetic bacteria began producing oxygen as a waste product. Over time, oxygen built up in the atmosphere, transforming the planet and paving the way for oxygen-breathing organisms like us. If scientists detect significant oxygen on an exoplanet, it raises the possibility that life is present there too. But oxygen can also be produced without life in some chemical situations. For example, if a planet loses its water, the water molecules can be broken apart by ultraviolet light from the star. This releases oxygen, which can accumulate in the atmosphere. Venus might have gone through this process in its past. So detecting oxygen isn't enough by itself to conclude that life is present. Scientists need to consider the context. How much oxygen is there? Are there other gases that might indicate life? What's the planet's history? What kind of star does it orbit? All of these factors matter. Astrobiology is not about jumping to conclusions. It's about carefully weighing the evidence and considering all the possibilities. Methane is also interesting because it can be produced by both life and geology. On Earth, methane is produced by certain bacteria, especially in environments like swamps, the guts of animals and rice paddies. It's also released by geological processes like volcanic activity and reactions between water and certain minerals. Methane doesn't last long in Earth's atmosphere. It reacts with oxygen and breaks down. So the fact that there's methane in Earth's atmosphere means it's being replenished continuously by something. On other planets, methane might also be a biosignature. For example, Saturn's moon Titan has a thick, methane-rich atmosphere, but that methane is probably produced by non-biological processes. The key is to look at the overall context. Scientists often look for combinations of gases that are hard to maintain without ongoing processes. One promising approach is to look for gases that shouldn't coexist in the same atmosphere unless something is actively producing them. For example, on Earth, oxygen and methane coexist, which is unusual. Oxygen and methane react with each other, so they should remove each other from the atmosphere over time. The fact that they're both present suggests that something is producing them continuously. On Earth, that something is life. Plants and algae produce oxygen, and bacteria produce methane. If scientists find a similar combination on an exoplanet, it would be a strong hint that life might be present. This kind of reasoning is called thermodynamic disequilibrium. It's the idea that life tends to push systems away from chemical equilibrium, creating unusual combinations of chemicals. The goal is not to prove aliens quickly, but to build careful evidence over time. Science works by accumulating evidence, testing hypotheses, and ruling out alternative explanations. The search for life beyond Earth is no different. Single observation, no matter how intriguing, is not enough to conclude that life exists on another world. Scientists need multiple lines of evidence. They need to rule out non-biological explanations. They need to consider the planet's environment, its history, and the likelihood that life could have emerged there. This takes time, and it requires patience. But that's how science works. It's a slow, careful process, and that's what makes it reliable. In astrobiology, maybe is a comfortable step, not a failure. In some fields, uncertainty is frustrating. But in astrobiology, uncertainty is expected. The questions are enormous, and the answers are far away. When scientists say, this might be a biosignature, or this result is consistent with life, but not proof, they're not being wishy-washy. They're being honest about what the data can and cannot tell us. Science is about understanding the limits of our knowledge. It's about being clear about what we know, what we don't know, and what we'd need to learn in order to know more. In astrobiology, every maybe is a step forward, because it narrows down the possibilities and guides future research. With those careful clues in mind, we can drift closer to home and visit the places in our own solar system that feel quietly promising. While scientists search for life around distant stars, they're also searching much closer to home. Our own solar system contains several worlds that might be habitable, or that might have been habitable in the past. These worlds are not like Earth. They're cold, or airless, or covered in ice. But beneath the surface, or in their ancient past, they might have had the right conditions for life. Exploring these worlds is easier than exploring exoplanets, because we can send robotic spacecraft to study them up close. And what we learn from these worlds can guide our thinking about life elsewhere in the universe. Mars has long been studied because it once had flowing water on its surface. Mars is the fourth planet from the Sun, and it's about half the size of Earth. Today, Mars is a cold, dry desert with a thin atmosphere. But it wasn't always this way. Evidence from robotic missions to Mars shows that billions of years ago, Mars had liquid water on its surface. There are dried-up riverbeds, ancient lake basins, and minerals that form only in the presence of water. Some scientists think Mars might have had a thick atmosphere and a warmer climate in its distant past. If so, it might have been a more hospitable place for life. The big question is, did life ever emerge on Mars? And if it did, is it still there, perhaps deep underground where conditions are more stable? Today, Mars is cold and dry on the surface, but it still holds water ice. The average temperature on Mars is around -60 degrees Celsius, though it varies widely depending on location and time of day. The thin atmosphere means temperatures can swing dramatically from day to night. At the poles, there are permanent ice caps made of frozen water and frozen carbon dioxide. Scientists have also found evidence of water ice buried just beneath the surface in many regions. In 2008, the Phoenix lander dug into the Martian soil and found ice just a few inches below the surface. More recent observations have found large deposits of subsurface ice in the mid-latitudes. This ice is important because if Mars ever had life, or if it still has life, that life would need water. The ice might also be a resource for future human explorers. Some features on Mars suggest ancient lakes and river channels. When spacecraft take pictures of Mars from orbit, they see landscapes that look eerily familiar. Valleys carved by flowing water, deltas where rivers emptied into lakes, and terrain that looks like it was shaped by shorelines. One of the most striking features is Jezero Crater, which appears to have once held a lake fed by rivers. In 2021, NASA's Perseverance rover landed in Jezero crater to search for signs of ancient microbial life. The rover is collecting rock samples that will eventually be brought back to Earth for detailed analysis. These samples could answer the question of whether life ever existed on Mars. Searching Mars for past microbial life is like reading very old stone pages. The rocks on Mars hold a record of the planet's history. By studying those rocks, scientists can learn what Mars was like billions of years ago. They can look for chemical signatures that might indicate life, or for fossils, microscopic structures that might once have been living cells. It's painstaking work because the evidence is subtle and the rocks are very old. But it's also exciting, because if scientists find evidence that life once existed on Mars, it would be one of the most important discoveries in history. It would mean life emerged on at least 2 different worlds in the same solar system, which would strongly suggest that life is common throughout the universe. Europa, a moon of Jupiter, likely has a salty ocean beneath its icy crust. Europa is one of the most intriguing worlds in the solar system. It's about the size of Earth's moon, and it's covered in a thick layer of ice. But beneath that ice, scientists believe there's a global ocean of liquid water. This ocean might contain more water than all of Earth's oceans combined. The evidence for this ocean comes from several sources. Europa's surface is crisscrossed with cracks and ridges, and it has very few impact craters, suggesting the surface is young and constantly being reshaped. The way Europa interacts with Jupiter's magnetic field also suggests the presence of a conducting fluid beneath the ice, probably salty water. That hidden ocean may be warmed by tidal forces, like gentle kneading from gravity. Europa orbits Jupiter in a slightly elliptical orbit, and as it moves closer to and farther from the planet, Jupiter's gravity squeezes and stretches the moon. This tidal flexing generates heat through friction, similar to how bending a wire back and forth makes it warm. This heat might be enough to keep Europa's ocean liquid despite the moon's great distance from the sun, and if there's liquid water and a source of energy, there might be life. Scientists don't know if Europa's ocean has the right chemistry for life, but it's a tantalizing possibility. Future missions like NASA's Europa Clipper will study the moon in more detail, looking for signs of a habitable environment. Enceladus, a moon of Saturn, sprays water-rich plumes into space from cracks in its ice. Enceladus is a small moon, only about 500 kilometers across, but it has surprised scientists with its activity. In 2005, the Cassini spacecraft flew past Enceladus and discovered plumes of water vapor and ice particles erupting from cracks near the moon's south pole. These plumes shoot hundreds of kilometers into space, and some of the material falls back to the surface while the rest escapes into orbit around Saturn, feeding Saturn's E-ring. The plumes suggest that Enceladus, like Europa, has a subsurface ocean. What's especially exciting is that Cassini flew through the plumes and analysed their composition. The spacecraft found water, salts, and organic molecules, the building blocks of life. Those plumes suggest a subsurface ocean and possible chemical energy sources. The composition of the plumes tells scientists that Enceladus's ocean is in contact with a rocky seafloor. This is important because water-rock interactions can provide chemical energy, similar to what happens at hydrothermal vents on Earth. The presence of organic molecules is also encouraging, because these are the kinds of molecules life needs. Of course, organic molecules can exist without life. They're found in meteorites and comets as well. But they're a necessary ingredient. If Enceladus has liquid water, organic molecules, and chemical energy, it might have all the ingredients for life. And because the plumes bring material from the ocean to the surface, future missions might be able to analyze that material without having to drill through kilometers of ice. Titan, another moon of Saturn, has lakes of liquid methane and ethane on its surface. Titan is the largest moon of Saturn, bigger than the planet Mercury, and it's the only moon in the solar system with a thick atmosphere. Titan's atmosphere is mostly nitrogen, with clouds of methane and a dense orange haze. When the Cassini spacecraft arrived at Saturn and deployed the Huygens probe to land on Titan, it revealed a world that's both alien and strangely familiar. Titan has weather, with clouds and rain, but the rain is liquid methane, not water. The surface has lakes and seas filled with liquid hydrocarbons, methane and ethane. The landscape is shaped by rivers that have carved channels through icy terrain. It's a cold world, with surface temperatures around -179 degrees Celsius, but it's geologically active and dynamic. Titan shows that liquid can exist in different forms under different temperatures, widening our imagination. On Earth, water is the liquid that shapes landscapes, fills oceans, and supports life. On Titan, methane and ethane play that role. This shows that the concept of a habitable environment can be broader than we might have thought. Liquid water is important for life as we know it, but perhaps life could use other liquids under the right conditions. Some scientists have speculated about the possibility of methane-based life on Titan, though this is highly speculative and would require chemistry very different from Earth life. Even if Titan doesn't have life, it's an important reminder that the universe contains many kinds of worlds, and our understanding of habitability is constantly evolving. Now we'll widen the lens again, towards stars, signals, and the quiet listening that scientists do across space. So far we've been talking mostly about simple life, microbes, or perhaps more, complex organisms that might live in the oceans of distant worlds. But some scientists focus on a different question. Is there intelligent life out there? And if so, might we be able to detect it? This is the realm of SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. SETI researchers are not looking for microbes. They're looking for signs of technology, signals that could only have been produced by a technological civilization. It's a speculative endeavour, because we don't know if such civilizations exist, or if they're trying to communicate, or if we're looking in the right way. But it's also a question that captures the imagination, and it's one that scientists approach with the same rigour and patience as any other scientific question. Some scientists search for signs of technology, a field often called SETI. SETI began in earnest in 1960, when astronomer Frank Drake used a radio telescope to listen for signals from two nearby stars. He didn't find anything, but his experiment started a new field of research. Since then, SETI has grown and diversified. Researchers use radio telescopes to scan the sky, listening for signals that might have been sent by intelligent beings. They also search in other parts of the spectrum, like optical wavelengths, where laser pulses might be detectable. The searches are often funded by private donors and organisations, because SETI is not always considered a mainstream scientific priority. But the question it addresses, are we alone, is one of the most profound questions humanity has ever asked. SETI stands for Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. The term intelligence here means the kind of intelligence that can develop technology. It doesn't necessarily mean human-like intelligence. It just means a civilization that has progressed to the point where it can generate signals that might be detectable across interstellar distances. This could be intentional signals, like a deliberate transmission meant to communicate with other civilizations. Or it could be unintentional signals, like the radio and television broadcasts that leak from Earth into space. Either way, SETI researchers are looking for something that seems artificial, something that stands out against the natural background noise of the universe. One approach is to listen for narrow-band radio signals that look artificial. Natural sources of radio waves, like stars and gas clouds, tend to produce radio emissions spread across a wide range of frequencies, but a radio transmitter designed for communication usually produces a signal concentrated in a very narrow band of frequencies. This makes the signal stronger and easier to detect. If SETI researchers detect a narrow-band radio signal coming from the direction of a star, and if that signal has structure or patterns that seem deliberate, it would be very interesting. It might indicate that someone is trying to send a message. Of course, it could also be human-made interference like a satellite or a radar system, so ruling out those possibilities is an important part of SETI work. Space is noisy, so researchers filter out natural sources and human-made interference. The radio sky is full of signals. Stars emit radio waves. Pulsars, which are rapidly spinning neutron stars, emit regular pulses of radio waves. Gas clouds emit radio waves at specific frequencies. Earth itself is a source of radio noise from our technology and from natural phenomena like lightning. SETI researchers have to sift through all of this noise to find signals that might be artificial. They use sophisticated algorithms to distinguish between natural and artificial signals, and they use telescopes in remote locations to minimize interference from human technology. It's painstaking work, and the chances of success are uncertain, but the potential payoff is enormous. A signal would need to be repeatable or patterned to become truly interesting. A single brief signal is hard to interpret. It could be a glitch, interference, or a natural phenomenon we don't understand. But if a signal repeats, or if it has a clear pattern, it becomes much more interesting. For example, a series of pulses at regular intervals, or a signal that encodes information in some obvious way, would be strong evidence of artificiality. In 1977, a SETI search detected a strong narrow-band signal that lasted for 72 seconds. It became known as the WOW signal, because the astronomer who saw it on the printout wrote WOW in the margin. The signal was never detected again, and its origin remains a mystery. Without a repeat detection, scientists can't draw any firm conclusions. This shows the importance of repeatability in SETI work. Not finding signals does not mean no one is out there. It may mean we haven't looked long enough. The universe is vast, and SETI searches have covered only a tiny fraction of the sky, at only a limited range of frequencies, for a limited amount of time. It's like standing on a beach and scooping up 1 cup of seawater, then concluding there are no fish in the ocean because you didn't find any in your cup. The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's entirely possible that there are technological civilizations out there, but we simply haven't detected them yet. SETI researchers are patient. They understand that the search might take decades or even centuries. They also understand that we might be searching in the wrong way, or at the wrong times. It may also mean other civilizations use communication methods we don't easily detect. Our technology is based on electromagnetic radiation, radio waves, light, X-rays. But that might not be the only way to communicate. Maybe advanced civilizations use something we haven't discovered yet, like gravitational waves or some form of quantum communication. Or maybe they've moved beyond electromagnetic communication to something more efficient that we can't even imagine. Or maybe they communicate, but in ways that look natural to us, so we don't recognize the signals as artificial. These are speculative ideas, but they remind us that our search is limited by our own technology and our own assumptions about what to look for. Distance matters. Signals weaken as they travel, like a whisper fading across a valley. Light and radio waves spread out as they travel through space. A signal that starts out strong becomes weaker, and weaker the farther it goes. By the time a radio signal has travelled across interstellar distances, it might be incredibly faint, buried in the background noise of space. Detecting such a faint signal requires very sensitive instruments and a lot of patience. It also helps if the signal is strong to begin with, which might mean we're more likely to detect civilizations that are deliberately broadcasting powerful signals into space. But if a civilization is just going about its business, without trying to communicate with anyone, its signals might be too weak to detect from far away. The universe is very old, so timing also matters. Civilizations could rise and fade in different eras. The universe is about 13.8 billion years old, Earth is about 4.5 billion years old, and humans have only been around for a few 100,000 years. We've only had radio technology for about a century. If you think about the history of the universe as a year, humans have existed for just a few seconds, and our technological civilization has existed for a fraction of a second. This means that even if civilizations are relatively common, they might be spread out in time as well as space. One civilization might exist for 1 million years, then go extinct or change in ways we wouldn't recognize. Another might emerge 1 billion years later. If civilizations don't overlap in time, they'll never communicate with each other, even if they're relatively close in space. In a calm way, SETI is a practice of listening without demanding quick answers. SETI researchers know the odds are long. They know that decades might pass without a detection. But they also know that the question is worth asking. If we do detect a signal from another civilization, it would transform our understanding of our place in the universe. It would tell us that intelligence and technology are not unique to Earth, that they're natural outcomes of cosmic evolution. Even if we never detect a signal, the search itself is valuable, because it pushes us to develop new technologies, to think about big questions, and to consider the long-term future of our own civilization. SETI is not just about finding others, it's about understanding ourselves. With that quiet listening in mind, we can explore a famous gentle puzzle, why the universe feels so big yet so quiet. The puzzle is this: if life is common, and if intelligence and technology arise naturally, then shouldn't we see evidence of other civilizations? Shouldn't the universe be full of signals, megastructures, or other signs of advanced technology? But when we look out into space, we don't see any of that. The universe looks natural, untouched, silent. This apparent contradiction is known as the Fermi paradox, named after physicist Enrico Fermi. who famously asked, "Where is everybody?" It's not really a paradox in the strict sense. It's more of a puzzle or a question, but it raises interesting issues about the abundance of life, the development of intelligence, and the long-term survival of civilizations. The Fermi paradox is the question: if intelligent life is common, why don't we see clear evidence? The paradox assumes that intelligent life should be common, or at least not vanishingly rare. The universe is vast and old, with billions of galaxies, each containing billions of stars, many of which have planets. If life emerges naturally on planets with the right conditions, and if some fraction of life eventually develops intelligence and technology, then there should be many civilizations out there. And if those civilizations last for a long time and expand into space, they should leave detectable marks on the galaxy. But we don't see those marks, so either our assumptions are wrong, or there's something we're missing. It is called a paradox, but it may simply reflect incomplete information. Science is full of questions that seem paradoxical until we understand them better. Before we understood how planets orbit the Sun, the motion of the planets seemed strange and irregular. Once we understood gravity and orbital mechanics, the motion made sense. The Fermi paradox might be similar. We might be missing a key piece of information that would make everything clear. Maybe intelligent life is much rarer than we think. Maybe civilizations don't last very long. Maybe they don't expand into space. Maybe they're there, but we're not looking in the right way. Any of these possibilities would resolve the paradox. The key is not to jump to conclusions, but to consider all the options, carefully. One possibility is that intelligent life is rarer than we expect. Maybe the emergence of life itself is rare, or maybe life is relatively common, but the jump from simple life to complex life is difficult. On Earth, life remained single-celled for most of the planet's history. Complex multicellular organisms didn't appear until relatively recently, and even then they didn't immediately develop intelligence. Intelligence might require a very specific set of circumstances, the right environment, the right evolutionary pressures, the right kind of brain. If any of these steps is very unlikely, then intelligent civilizations could be extremely rare, even if simple life is common. Another is that life may be common, but intelligence and technology may be less common. Life on Earth is incredibly diverse, with millions of species, but only one has developed technology. This suggests that intelligence is not an inevitable outcome of evolution. It's one possible adaptation among many, and it's not necessarily the best one for survival. Most species don't need intelligence. They survive just fine with instincts, reflexes, and simple learning. Intelligence is expensive. It requires a lot of energy, a complex brain, and a long period of development. It also requires the right kind of body. Dolphins are intelligent, but they don't have hands to build tools. Octopuses are intelligent, but they live underwater and have short lifespans. Humans got lucky. We have intelligence, hands, long lifespans, and a social structure that allows us to accumulate and pass on knowledge. Maybe that combination is rare. Another possibility is that civilizations are far apart, making contact difficult. Even if intelligent civilizations are relatively common, space is so vast that the distances between them might be enormous. The nearest star is about 4 light-years away, and that's very close by cosmic standards. Most stars are much farther. If the nearest civilization is hundreds or thousands of light-years away, communication would be very slow. A message would take hundreds or thousands of years to reach them, and the reply would take just as long. This makes real-time conversation impossible. It also means that by the time a message arrives, the sending civilization might have changed dramatically, or might not exist anymore. The distances involved might simply be too great for meaningful contact. There may also be long stretches of time when nobody is transmitting signals. Even if a civilization has radio technology, it might not use it to broadcast into space. Earth has been emitting radio signals into space for about a century, but those signals are getting weaker as we switch to more efficient technologies like fiber optics and satellites. In a few more decades, Earth might be nearly silent in the radio spectrum. If other civilizations follow a similar pattern, they might only be loud for a brief period, maybe a century or two. If civilizations are separated by large distances and only transmit for short periods, the chances that two civilizations are transmitting at the same time and listening in each other's direction are very small. Some suggest we might be looking for the wrong kinds of signs. We're searching for radio signals because that's the technology we have. But maybe advanced civilizations use something else. Maybe they communicate using methods we haven't thought of. Or maybe they don't communicate across space at all. Maybe they've built some kind of technology that's invisible to us. Or maybe they've merged with their technology in ways we can't comprehend. These are speculative ideas, but they remind us that our search is shaped by our own assumptions. We're looking for things that seem like signs of intelligence to us, but we might be missing signs that are right in front of us because we don't recognize them. Civilizations might choose quietness or focus inward rather than broadcasting. Maybe the urge to communicate with other civilizations is not universal. Maybe most civilizations reach a certain level of development and then decide to focus on themselves, on their own virtual realities, or on exploring inner space rather than outer space. Maybe broadcasting signals into space seems wasteful or dangerous to them. Maybe they've decided that the galaxy is already crowded enough, or that contact with other civilizations is more likely to bring harm than benefit. These are all possibilities, and we have no way of knowing which, if any, are true, but they're worth considering. The paradox encourages careful thinking, not dramatic conclusions. The Fermi paradox is not a reason to panic or to assume the worst. It's an invitation to think carefully about what we know and what we don't know. It's a reminder that our understanding of life and intelligence in the universe is still incomplete. It might turn out that the galaxy is full of life and we just haven't detected it yet. Or it might turn out that we're one of the very few, or even the only one. Either answer would be profound. But whatever the answer, it won't come from speculation alone. It will come from careful observation, from rigorous science, and from the patience to keep searching even when the search seems slow and difficult. For bedtime, it can feel soothing to let the question remain open, like a sky that doesn't have to speak. Not every question needs an immediate answer. Some questions are worth sitting with, worth holding gently in the mind without urgency. The Fermi paradox is one of those questions. It's big and quiet and patient. It reminds us that the universe is full of mysteries and that we don't have to solve them all tonight. We can let the question exist, calmly and peacefully, alongside us as we drift towards sleep. The universe doesn't demand our answers. It just is, vast and ancient, carrying its secrets with quiet dignity. Now, we'll tiptoe into the softer, what could life be like? Space, always gently, and always with the reminder that these are possibilities. When scientists think about what alien life might be like, they have to balance two things. On one hand, they want to be open-minded, because life on other worlds might be very different from life on Earth. On the other hand, they need to stay grounded in what we know about chemistry and physics. All life has to follow the laws of nature. It has to obey thermodynamics. It has to use chemistry that's possible. So while scientists can imagine many forms of life, they also have constraints. Life can't be magic. It has to work within the rules of the universe. If alien life exists, it might be microbial, like bacteria, rather than complex animals. On Earth, microbes are everywhere. They live in the soil, in the oceans, in the air, in ice, in rock, and inside the bodies of plants and animals. They're incredibly diverse and incredibly resilient. Complex life, plants, animals, fungi is impressive, but it's also relatively rare. Most of Earth's biomass is microbial, and for most of Earth's history, microbes were the only form of the life. If this pattern holds elsewhere, then most alien life is probably microbial. Complex life might be rare, and intelligent life might be rarer still. So when scientists imagine life on other worlds, they often picture something small and simple, adapted to whatever environment it finds itself in. Microbial life can thrive in many niches and can be very resilient. Microbes don't need much. They don't need sunlight, as long as they have some other energy source. They don't need a pleasant climate. They don't need soil or air or anything we might think of as comfortable. They just need liquid water, or possibly another liquid, a few basic chemicals, and a source of energy. Because their needs are so simple, microbes can survive in places that would be deadly to most complex organisms. This makes them good candidates for life on other worlds where conditions might be harsh or strange. If there's life in the oceans of Europa or Enceladus, it's probably microbial. If there's life on Mars, it's probably microbial. Complex life is wonderful, but when it comes to survival in difficult environments, microbes are the champions. Alien life might use chemistry similar to Earth's, because carbon is flexible and common. Carbon is the basis of all life on Earth, and there are good reasons for this. Carbon atoms can form 4 bonds with other atoms, allowing them to create long chains, branching structures, and rings. This makes carbon chemistry incredibly diverse. Millions of different carbon-based molecules are known, and they can perform a huge variety of functions. Carbon is also common in the universe. It's produced in stars and distributed through space. Other elements, like silicon, can also form four bonds and create complex molecules, but silicon chemistry is less flexible than carbon chemistry, especially in the presence of water and oxygen. So most scientists expect that if life exists elsewhere, it will probably be carbon-based, at least in environments similar to Earth. But life could also surprise us, using different pathways while still following chemistry and physics. Maybe some forms of life use silicon instead of carbon, in environments where silicon chemistry is more stable. Maybe some forms of life use ammonia instead of water as a solvent, on cold worlds where water is frozen solid. Maybe some forms of life use completely different biochemistry, organising themselves in ways we haven't imagined. As long as the chemistry is thermodynamically favourable and the environment is stable enough, life might find a way. Scientists remain open to these possibilities. They try not to be too Earth-centric in their thinking, while also recognising that we have to start with what we know. Life needs energy. So many possibilities depend on available energy sources. Energy is the currency of life. Without energy, nothing happens. Cells need energy to grow, to reproduce, to repair damage, to move, to think. On Earth, almost all energy ultimately comes from the sun or from chemical reactions in the Earth's crust. On other worlds, the energy sources might be different. A planet far from its star might not receive much sunlight. So life there would have to rely on other sources, like chemical energy from hydrothermal vents or radioactive decay in the planet's interior. A moon orbiting a giant planet might receive tidal heating, which could provide energy. The key is that life needs a steady, reliable source of energy. Without it, life can't sustain itself. Some worlds might support life through sunlight, like Earth's surface ecosystems. If a planet orbits in its star's habitable zone and has a stable atmosphere, sunlight could drive photosynthesis, just like on Earth. Plants, algae, and certain bacteria on Earth capture sunlight and use it to convert carbon dioxide and water into sugar and oxygen. This process is the foundation of most of Earth's ecosystems. If alien life evolved a similar process, it could create complex food webs, with photosynthetic organisms at the base and other organisms eating them. This would require a transparent atmosphere, access to sunlight, and the right chemistry, but it's certainly possible. In fact, photosynthesis might be one of the more common ways for life to harness energy, because sunlight is abundant and reliable. Other worlds might support life through chemical energy, like Earth's deep ocean vent communities. Not all life needs sunlight. In the deep ocean, where sunlight never reaches, life thrives around hydrothermal vents. These vents release hot, chemical-rich water from beneath the Earth's crust. Bacteria at the vents use chemicals like hydrogen sulfide and methane as energy sources, performing chemosynthesis. They don't need sunlight at all. They get their energy from chemistry. If a moon like Europa or Enceladus has a subsurface ocean, with hydrothermal vents, life there could use the same strategy. This kind of life might be slow and sparse, because chemical energy is less abundant than sunlight, but it could still exist, quietly going about its chemistry in the darkness. If life evolved in thick atmospheres or under ice, it might never develop eyes that see starlight. On Earth, most animals have eyes, and most eyes are sensitive to visible light, the light from the sun. But if life evolved in an environment where there's no sunlight, eyes might not be useful. In the deep ocean, some creatures have lost their eyes entirely, or have evolved eyes that detect faint bioluminescence instead of sunlight. If life exists in the subsurface ocean of Europa, it probably doesn't have eyes, because there's no light down there. It might sense the world in other ways, through touch, through chemical signals, through vibrations or pressure. Alien life might have senses we can't even imagine, adapted to environments we've never experienced. Intelligence is only one branch of possibility, not the default destination of life. Evolution doesn't have a goal. It doesn't push life toward intelligence or complexity. It just favours organisms that are good at surviving and reproducing in their environment. On Earth, intelligence has evolved a few times, in primates, dolphins, elephants, octopuses, birds, but it's still rare compared to the millions of species that get by without it. Intelligence is useful in certain situations, but it's not the only solution. Many organisms are highly successful without being intelligent. Bacteria have thrived for billions of years without brains. So when we think about alien life, we shouldn't assume it will be intelligent. It might be, but it probably isn't. Most life, if it exists, is probably just doing its chemistry, surviving in its niche, without any awareness of the larger universe. Imagination can be gentle when it stays grounded in could, not must. It's fun to imagine aliens with advanced technology, or strange creatures adapted to bizarre environments, or life that looks nothing like anything on Earth. But it's important to remember that these are just possibilities. We don't know what's out there. We don't even know if anything is out there. Science proceeds by observation and evidence, not by imagination alone. So while scientists allow themselves to imagine many possibilities, they also remain humble about what they don't know. They say could instead of must. They say maybe instead of definitely. This kind of gentle uncertainty is not a weakness. It's a strength, because it keeps the mind open and prevents us from getting locked into ideas that might be wrong. To finish, we'll return from the wide cosmos to the quiet bedside, where the biggest question can rest beside you without needing an answer. We've travelled far in this conversation, from the definition of alien life, to the habitable zones around distant stars, to the icy moons in our own solar system, to the quiet work of searching for signals, to the gentle puzzle of the Fermi paradox. We've thought about chemistry and energy, about water and time, about microbes in extreme environments, and the possibility of intelligence elsewhere in the universe. These are big questions, some of the biggest questions humans have ever asked. But now, as we bring this journey to a close, it's time to return to something smaller and closer. The quiet comfort of this moment, here in the stillness of the night. Whether or not alien life exists, your night remains peaceful and ordinary. The universe is vast and full of mysteries, but your immediate surroundings are small and familiar. Your bed is soft. The room is dim and quiet. Outside, the night goes on, calm and unhurried. The stars shine as they always have, whether or not anyone else is looking at them. Your breath moves in and out, steady and automatic, a rhythm you've known your whole life. Whatever questions remain, unanswered in the cosmos, they don't disturb the peace of this room. You are here, safe and warm, and that's enough. The search for life beyond Earth is slow, careful, and built on evidence. It's not a dramatic quest with quick victories. It's a patient accumulation of knowledge, a slow building of understanding. Scientists spend years analysing data, running experiments, building models and testing hypotheses. They don't rush. They don't jump to conclusions. They follow the evidence wherever it leads, even if it leads to we don't know yet. This kind of patience is rare in our fast-paced world, but it's essential for science. And in a way, it's a kind of lesson. Not everything needs to be known right away. Some questions take time, and that's okay. Science often advances by small steps, like soft footsteps in a quiet hall. Each discovery builds on the last. Each measurement refines the one before. It's a process of gradual refinement, not sudden revelation. Sometimes a breakthrough happens, but more often, progress is incremental. A better telescope is built, allowing scientists to see farther. A new technique is developed, allowing them to measure more precisely. A patient researcher spends years on a single question, slowly piecing together the answer. It's quiet work, without fanfare, but it's deeply meaningful, and it's the kind of work that, over time, transforms our understanding of the universe. The night sky can be a place for calm curiosity, not pressure. When you look up at the stars, you don't have to feel overwhelmed by the vastness of space or the weight of unanswered questions. You can simply look, calmly and peacefully, appreciating the beauty without demanding explanations. The stars are there whether you understand them or not. The universe existed long before you, and it will exist long after. Your relationship with it doesn't have to be one of conquest or comprehension. It can be one of quiet companionship. You're part of this universe, and it's part of you, and that connection doesn't require words or understanding. Not knowing everything is normal in science, and it can also be restful. Uncertainty is not failure. It's the natural state of inquiry. Scientists don't know everything, and they don't pretend to. They're comfortable with questions that haven't been answered yet. They say, we don't know, without embarrassment, because not knowing is the starting point for discovery. In a world that often demands quick answers and confident assertions, Science offers something different: the humility to admit ignorance and the curiosity to seek understanding. And there's something restful in that. You don't have to have all the answers. You're allowed to not know. You're allowed to wonder without resolving. Wonder can feel like a warm lantern, bright enough to soothe, not bright enough to wake you. Wonder is a gentle emotion. It doesn't demand action or decision. It just is a quiet sense of awe, a soft appreciation for awe, the strangeness and beauty of existence. When you feel wonder, you're not trying to control or possess. You're just experiencing without judgment, without pressure. Wonder at the night sky, at the possibility of life elsewhere, at the slow work of science. It's all the same kind of feeling. It warms you from the inside like a small flame in the darkness, but it doesn't burn. It doesn't disturb your peace. It just glows softly, a reminder that the world is full of things worth noticing. The universe holds many possibilities, and it's okay if you hold none of them tightly. You don't have to believe anything in particular about alien life. You don't have to take a stance. The possibilities can remain just that, possibilities. Maybe there's life out there. Maybe there isn't. Maybe we'll find it someday. Maybe we won't. All of these outcomes are fine. None of them change who you are or the value of your life. You can hold these questions lightly, like holding a feather, present but not heavy. You can let them drift through your mind without trying to pin them down. They don't need your certainty. They're content to remain open. Your breath is a small, steady rhythm inside a much larger, steady universe. In and out, in and out. Your breath connects you to the world. The oxygen you breathe was produced by plants and algae, which got their energy from the sun. The carbon in your body was forged in stars billions of years ago and scattered across space when those stars died. You're made of stardust, quite literally, and your breath is part of a cycle that spans the planet. And yet, your breath is also intimate and personal. It's yours alone, in this moment, in this quiet room. It's both cosmic and immediate, both grand and humble, and it continues, steady and reliable, whether you think about it or not. Tonight you can let the question of aliens become a distant star, present but not demanding. The question is there in the background like a faint star at the edge of your vision. You can acknowledge it without focusing on it. You can let it exist in its quiet way without needing to answer it. It's not urgent, it's not pressing, it's just a question, one among many, floating in the vast space of human curiosity. And as you settle into sleep, the question can settle too, fading into the general softness of the night, no longer distinct, no longer loud, just part of the larger quiet that surrounds you. And as you soften into sleep, you can remember, you don't need answers to feel safe. Safety doesn't come from knowing everything. It comes from trusting that you're okay right now, in this moment, even with all the questions unanswered. The universe doesn't require your understanding. Your life doesn't depend on solving its mysteries. You can rest without resolution. You can sleep without certainty. And in the morning, if you wake, the questions will still be there, patient and quiet, waiting for whoever wants to explore them. But tonight, they're just stars, distant, gentle, and asking nothing of you. Take a slow inhale, then a longer, gentler exhale, and let your thoughts drift like quiet signals fading into a friendly night. The universe is vast and calm. Your breath is soft and steady. And somewhere between the enormity of space and the smallness of this moment, you find your rest. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The universe can be thought of as everything that can interact with everything else within a shared space and time. It's a gentle starting point, this idea of interaction and connection. When we say the universe, we're usually gesturing toward all space, all time, and everything contained within them, every atom, every photon of light, every distant galaxy, and every quiet moment. But the word universe is flexible enough to hold different meanings depending on context. In everyday language, it can mean the biggest possible backdrop, the widest frame we can imagine for any event or thought. It's the quiet background behind every moment of existence, steady and encompassing. The universe includes matter, which is the stuff we can touch and measure, atoms arranged into stars, planets, rocks, water, and living things. But it also includes energy, which flows and transforms, showing up as light streaming from distant suns, as heat radiating from warm surfaces, as motion-carrying waves, through empty space. Matter and energy are two aspects of the same underlying reality, connected by relationships that scientists have mapped with patience and care over centuries. Beyond matter and energy, the universe contains the rules themselves, the patterns that describe how things behave. Gravity pulls objects toward each other with a strength that depends on their masses and the distance between them. Light moves at a constant speed through empty space, always travelling in straight lines unless something bends its path. These rules are woven into the fabric of existence, invisible but utterly reliable. A helpful way to think about the universe is to realize it's not only made of things, but also of the spaces between things. Space is not just emptiness waiting to be filled. It has properties of its own. It can stretch and curve. It can carry ripples, waves of gravitational influence that move outward from violent cosmic events like colliding black holes. When we talk about space, we're talking about something that participates in the universe's story, not just a passive stage where the story happens. This shift in perspective, from space as a container to space as an active participant, is one of the quiet revolutions in modern physics, and it changes how we understand distance, motion, and time itself. Time is part of the universe too, flowing steadily forward and giving events their order. We experience time as a sequence, one moment following another, cause preceding effect, memories accumulating in one direction. Time creates the possibility of change, of transformation, of histories unfolding. Without time, there would be no motion, no growth, no stories of stars forming and galaxies evolving. Time and space are linked so closely that physicists often speak of them together as space-time, a unified structure where position and duration intermingle. This union of space and time feels abstract at first, but it reflects something deep about the way the universe actually works, something we can measure and test and rely upon. Scientists study the universe using measurements, models, and careful observations. They gather data from telescopes that collect light across many wavelengths, from spacecraft that venture to distant planets, from particle accelerators that probe the smallest scales of matter. They build mathematical models to describe patterns, make predictions, and test whether those predictions match what actually happens. This process is methodical and collaborative, with thousands of people around the world contributing pieces to a vast shared puzzle. The picture that emerges is not complete. There are gaps, uncertainties, questions that remain open. But it is remarkably coherent, and it grows more detailed with each passing decade. Even with all our tools and all our understanding, the universe still has room for gentle mystery. There are questions we cannot yet answer, phenomena we have not fully explained, scales of reality we have only begun to explore. This incompleteness is not a failure. It's a reminder that curiosity is inexhaustible, that wonder is always available, that the universe invites us to keep looking, keep asking, keep discovering. For tonight, though, these mysteries need not be urgent. They can rest quietly in the background, patient and unthreatening, while we turn our attention to what we do understand, and let that understanding settle into the mind like soft light through a window. Now that the word universe feels settled, we can drift into what we can actually see and measure, like looking through calm, clear glass. The observable universe is the part of the universe we can detect, because its light has had time to reach us. This is an important distinction. The universe might be vastly larger than what we can observe, or it might even be infinite, but we are limited by a simple fact. Light travels very fast, but it still takes time to cross large distances. Since the universe has a finite age, about 13.8 billion years according to current measurements, there is a maximum distance from which light could have reached us since the beginning. Everything beyond that distance is for now unobservable, not because it doesn't exist, but because its light simply hasn't arrived yet. Looking far into space also means looking back into the past, because we see light that left its source long ago. When you observe a star 10 light years away, you're seeing it as it was 10 years ago. When you observe a galaxy a billion light years away, you're seeing it as it was a billion years ago, when the universe was younger, when the structures of matter were less evolved. This time delay effect turns telescopes into time machines of a sort, instruments that reveal the universe's history written in the arrangement and appearance of distant objects. The night sky becomes an archive, layer upon layer of ancient light, each layer carrying information about a different era. Telescopes are like patient collectors of faint light, gathered over time. Early telescopes were simple lenses or mirrors, small enough to hold in your hands, but they opened up the heavens in ways that amazed their users. Over centuries, telescopes have grown larger, more sensitive, more specialized. Some are built on remote mountaintops where the air is thin and steady. Some orbit above Earth's atmosphere, avoiding the distortions and absorptions that air can cause. Some are designed to detect specific kinds of light, radio waves, infrared, ultraviolet, X-rays, that our eyes cannot see. Each kind of light reveals different features of the universe, like different filters applied to the same scene. Some objects are too dim to see directly, but we can still detect their effects. A dark cloud of gas might block the light of stars behind it, creating a silhouette. A massive object might bend the light from something farther away, creating a distorted image. A faint galaxy might be too distant to photograph clearly, but its gravity might influence the motion of other galaxies nearby. Astronomers have become skilled at reading these indirect signs, piecing together a picture of the universe from clues that are subtle, scattered, and patient. Astronomers learn from many kinds of light, not just the kind our eyes see. Radio waves can reveal cold gas clouds and the remnants of ancient explosions. Infrared light can penetrate dust and show us warm regions where stars are forming. Visible light is the band we're most familiar with, the rainbow from red to violet. Ultraviolet light comes from hot, energetic stars and glowing gas. X-rays trace extremely hot regions, like the material swirling into black holes or the gas in galaxy clusters heated to millions of degrees. Gamma rays mark the most violent events, like supernovae and the collisions of neutron stars. By observing across this full spectrum, astronomers build a richer, more complete understanding of cosmic phenomena. Different kinds of light can reveal different features, like warm dust glowing in infrared or energetic gas shining in X-rays. A galaxy might look one way in visible light, a smooth ellipse of stars, but in radio waves it might show jets of material streaming outward from its center. A supernova remnant might be faint in visible light but brilliant in X-rays, as the hot gas from the explosion cools over thousands of years. This multi-wavelength approach is like looking at a landscape in different seasons or different times of day. Each view adds something new, and together they create a fuller sense of place. The observable universe is not the same as all that exists, just all that is reachable by light so far. This is a humbling thought. Beyond the edge of what we can see, there is almost certainly more universe, more galaxies, more stars, more space. Whether that more continues forever or wraps around in some way we don't yet understand is an open question. For now, the observable universe is vast enough to fill our attention, containing hundreds of billions of galaxies, each with billions or trillions of stars, each star a potential sun to planets we cannot yet see. The scale is immense, but it is also knowable, mapped with increasing precision, described in catalogues and databases and images that anyone can explore. This makes the night sky feel like a calm archive, quiet pages of ancient glow. When you step outside on a clear night and look up, you're receiving messages from across space and time, photons that have travelled for years or millions of years to reach your eye. The light from the nearest star beyond our sun has taken more than 4 years to arrive. The light from the centre of our galaxy has taken about 26,000 years. The light from distant galaxies has journeyed for billions of years, crossing voids and clusters, redshifted by the expansion of space itself, carrying information about an era when the universe was young and still forming its grand structures. With that gentle idea of cosmic postcards in mind, let's wander into how we measure distance without getting overwhelmed by the scale. A light year is a unit of distance, meaning how far light travels in 1 year. Light moves at about 300,000 kilometers per second, or about 186,000 miles per second. In 1 year, that adds up to roughly 9.5 trillion kilometers, or about 6 trillion miles. It's a large number, but it's also a convenient one, because it connects the speed of light, a fundamental constant in physics, with the passage of time, which we understand intuitively. Using light years lets astronomers talk about cosmic distances in terms that relate directly to observation. When we say something is 10 light years away, we're also saying we see it as it was 10 years ago. Astronomers also use parsecs, another distance unit that comes from geometry. A parsec is about 3.3 light years, and it arises from a technique called parallax, which measures the tiny shift in a star's apparent position as Earth moves around the Sun. Parallax is similar to how your thumb seems to move against the background when you switch eyes. Hold your thumb up at arm's length, close one eye, then the other, and notice how your thumb appears to jump from side to side against more distant objects. Stars do the same thing, but the shift is tiny because even the nearest stars are enormously far away. By measuring this shift with precision, astronomers can calculate how far away a star is. Parallax works well for nearby stars, within a few hundred light years, but it becomes too subtle for more distant objects. For farther distances, astronomers use standard candles, objects with known brightness. The idea is simple. If you know how bright something truly is, its intrinsic luminosity, you can estimate how far away it is by how dim it looks. This is the same principle you use when you see a distant streetlight at night. If you know all streetlights emit the same amount of light, you can guess which ones are farther away based on which ones appear dimmer. In astronomy, certain kinds of stars and other objects serve as reliable standard candles, their intrinsic brightness known from theory or from careful studies of nearby examples. Certain kinds of exploding stars called Type Ia supernovae can help as standard candles. A Type Ia supernova occurs when a white dwarf star, a dense remnant of a sun-like star, accumulates matter from a companion star until it reaches a critical mass and undergoes a runaway nuclear explosion. The physics of this process is consistent enough that Type Ia supernovae have remarkably similar peak luminosities. By measuring how bright a Type Ia supernova appears and comparing that to its known intrinsic brightness, astronomers can calculate its distance. This technique has been used to measure distances to galaxies billions of light years away, far beyond the reach of parallax. Another distance clue is redshift, which occurs when light stretches to longer wavelengths as space expands. Imagine light as a wave travelling through space. If space itself is stretching, expanding, then the wavelength of the light stretches too. Longer wavelengths correspond to redder colours in visible light, hence the term redshift. The amount of redshift tells you how much space has expanded since the light was emitted. In a universe where the expansion rate is known, redshift can be translated into distance. This method is especially useful for the most distant objects, where other techniques become impractical. Distance in the universe is often measured with a blend of methods, like a CALM toolkit used step by step. Astronomers build what's called a cosmic distance ladder, with each rung relying on the one below it. Parallax measures nearby stars. Standard candles like Cepheid variable stars, stars whose brightness pulses in a predictable way, extend the ladder farther. Type Ia supernovae reach even greater distances. Redshift carries the ladder to the edge of the observable universe. Each method has its uncertainties, but when they overlap, they confirm and calibrate one another, creating a consistent picture of the universe's scale. Once distance has a soft shape in the mind, we can relax into the universe's slow motion. How space itself gently changes over time. Observations show that the universe is expanding, meaning galaxies tend to be farther apart over time. This discovery emerged in the early 20th century from the work of astronomers who measured the redshifts of distant galaxies and found a pattern. The farther away a galaxy is, the faster it appears to be moving away from us. This relationship, known as Hubble's law, was one of the most profound revelations in the history of science. It suggested that the universe is not static but dynamic, its structure changing on the larger scales. This expansion is not like an explosion into empty space, it's more like space itself stretching. Imagine space as a fabric, a flexible medium that can grow or shrink. As it grows, objects embedded in it, like galaxies, move apart, not because they're racing through space, but because the space between them is increasing. This distinction is subtle but important. Galaxies aren't flying away from a central point. There is no center to the expansion in three-dimensional space. Every observer in the universe, no matter where they are, would see distant galaxies receding, and they would all have the same right to say they're at the centre of the expansion. A common picture used to illustrate this is dots on a balloon surface moving apart as the balloon inflates. Imagine drawing several dots on the surface of a deflated balloon, then blowing it up. As the balloon expands, every dot moves away from every other dot. No single dot is special or central. The expansion is uniform. This two-dimensional analogy helps us think about the three-dimensional expansion of space, even though we can't easily visualize a three-dimensional surface expanding in some higher dimension. The balloon model is imperfect. It has an inside and an outside, and it exists in three-dimensional space, but it captures the key idea. Expansion happens everywhere, and there is no edge or center. In that picture, no single dot is the center of the surface's expansion. This is a comforting thought in a way. It means our location in the universe is not special in the large-scale structure. We are not at the center, but neither is anyone else. The universe looks roughly the same from every vantage point, a principle called the cosmological principle. This principle states that on large enough scales the universe is homogeneous, the same everywhere, and isotropic, the same in all directions. Of course, on small scales, the universe is lumpy. There are planets, stars, galaxies, clusters, voids. But if you blur your vision, averaging over hundreds of millions of light years, the lumpiness smooths out into a surprisingly uniform pattern. On the larger scales, the universe looks similar in many directions, a calming idea called the cosmological principle. Observations support this. Maps of the cosmic microwave background, the faint glow of radiation left over from the early universe, show tiny variations in temperature, but overall the sky is remarkably uniform. Surveys of galaxies show that on average the number of galaxies in a large volume of space is about the same, no matter which direction you look. There are local variations, clusters and voids, but the overall distribution is smooth. This uniformity suggests that the laws of physics are the same everywhere, that the universe operates according to consistent rules, and that we can apply what we learn from nearby observations to the distant cosmos. The relationship between distance and redshift helps reveal the expansion pattern. When astronomers plot the distances of galaxies against their redshifts, they see a straight line, at least for relatively nearby galaxies. This linear relationship is Hubble's law. The farther away a galaxy is, the greater its redshift, and thus the faster it appears to be receding. The slope of this line is called the Hubble constant, and it tells us the current rate of expansion. Measuring the Hubble constant precisely has been a major effort in cosmology because it connects to many other important properties, including the age of the universe and its overall geometry. The expansion means very distant light becomes stretched, shifting toward redder wavelengths. For the most distant galaxies we can observe, the redshift is so large that light originally emitted in the ultraviolet has been stretched all the way into the infrared. This makes distant galaxies look fainter and redder than they would if space were not expanding. It also means that certain features in a galaxy's spectrum, patterns of bright or dark lines caused by atoms absorbing or emitting light, are shifted to longer wavelengths, and astronomers can use these shifted patterns to measure the redshift and thus the distance. Expansion also means the universe has a history. It has been different at different times. If galaxies are moving apart now, then in the past they were closer together. If we imagine running the expansion backward, like rewinding a film, the universe becomes smaller, denser, hotter. This backward extrapolation leads to the idea that the universe had a beginning, a moment when the expansion started. That moment is often called the Big Bang, though the name can be misleading. It wasn't an explosion in space, but rather the beginning of space and time themselves. The Big Bang is not a place you could visit. It happened everywhere, because it was the emergence of everywhere as a concept. When scientists talk about the universe being young or old, they mean the age of its expansion history. By measuring how fast the universe is expanding today, and how that rate has changed over time, astronomers can estimate how long the expansion has been going on. Current measurements suggest the universe is about 13.8 billion years old. This is the time since the Big Bang, the time during which space has been expanding, matter has been cooling and clumping, and structures like galaxies and stars have been forming. It's a long time by human standards, but in cosmic terms it's just one chapter in a story that might continue indefinitely into the future. Thinking of expansion as slow unfolding can feel peaceful. like a long breath opening a quiet room. The expansion is gradual on human timescales. Over a human lifetime, the expansion of space does not noticeably change the distance between Earth and the Sun, or between stars in our galaxy. Gravity holds these systems together, and the expansion only becomes significant over much larger distances. But over millions and billions of years, the cumulative effect is profound. Galaxies that are now far apart were once close together. The universe that was once hot and dense has become cool and sparse. This slow transformation is gentle, unhurried, a process unfolding over eons. As the universe gently opens outward, we can step into what it's made of, like visiting a calm exhibit of cosmic ingredients. Ordinary matter is the stuff made of atoms, like stars, planets, and people. Atoms consist of a nucleus made of protons and neutrons, surrounded by a cloud of electrons. These particles are subject to the forces of nature, electromagnetism, which binds electrons to nuclei and atoms into molecules, the strong nuclear force, which holds protons and neutrons together in the nucleus, the weak nuclear force, which governs certain kinds of radioactive decay. The arrangement and behaviour of atoms gives rise to chemistry, biology, and all the complexity of the world we experience directly. Most of the matter we touch is built from a small set of particles arranged into atoms. There are about 90 naturally occurring kinds of atoms, each defined by the number of protons in its nucleus. Hydrogen, with 1 proton, is the simplest and most abundant. Helium, with 2 protons, is the second most common. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, and other heavier elements make up a smaller fraction of the universe's matter, but they are crucial for forming planets and life. These heavier elements were not present in the early universe. They were created inside stars and dispersed into space through stellar winds and supernova explosions, enriching the gas clouds that eventually formed new generations of stars and planets. Stars shine because they transform matter into energy in their cores. In the intense heat and pressure at a star's centre, hydrogen nuclei fuse together to form helium, releasing energy in the process. This energy works its way outward, eventually radiating into space as light and heat. Nuclear fusion is the source of a star's power, and it's the reason stars can shine steadily for millions or billions of years. The energy released in fusion comes from the conversion of a tiny amount of mass into energy, following Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared. Even a small amount of mass, when multiplied by the speed of light squared, corresponds to a tremendous amount of energy. Astronomers have found evidence that much of the universe's matter is dark matter, which does not shine like stars. Dark matter is called dark because it doesn't emit or absorb light in an easy-to-see way. It doesn't glow, it doesn't reflect, it doesn't cast shadows, yet its presence is inferred from its gravitational effects. Galaxies rotate faster than they should if only visible matter were present. Galaxy clusters hold together with a gravitational strength that exceeds what the visible galaxies can provide. The bending of light by gravity, observed in gravitational lensing, often reveals more mass than can be accounted for by stars and gas. We infer dark matter from its gravitational effects on galaxies and galaxy clusters. For example, when astronomers measure the speeds of stars orbiting in a galaxy, they find that stars far from the centre move faster than expected. According to the laws of gravity, if most of the mass were concentrated near the centre where the visible stars are densest, stars farther out should orbit more slowly, but they don't. The observations suggest that galaxies are embedded in large halos of invisible matter, extending far beyond the visible disk or bulge. This dark matter provides the extra gravity needed to explain the observed motions. Another large component in modern models is dark energy, linked to the expansion speeding up. In the late 1990s, astronomers studying distant type Ia supernovae made a surprising discovery. The universe's expansion is not just continuing, it's accelerating. Galaxies are moving apart faster now than they were in the past. This was unexpected because gravity should be slowing the expansion down, not speeding it up. To explain this acceleration, scientists introduced the concept of dark energy, a kind of energy that fills space and exerts a repulsive effect, pushing things apart. Dark energy is a name for an effect we measure, even if we don't fully understand its deeper nature. It might be a property of space itself, a cosmological constant that represents a baseline energy density woven into the fabric of the universe. Or it might be something more dynamic, a field that changes over time. Current observations suggest that dark energy makes up about 68% of the universe's total energy content, dark matter about 27%, and ordinary matter about 5%. These numbers are astonishing. They mean that everything we can see and touch, all the stars and galaxies and planets, represents only a small fraction of what the universe contains. In a gentle way, these names remind us that science can be honest about unknowns. Calling something dark matter or dark energy is not a confession of ignorance, but an acknowledgement of a mystery that drives further inquiry. Scientists don't know yet what dark matter particles are, though they have proposed candidates and are conducting experiments to detect them. They don't know yet what dark energy is, though they are making ever more precise measurements of how the expansion accelerates. This openness to uncertainty is part of the scientific process, and it's a calming reminder that not knowing everything is perfectly acceptable. Even when we don't know everything, the universe still holds its steady, quiet patterns. Gravity still pulls objects together according to well-tested equations. Light still travels at its constant speed. Stars still fuse hydrogen into helium. Galaxies still spiral and cluster. These reliable patterns give us confidence that the universe is comprehensible, that our observations and theories connect to something real and consistent. The unknowns add texture and depth, but they don't undermine the solid ground of what we do understand. With those ingredients in mind, we can drift into the shapes they make: galaxies, clusters, and the soft architecture of the sky. A galaxy is a large collection of stars, gas, dust, and dark matter, bound together by gravity. Galaxies are the basic building blocks of the universe's large-scale structure. They come in many sizes, from dwarf galaxies with a few billion stars to giant elliptical galaxies with trillions. Despite their differences, all galaxies share the same fundamental nature. They are gravitationally bound systems, islands of matter in the vastness of space. Galaxies come in different shapes, including spirals, ellipses, and irregular forms. Spiral galaxies have flat, rotating disks with spiral arms where stars are forming, along with a central bulge of older stars. Elliptical galaxies are more rounded, with stars moving in a random orbits rather than organized rotation, and they typically contain older stars with little ongoing star formation. Irregular galaxies lack a clear structure. They're often smaller and have been disturbed by gravitational interactions with other galaxies. These classifications help astronomers organize the diversity they see, though many galaxies show characteristics that blend categories. The Milky Way is a spiral galaxy, and our solar system sits in one of its spiral arms. Our Sun is an ordinary star located about 26,000 light-years from the galactic center, orbiting at a speed of roughly 200 kilometers per second. It takes the Sun about 200 million years to complete one orbit around the galaxy, a galactic year. We live in a disk of stars, gas and dust, and when we look out into the night sky, we see the combined light of billions of stars in that disk, creating a faint glowing band that stretches across the sky. When you see a faint band across the night sky, you may be seeing the Milky Way's dense star regions. From a dark site away from city lights, this band is visible to the naked eye, a soft glow made of countless stars too distant to see individually. Ancient cultures noticed this band and told stories about it, imagining it as a road, a river, or spilled milk. Modern astronomy has revealed it as our view from within a spiral galaxy, looking edgewise through the disk. The light we see is starlight, concentrated in the plane of the disk, dimmed and reddened by intervening dust, but still reaching us after journeys of thousands of light years. Galaxies can gather into groups, like our local group, which includes the Milky Way and Andromeda. The local group contains a few dozen galaxies, most of them small dwarfs, but also including the Milky Way, the Andromeda Galaxy, and the Triangulum Galaxy as the largest members. These galaxies are bound together by their mutual gravity, orbiting one another over timescales of billions of years. In a few billion years, the Milky Way and Andromeda are expected to merge, their stars and gas mixing, their shapes transforming, eventually forming a single larger elliptical galaxy. Groups of galaxies can form larger clusters, which are like cosmic towns. A galaxy cluster can contain hundreds or even thousands of galaxies, along with hot gas that fills the space between them and emits X-rays. The galaxies in a cluster move rapidly, their motion sustained by the cluster's deep gravitational well. The hot gas is heated by the energy of galaxy collisions and by the gravitational pull of the cluster itself. Clusters are among the largest gravitationally bound structures in the universe, spanning millions of light years. Clusters can be connected by filaments of galaxies and gas, forming a cosmic web. On the very largest scales, the universe is organized into a network of filaments, walls, and voids. Filaments are elongated structures where galaxies are strung out like beads on a thread. Walls are flatter sheets of galaxies. Voids are large, relatively empty regions where few galaxies are found. This cosmic web is the result of gravity amplifying tiny variations in the distribution of matter that existed in the early universe. Regions that were slightly denser attracted more matter, growing over time, while regions that were slightly less dense became even emptier. The cosmic web is a large-scale pattern, like lace spread gently across space. Mapping this structure requires surveys of millions of galaxies, measuring their positions and distances, plotting them in three-dimensional space. When astronomers do this, the web becomes visible, a delicate tracery of matter, beautiful in its regularity and complexity. The pattern shows that the universe is neither random nor uniform on intermediate scales, but organized by gravity into a repeating motif of filaments and voids. Voids are the quieter regions with fewer galaxies, like calm open patches in the web. A typical void might be 100 million light-years across, containing very few galaxies. Inside a void, the density of matter is lower than average, and the expansion of space is slightly faster. Voids are not completely empty. There are still some galaxies and some gas, but they are much less crowded than filaments and clusters. Studying voids helps astronomers understand the large-scale forces shaping the universe and how matter has redistributed itself over billions of years. This structure shows that the universe is not random chaos, but a slow, patterned tapestry. The cosmic web reflects the initial conditions of the early universe, the influence of gravity over time, and the effects of dark matter and dark energy. It's a pattern that emerged naturally from simple physical laws applied over vast scales and immense durations. The beauty of this pattern lies in its inevitability. Given the starting conditions and the laws of physics, the universe could hardly have done anything else but form this intricate, interconnected structure. If galaxies are the lanterns, then the oldest light is the soft glow behind them, so now we'll visit the universe's gentle afterglow. The cosmic microwave background is faint light spread across the sky in every direction. It is often described as the universe's afterglow from an early, hotter time. About 380,000 years after the Big Bang, the universe had cooled enough for electrons and protons to combine into neutral hydrogen atoms. Before this moment, the universe was filled with a hot plasma of charged particles that scattered light constantly, making the universe opaque. But once neutral atoms formed, light could travel freely. The radiation that was released at that moment has been travelling through space ever since, stretched by the expansion of the universe from visible and ultraviolet, wavelengths into the microwave part of the spectrum. Today this background light is very cool and gentle, mostly visible to special instruments, not to our eyes. The temperature of the cosmic microwave background is about 2.7 degrees above absolute zero, a cold whisper of the universe's hot youth. Telescopes designed to detect microwave radiation can map this glow across the sky, revealing a nearly uniform bath of radiation with tiny temperature fluctuations, about 1 part in 100,000. These fluctuations are the seeds of structure, slightly warmer and cooler patches that correspond to regions where matter was slightly denser or less dense in the early universe. This background light looks remarkably uniform, which supports the idea of large-scale smoothness. The uniformity of the cosmic microwave background is one of the strongest pieces of evidence for the cosmological principle. The idea that the universe is, on average, the same everywhere, no matter which direction we look. The temperature of the background is nearly identical, differing only by those tiny fluctuations. This suggests that the early universe was very smooth and that the processes shaping it acted uniformly across space. Tiny variations in that background contain clues about early structure formation. The pattern of these variations, where the slightly warmer and cooler spots are located, how large they are, how they correlate with one another, tells us about the conditions in the early universe. Cosmologists analyse this pattern using sophisticated statistical techniques, comparing it to predictions from theoretical models. The agreement between observation and theory is remarkable, confirming details about the universe's composition, age, and geometry with high precision. Those small differences helped guide how matter gathered over time. Where the early universe was slightly denser, gravity pulled in more matter, creating regions that would eventually collapse into galaxies and clusters. Where it was slightly less dense, matter drained away, forming voids. The cosmic microwave background gives us a snapshot of these early conditions, a map of the universe when it was young and simple, before stars had formed, before galaxies had assembled, when everything was still smooth and quiet. Studying the background light helps scientists estimate the universe's age and composition. By fitting models to the observed pattern of temperature fluctuations, cosmologists can determine key parameters: the Hubble constant, the density of ordinary matter, the density of dark matter, the density of dark energy, and the overall curvature of space. The precision of these measurements has improved dramatically over the past few decades, thanks to space-based telescopes and ground-based experiments dedicated to mapping the cosmic microwave background in ever greater detail. In a comforting way, it's like a soft echo that still fills the room long after a song began. The cosmic microwave background is a relic, a fossil of the universe's infancy, preserved in the form of light that has travelled across the entire observable universe. It connects us to the earliest moments of cosmic history, a time when the universe was simpler, hotter, denser, and more uniform. Listening to this echo, observing this ancient light, gives us a profound sense of connection to the deep past, and a reminder that the universe has a story, a history that can be read in the light that still surrounds us. The background light also gives a kind of cosmic reference for comparing motion and patterns. Because the cosmic microwave background is so uniform, any motion relative to it shows up as a characteristic pattern. For example, Earth's motion through space creates a Doppler shift in the background. It looks slightly warmer in the direction we're moving toward and slightly cooler in the direction we're moving away from. By measuring this shift, astronomers can determine our velocity relative to the cosmic microwave background, which is effectively the same as our velocity relative to the average rest frame of the universe. This provides a unique reference point, a universal standard of rest. Even the oldest light arrives calmly, with no urgency. Just steady information carried on quiet waves. The cosmic microwave background is patient. It has been travelling for more than 13 billion years, and it will continue to fill the universe for billions of years into the future, though it will grow ever fainter and cooler as the universe expands. There is no rush, no deadline. The information it carries is available to anyone with the right instruments and the curiosity to look. It is a gift from the early universe, a message written in light waiting to be read. With that hush of ancient light in the background, we can lean closer to the idea of time itself, how the universe keeps a slow, reliable rhythm. In modern physics, space and time are woven together into space-time. This idea, developed in the early 20th century by Albert Einstein, transformed our understanding of the universe. Before Einstein, space and time were thought to be separate, independent things. Space was the stage, time was the clock, and neither was affected by the events they contained. But Einstein's theory of relativity revealed that space and time are interconnected, that they respond to the presence of matter and energy, and that measuring them depends on the observer's state of motion. Gravity is described as the curvature of space-time, rather than a simple pulling force. In Newton's view, gravity was a force acting at a distance, somehow reaching across empty space to pull objects toward each other. In Einstein's view, massive objects curve the space-time around them, and other objects move along the straightest possible path through that curved space-time. A planet orbiting a star is not being pulled by a force, it is following a curved path. Through space-time, a path that looks elliptical when we project it into three-dimensional space, but is actually a geodesic, a straight line in the curved geometry of space-time. Massive objects like stars and galaxies curve space-time around them. The more mass an object has, the more it curves space-time. Near the surface of Earth, space-time is very slightly curved, enough to make objects fall at about 9.8 meters per second squared. Near the Sun, the curvature is more pronounced, bending the paths of planets and even the light from distant stars. Near a black hole, the curvature becomes extreme, so steep that not even light can escape once it crosses the event horizon. Light follows the curves of space-time, which can create effects like gravitational lensing. When light from a distant galaxy passes near a massive object like a galaxy cluster, the curvature of space-time bends the light's path. This bending can magnify the distant galaxy, making it appear brighter and larger. It can also create multiple images, arcs, or rings, as light takes different curved paths around the intervening mass. Gravitational lensing is a powerful tool in astronomy, allowing observers to study distant galaxies that would otherwise be too faint to see, and to map the distribution of dark matter based on how it bends light. Gravitational lensing can make distant galaxies look stretched or multiplied, like a soft glass distortion. The images produced by lensing have a dreamlike quality, galaxies smeared into arcs, or repeated around the edges of a massive cluster. These distortions are not illusions, they are real effects of space-time curvature, predicted by Einstein's equations and confirmed by countless observations. They remind us that the universe is not a rigid, fixed backdrop, but a flexible medium shaped by the matter and energy it contains. Time can pass at slightly different rates in different gravitational strengths, called gravitational time dilation, clocks, that are deeper in a gravitational field run more slowly than clocks farther away. This is not a malfunction of the clocks, it is a real property of time itself. An observer near a massive object experiences time passing normally, but when compared to an observer farther away, their clock is running slow. This effect is small in everyday circumstances. On Earth's surface, time runs only slightly slower than at the altitude of a GPS satellite, but the difference is measurable and must be accounted for in technologies that require precise timing. This effect is small in daily life, but it is real and measured in precise systems like GPS. The Global Positioning System relies on signals from satellites orbiting high above Earth, where the curvature of space-time is less pronounced and time runs slightly faster. If engineers did not correct for this time dilation, the system's position calculations would drift by several meters per day, rendering it useless. The fact that GPS works so well is a quiet, everyday confirmation of Einstein's theory, a reminder that relativity is not just abstract mathematics, but a description of how the universe actually behaves. Relativity doesn't make the universe feel unstable, it makes the universe feel consistent in a deeper way. Before relativity, there were puzzles and contradictions between how light behaved and how motion was understood. Relativity resolved those puzzles by showing that the speed of light is the same for all observers, regardless of their motion, and that space and time adjust to preserve this constancy. This adjustment, length contraction, time dilation, the relativity of simultaneity, may seem strange, but it creates a coherent, elegant framework that describes everything from the orbit of Mercury to the behavior of particles in accelerators to the expansion of the universe. One soothing takeaway is that physics is full of rules that keep working, even when the scale changes. The equations of general relativity apply to an apple falling from a tree, to a planet orbiting a star, to light bending around a galaxy cluster, to the expansion of the entire universe. They work across an astonishing range of scales, from meters to billions of light years. This universality is part of what makes physics so powerful and so comforting. The universe is not capricious, it follows rules, and those rules are discoverable, testable, and reliable. The universe can be enormous, yet it still behaves with steady, quiet reliability. No matter how far we look, how deep we probe, the same physical laws apply. Stars in distant galaxies fuse hydrogen into helium just like our sun does. Light from the edge of the observable universe obeys the same speed limit and the same wave properties as light from a nearby lamp. Gravity pulls matter together in distant clusters just as it holds our solar system in place. This reliability is a source of confidence and wonder, a reminder that the universe, despite its vastness and complexity, is understandable. Now we'll step toward the softer edge of knowledge, where scientists offer possibilities and we hold them gently, like clouds that don't need to become anything tonight. Some ideas in physics suggest that our universe might be one of many, sometimes called a multiverse. These ideas are hypotheses, meaning they are possibilities explored by theory, not everyday confirmed facts. They arise naturally from certain interpretations of physical theories and they are taken seriously by many physicists, but they remain speculative. The evidence is indirect, the predictions hard to test, and the philosophical implications profound. These ideas are hypotheses, meaning they are possibilities explored by theory, not everyday confirmed facts. It's important to distinguish between what is well established and what is speculative. The expansion of the universe is well established. We observe it directly. The existence of dark matter is well supported by multiple independent lines of evidence. The idea of a multiverse, by contrast, is more tentative. It is consistent with some theories. It is suggested by certain mathematical frameworks, but it is not something we have observed directly, and it may never be something we can observe directly. One multiverse idea comes from inflation, a proposed early period of very rapid expansion. Inflation is a theory that was developed to explain certain features of the observable universe, such as why the cosmic microwave background is so uniform and why the universe appears flat. According to inflation, in the first tiny fraction of a second after the Big Bang, the universe expanded exponentially, growing by an enormous factor in an incredibly short time. This rapid expansion smoothed out any initial irregularities and stretched the universe to much larger than the observable portion we can see today. In some versions, inflation could produce separate bubble universes with their own regions of space and time. If inflation is a quantum process, then quantum fluctuations could cause it to end at different times in different places. In regions where inflation ends, a hot, dense, expanding universe like ours begins. But in other regions, inflation might continue, and those regions could spawn their own separate bubble universes. Each bubble would be causally disconnected from the others, expanding into its own space, with its own set of initial conditions. This scenario is called eternal inflation, and it suggests that our universe is just one bubble in a vast, constantly inflating multiverse. Another multiverse idea comes from quantum interpretations that describe different outcomes in different branches. In quantum mechanics, certain processes are described as probabilistic. When you measure a quantum system, you might get one outcome or another, with probabilities determined by the system's quantum state. One interpretation, called the many worlds interpretation, suggests that all possible outcomes actually occur, each in a separate branch of reality. These branches don't interact with each other, so you only ever experience one outcome, but the others exist in parallel. If this interpretation is correct, then the multiverse is not separate bubble universes in space, but separate branches of a single quantum wave function. These interpretations are debated, and thoughtful scientists discuss them carefully. The many worlds interpretation is mathematically consistent and avoids some conceptual problems of other interpretations, but it raises questions of its own. How do we define a branch? What determines when branching occurs? Do these other branches have the same ontological status as the one we experience? These questions do not have agreed-upon answers, and different physicists have different views. The debates are ongoing, conducted in journals and conferences, with open minds and mutual respect. Even if other universes exist, they might be hard or impossible to observe directly from here. If bubble universes are separated by regions of eternal inflation, then the space between them is expanding so rapidly that no signal can ever cross from one bubble to another. If quantum branches are separate aspects of a wave function, then by definition they don't interact in a way that allows communication. This means that multiverse ideas, while intellectually interesting, may lie forever beyond the reach of direct empirical confirmation. They remain in a grey zone between physics and philosophy, ideas that enrich our thinking but may never be testable in the usual sense. This is why many multiverse ideas remain philosophical as well as scientific. They touch on deep questions about the nature of reality, the meaning of existence, the role of observation, and the limits of knowledge. They challenge us to think carefully about what counts as evidence, what counts as science, and what counts as a satisfying explanation. They remind us that the universe, and perhaps the multiverse, is stranger and more subtle than our everyday intuition suggests, and that humility is appropriate when we approach the boundaries of what can be known. Wondering about multiple universes can feel like imagining many libraries, interesting but not required for rest. The idea of other universes, other realities, other versions of history can be fascinating during the day, a source of curiosity and speculation. But at night, when the goal is calm and sleep, these ideas need not be urgent. They can be appreciated as possibilities, held lightly, neither insisted upon nor dismissed. They add texture to the landscape of ideas, but they do not change the immediate reality of this room, this breath, this moment. For bedtime, it's enough to know that curiosity can be gentle and uncertainty can be calm. Not all questions need answers. Not all possibilities need to be resolved. The mind can hold mystery without anxiety, can entertain ideas without commitment, can appreciate the open-endedness of the universe without feeling unsettled. This is a skill worth cultivating. The ability to be comfortable with not knowing, to find peace in the presence of unanswered questions, to rest even when the universe still has secrets. And now, like closing a quiet book without finishing every chapter, we'll return to the simplest universe of all. This room, this breath, this steady night. The universe is vast, but your experience of it tonight can be small and safe. You don't need to think about distant galaxies or expanding space or the nature of dark energy. All of that is still there, still real, still quietly unfolding, but it doesn't require your attention right now. Tonight, the universe can be the soft pressure of gravity holding you gently to your bed, the air moving in and out of your lungs, the warmth of your blanket, the darkness behind your eyelids. The air in your room is part of the universe, and it's already doing its job, soft and steady. Oxygen molecules are drifting through the air, finding their way into your lungs, diffusing into your bloodstream, travelling to cells throughout your body where they help release energy from the food you've eaten. Carbon dioxide is following the reverse path carried by blood to your lungs, expelled into the air as you exhale. This exchange happens automatically, without any effort from you, governed by the same physical laws that govern stars and galaxies. The air is patient, reliable, always there, a quiet servant of life. Gravity near you is gentle and familiar, holding everything in place without effort from you. It keeps you resting on your mattress, keeps the blanket draped over you, keeps the air from drifting away into space. Gravity is so constant that you don't notice it most of the time, but it is always working, always present, a background force that creates stability and order. The same gravity that curves space-time around galaxies and bends light around massive clusters is here, acting on you, holding you, anchoring you to Earth, allowing you to rest without floating away. The same physics that guides galaxies also guides the calm fall of a blanket fold. The principles of motion, energy and force apply just as surely to the soft settling of fabric as they do to the orbit of a planet. When a blanket falls, it moves under the influence of gravity, slowed by air resistance, its shape determined by the tension and flexibility of the fibers. The process is gentle, predictable, governed by laws that are simple at their core, even if the details are complex. There is a deep continuity between the grandest cosmic events and the smallest domestic moments, all of them expressions of the same underlying reality. The night sky doesn't demand attention. It simply offers a quiet view when you want it. If you were to step outside and look up, you would see stars, perhaps the moon, maybe a planet or two. You might see the faint band of the Milky Way if the sky is dark enough, but the sky does not insist. It is not loud or urgent. It is a presence, a backdrop, a source of wonder available whenever you choose to notice it. And if you choose not to notice, if you prefer to keep your eyes closed and turn inward towards sleep, the sky remains patient and unchanging, content to be what it is. Learning about the universe can widen the mind without waking it up. Knowledge of vast distances, ancient light and cosmic structures can coexist with relaxation. It can deepen a sense of perspective, placing personal worries in the context of a universe that is immensely larger and older than any individual life. This perspective can be calming, not because it makes human life seem insignificant, but because it reminds us that we are part of something larger, something that operates according to regular, reliable principles. The universe does not panic, does not rush, does not collapse under its own weight. It simply continues, steadily, beautifully, according to its nature. The universe has a long history, but you only need this moment. 13.8 billion years have passed since the Big Bang. Countless events have occurred. Galaxies forming, stars igniting, planets coalescing, life emerging. But all of that history has led to this moment, here, now, with you resting in your bed. You don't need to carry the weight of all that history. You don't need to understand every detail. You don't need to solve every mystery. You only need to be here, breathing, allowing your body to relax, allowing your mind to slow, allowing sleep to approach at its own pace. It's okay to let big questions remain open, like windows with curtains softly drawn. Questions about the nature of dark matter, the fate of the universe, the possibility of other universes, these can wait. They are not urgent. They will still be there tomorrow, or next week, or next year. Tonight they can rest in the background unanswered but not forgotten, open but not demanding. The mind can hold space for these questions without needing to resolve them right now, just as a window can be open to the night air without needing to let in the full light of day. Rest is one of the most natural things in the universe. Rhythmic, repeating, kind. Every living thing needs rest. Stars have cycles of activity and quiescence. Planets rotate, bringing cycles of day and night. Life has evolved to synchronize with these rhythms, to take advantage of periods of rest for repair, consolidation, and renewal. Sleep is not a failure or a weakness. It is a fundamental part of being alive, as essential as eating or breathing. The universe supports rest, encourages it, provides the conditions for it. Darkness, quiet, stillness, these are not absences but presences, necessary and nourishing. And tonight, you can let the universe be the background while sleep becomes the gentle foreground. All the galaxies, all the stars, all the expanding space, all the ancient light, they can recede into the periphery of awareness. They are still there, still real, still beautiful, but they do not need your conscious attention. What needs your attention now is the sensation of your breath, the weight of your body, the softness of your pillow, the quiet closing of your eyes. Let the universe hold you, support you, surround you with its steady, reliable presence. Let the vastness become a comfort, not a weight. Let the mystery become a lullaby, not a question. Let the night be what it is, a time for rest, a time for sleep, a time to let go. Take a slow inhale, filling your lungs gently, feeling the air come in, and then an even slower exhale, releasing that air, letting it go. And let your thoughts drift outward, quietly, like starlight travelling with no hurry. There is no destination, no urgency, no need to arrive anywhere. Just drift, softly, calmly, into the gentle darkness, into the quiet rest, into sleep. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.